financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
Everyone knows that Nature Valley Crunchy Bars are, well, crunchy. What they don't know is that they're also packed with 16 grams of whole grains, ready to help you get out there. Nature Valley, for every adventure.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on the Tuesday. Everybody getting off the graveyard shift and getting ready for work. Good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and, of course, the Comcast business text line. Langford's back in the saddle. He's back from Scottsdale, Arizona. Lutman and Shasky, good morning to you fellas. And I got to say, Scottsdale, Arizona, Shasky, you'll be proud of me here. I'm not saying I'm all the way back. But I tuned into the Giants spring training game yesterday against the Brewers for one inning.
The first inning?
No, it was like
1, 2, 3 inning by Alex Wood?
No, it wasn't the first inning.
When he got Christian Yelich with the slider?
I was still locked in on women's college basketball at that point.
Oh.
I was watching a little LSU, Ohio State. Ohio State blew out LSU in Baton Rouge. Kim Mulcahy, what's her name?
I don't know.
Coach?
Binocular Bonte is back, though, watching 17 sports live all at once.
Dude, it was one of those nights. Kim Mulcahy, the former coach from Baylor.
Oh.
She wears all the crazy jackets, and she's going crazy. I get a kick out of her. Watch a little Arizona, North Carolina. North Carolina was up like 20. And then I was like, oh,
North Carolina,
spring training.
Come on and raise up.
And it was like the 6th or 7th inning, and
how bad are those hats? Now that we're here.
I didn't even really trip off the hats. I didn't pay attention to the hats.
Did you see the photo that I sent to the group thread over the weekend where the guy got the sunburn because of the hats?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that? So if you
that was a legit thing?
Yeah, so if you haven't paid attention, the spring training hat that the Giants are doing this year is very different. All of baseball has a trucker hat look to it, where it's like meshing. Like I don't know what the word would be to describe it, but it's like a plasticky mesh looking back of the head. And
with the big G on it?
There's a big G, but it's like a Gatorade block G, not the G that Willie Mays wears.
These are awful.
They're the worst hats. I mean, look, the Giants have had unbelievable uniforms.
So they got the big G, and they got the lowercase SF.
Horrific.
This is a terrible design.
It's a terrible hat. And
my
Bonte's
gosh.
showing it right now. So the Giants since the 1800s have had unbelievable uniforms.
Right.
Bonte, they have a collection. I know A's fans are out there. Oh, what about the A's jerseys? A's have great jerseys too.
Great uniforms.
But if I was going to rank top 10 uniforms in all of sports, going back from the beginning history of your organization, San Francisco Giants have some of the best collection of uniforms that you could possibly have in sports.
Clean.
And they chose the worst possible logo to represent their spring training and batting practice hats. They're horrible. It's a G with the net. So one of the guys that was playing on another team, because I told you everyone around the league has the fishnet hats, said, hey, baseball, horrible idea with the fishnet hat, and showed he got sunburnt through the mesh hat. Bonte, it looked horrible.
Oh, that's awful. These hats are awful. I'm looking.
They're so bad.
I didn't really trip off these hats yesterday when I was watching.
I couldn't stop thinking about them. I watched Friday and Saturday and Sunday on the MLB app.
You got a sickness.
Well, I've got a lot of baseball thoughts, but I'm just really happy that you're watching.
Well, yeah, I watched an inning. Wow, it ended up, the final was 13-6.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching in the 7th inning.
The Packers beat the Niners.
And they got them back for that playoff game, right?
Yeah.
In the snow. What was that, 13-10?
Yeah.
It was 3-1 to the bottom of the 6th inning. Giants had hit into a double play with the Brewers. It was like an error on the double play. Ended up 13-6.
Number 87 was pitching to number 91.
Yeah, it was weird. It was out there. Who was Espinal? That's who I was watching. He struck out the side.
Yeah.
Raynell Espinal. I guess he's a Red Sox prospect back in the day. Came over to the Giants, and I was watching him. I was like, okay. And then I'm just looking at the lineup, right? I'm looking at, wow, who's this McCray guy? Slater? Okay, he's back. Duggar, Ruff. And I'm just thinking to myself, this might be a long season.
Oh.
Now, anything can happen in baseball. But where are they going to find run support? Where are they going to find power? I don't see. I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar. I don't think the Giants are going to lead the league in home runs again. Not with this lineup.
So we're going to get into the Jimmy Garoppolo stuff. We're going to get into just some of the Warriors stuff because they got an early game today. I'm sure Bonte's real happy. I want to start here with the Giants and
I'm
the
off
market.
today, believe it or not.
Oh, you are?
I'm back tomorrow.
Oh.
So I got 2 days
Double
off.
dipper. Good for you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
like a straight week. So you will not see me on the tube tonight.
All right. Well, so the San Francisco Giants put out a thing called Photo Day 2022 yesterday.
Right.
This is on their Twitter account. And there's a photo of Austin Slater.
Right.
There's a photo of Alex Wood.
Yeah.
There's a photo of Lamont Wade. And then there's a photo of Tyro Estrada. And I quote tweeted.
It took me a while. Go ahead.
No, but I quote tweeted. I said, the Mark A team is going to have a tough challenge this season. How many Giants fans can name just one of the 4 people below without any help? Oh, and Giants fans lost their minds. I mean, young and old. And who was at the front of the brigade screaming at me? Well, our favorite. No, Mark Willard.
Mark Willard? Was he screaming at you on
he's
Twitter?
Giving me the shaking emoji, and he's giving me all these different emojis, and I'm like, Mark, come on, man. Like, let's call a spade a spade.
You guys are becoming best friends.
Well, the Niners are over here showing me, at least, look, say what you want about Jimmy Garoppolo. He's marketable, okay? There's a reason Travis Matthew, a golf company, has signed up Jimmy Garoppolo to be a spokesman. Deebo Samuel, marketable. You know, George Kittle, marketable. Right. All right, let's go to the other side of the ball. How about Nick Bosa, marketable. All right. Then I look at what the Golden State Warriors have.
Oh, yeah.
Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry.
Hey, you want to go to Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga?
Marketable.
You want to go there?
Right?
Marketable.
I mean, Kevon Looney has more commercials than any current Giant.
Yeah, he does. He's
what is he, the
Fit
8th most popular Warrior, 7th most popular Warrior? And we love Kevon, but my point that I'm going is that he's got a Fit 8 commercial. Brandon Bell is over here wearing his own captain's hat, for crying out loud. Point that I'm getting at, the Giants have no stars.
So,
boring.
By the way, speaking of boring, Hunter Strickland just struck a deal with the Cincinnati Reds, according to John Heyman, our old pal Hunter Strickland.
Did he break his hand on the wall?
No, he's going to Cincinnati, baby. Big red machine. Look out. Look, I saw that tweet that you posted, and it took me a while to figure out who was who. I'm not going to lie to you. I knew Alex Wood. And I figured that was Tyro Estrada. I was like, who else are going to pump up? So that means Tyro Estrada's going to get a lot of run at second base.
Well, he had better numbers than Chris Bryant, remember?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, who would have batter box? Let me pitch to Tyro Estrada, or actually, let me walk Tyro Estrada to get to Chris Bryant. That's what we're talking about here. Look, I don't know how this season's going to play out. The whole trusted Farhad thing. Farhad's been really good with the Giants so far. I tell you what, though, it's already shaping up to be if the Giants struggle, it's going to be on Gabe Kapler and not Farhad Zaidi. Because Farhad's a mastermind. He's a genius. He can do no wrong. He can. He can turn hot water to cold if you want, if you're in the Sahara Desert.
Okay, he gets credit. There's no question he gets credit for what they did last year. But can we all agree? The Giants hit a rock bottom as an organization for the first time since the mid-'90s. Bonte, we've been adults for quite a long time. That was the worst stretch of Giants baseball going back to even before the 90s to the 80s. 4 consecutive losing seasons, right? And they finally, upended the losing last year, and they won 107 games, and it was magical. Look, it was incredible. Right. It was incredible. You couldn't get any worse than what he inherited. So he's done a good job building this thing up. My point is, I'm just looking around baseball, and I'm like, I love Brandon Crawford, and I love Brandon Bell. That's the prior regime's guys.
Right.
Those aren't your guys.
Right.
At what point are you going to actually spend some damn money?
Well, here's the deal.
At what point am I going to see one of these prospects?
And we'll get to Jimmy, and we'll get to the Golden State Warriors. Per Anthony Slater, Gary Payton II will return for the Warriors
Thank
tonight.
God.
He's going to return to the Warriors, not listed on the injury report. Moses Moody is questionable. Andrew Wiggins is probable. I feel like this is as close to a must-win as you could get. You got to bake this win home if you're the Warriors, especially considering that Utah lost last night to the Brooklyn Nets, so you can gain a half game on the Utah Jazz and hold on to that 3 spot there in the Western Conference. So big game for the Dubs because you got to assume that tomorrow a lot of guys are going to get rest. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Otto Porter Jr. I do not see them playing down in South Beach, Miami, which means they can go out and have fun in South Beach, Miami. Don't have too much fun. Need you back Friday for the Atlanta Hawks. But back to the Giants here for a second because you're talking about Farhan and the lack of spending money, and he hasn't given up a lot of deals here yet. You know, he's made a lot of trades. Trevor Story. I know you love Trevor Story. I'm not the biggest Trevor Story fan.
No, it's not that I love him.
He got over $100 million with the Boston Red Sox.
It's not that I love him. Here's the thing. It's not that I love him. And I don't want to just spend like a drunken sailor. It's just I'm looking at the lineup and they've got holes everywhere. But it's a flute. We're trying out a flute lineup. Let me read you what one of their right-handed lineups could look like this year. Like it's kind of sad. Like you look at their lineup top to bottom when they got the righties in there, and it's not good. And no one can tell me otherwise. I'm trying to pull it up here because I had written it down. Here you go. Now the Dodgers are going to go with Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Trey Turner, Will Muncy, Max Muncy, Cody Bellinger,
Smith, Max Muncy.
Will Smith, sorry, Justin Turner, Chris Taylor, AJ Pollock. The Giants are going to counter with what? Tommy La Stella, Kirk Casale, Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, Mike Yastrzemski, Evan Longoria,
Darren Ruff.
Okay, Darren Ruff's going to be your DH. Okay, fine.
Wade Jr. Well, he's a lefty. He can't.
That's the thing. Like we're platooning. So
the lineup. So forget the marketing.
You're going up against a cannon with a water pistol.
Forget the marketing thing because whatever. And I know Larry Barrett wants to start, but who cares?
Well, and they've done a great job.
If these guys ball out, we showed last year they could market the hell out of Lamont Wade Jr. He became late night Lamont. He became late night Lamont. So you got to give him credit for that. Mike Yastrzemski, yes. He became a name out here.
He turned back into a pumpkin, though.
He did, but he became a thing. So Larry Bear will figure out how to market these guys if they are good. The pitching staff, I'm not too concerned about. They got arms. The Giants do have arms, and they're going to pitch their ass off this season. Now, can they get the run support for this pitching staff? How much stress innings or is this pitching staff going to have to go through? That's another question. But the lineup itself, you'd lose Chris Bryant, who signs a 7-year, $162 million deal. Buster Posey retires on you out of nowhere. We don't know what Joey Bart is. These prospects seem to be a year away. I don't know. Maybe Farhan thinks, you know what, I'm playing with house money. Last year, we exceeded expectations, won 107 games, a division title. Maybe in their minds, it's like, look, this is a past year. We'll load up for 2023. I have no idea what the game plan is. I don't know what the game plan is.
If we were going to say, like, there are 4 ways to make your team better, right? When you inherit a team, the 4 ways are I take the current crop that I have and I make them better. I think they've done a pretty good job of that. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Second way is I'm going to draft and I'm going to develop those prospects. In my mind, I haven't seen it yet. It's just very simple. I haven't seen it yet. Like, I have not seen them with their hand-picked guys come through the system, and that takes time. So I will grant them a pass there. The third way is I can trade what I have to go get stuff. Now, on the surface level deals, they've done a good job swinging, hey, let's get rid of this random lefty and bring in Jalen Davis and see if that's a flyer.
Right.
Let's bring in a Mike Yastrzemski and see if we can shine that guy up and make something out of him. Okay, fine. Then the fourth way is free agency. Okay? Now, the low-level stuff, you want to re-sign a DeSclafani and you bring in a Tommy La Stella, a Wilmer Flores, fine. All right, I got it. But my God, at some point, you got to give somebody who's a hitter more than a 4-year deal if you want to pump this thing up. All right? They have not given out a position player. They have not given out a position player free agent deal. Free agent, not retaining their own. Free agent, more than 4 years since Aaron Rowan.
Yeah, but you know what,
That's
though?
2007.
But hold on. Let me play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Because you're fired up, and I get it. But isn't that a good thing at times? When you sign your own? The Giants signed their own. You think about the contracts they've given to their own players.
But that's the
Buster
prior
Posey,
regime.
8 years, $159 million. You get Hunter Pitts, 5 years, $90 million. You get Cadence, $100 million over 5. You get who else you get? Who else you re-signed? Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford, and Brandon Belt. You re-signed these guys to big money contracts there. So they've taken care of their own, which I got no issue with. I love that, the fact that they're taking care of your own and you're not letting them get out the system here. Now, in terms of signing free agents outside of the team, they struck out on a couple guys, and they've gone down to the wire. Shohei Ohtani, Giancarlo Stanton, Bryce Harper. They put on a full court press for those three guys. You can't knock that. Well, and other free agents as well. So it's not for a lack of trying. Well, they just swung and missed.
I don't care if you're trying. Your job is to try.
They swung and missed though.
No, but
there's other teams. There's other organizations that don't even try. The A's don't even try.
Yeah, but the Giants aren't the A's, and I'm not going to hold them to the standards of the A's. I'm holding them to the standards of their rival, the Dodgers. Right? And I look at what the Dodgers have done. They take their prospects and they either shine them up, and those guys come to the big leagues and ball out, or they're willing to make bold trades. And I think there's a similarity right now, just right now.
Giants have made bold trades, though.
I mean, Hunter Pence is the most bold trade that they've done.
They've made bold trades. They swung and missed on some trades. They swung and missed on some
lower level.
And they swung and missed on pitching signings. Think about Samardzija. Think about Cueto.
Yeah, but that's overspending. To me, the pitching was overspending because of the lack of prospects coming through the pipeline.
It's not lack of spending. It's the decision making when you spend this money.
I'm getting to the lineup. So for me, the lineup, right? The lineup right now. I'm looking at Ramos, and he looks like a mediocre prospect. This thing that he's going to come and save the day. He's not a power hitter. He's not an average hitter. He doesn't have tremendous speed. What does he hang his hat on? When I look at all these prospects that are coming through, whether it's the Bo Bichette's, the Vladdy Juniors, all the top guys that everybody salivates over and wants, they hang their hat on something. Juan Soto. Bonte, if you were to describe Juan Soto, he's great at everything.
Great player, great plate presence, takes walks.
Power, hits for average.
Fields. He could go oppo taco.
Good defender.
Has speed. He's okay as a defender.
Ronald Acuna Jr. feels like a five-tool talent.
He's a baller.
Right? So now,
he's my favorite player in baseball.
I've seen a lot of the Giants. We're going to hold on to Ramos and we're going to see him. I was listening to Fleming the other day talk about it. He's going to get an opportunity to play here. I think part why they haven't gone so expensive in free agency for outfielders is because they believe in Ramos. I don't. I'm watching him over the weekend. I'm watching him over the weekend. I don't know what he is. He's 22 years old. We haven't seen him. And we're talking about a player no one else has seen. But that's the kind of guy where if you hold on to him too long and you value him too high, you're missing out.
So this is year 4 of Farhan.
Mm-hmm.
First year.
He gets a pass. You're inheriting a contract.
Bruce Bochy's last season.
It's a nightmare of financials.
They were competitive, though.
They weren't bad.
They're competitive.
Yeah.
All right.
And I believe Buster had the hip injury as well.
Lockout year. All right, you take it down to the last game of the season.
60 games, but yes.
You take it down to the last. Yes. They started off 8-16.
It was Bonte. It was the worst 3-week stretch of defense I've seen in my life.
They get credit for that. They turn it around, and they play competitive baseball. Last year, 107 wins. This year, year number 4, where Farhan is still trying to build the farm system. So I'll give him a benefit of the doubt here about not going out and spending a bunch of money, because once you go out and spend a bunch of money, all of a sudden the clock is starting to tick on Farhan Zaidi in terms of, man, what about these free agent signings? Mm-hmm. What if he whiffs on Chris Bryant? What if he gives Chris Bryant 7 years or 162 and Chris Bryant flames out? You said it in our thread. You didn't want to give Chris Bryant 7 years.
No, I would not have given him. But you have to give somebody, a position player, more than 4. You have not given a position player more than 4.
So who was out there?
Suzuki's the one for me that I'm very frustrated.
So they whiffed out him.
Given the price point, yes.
They
given the
whiffed
price
on him.
point, yes.
They whiffed on him. They didn't sign him.
I wanted Jose Abreu years ago, but that was a different regime.
Hey, exactly. This regime hasn't really been a factor in these free agent signings.
It is alarming, though, Monte, that you move the fences in, and all I've been hearing about is, hey, that's why free agents don't want to come here. And now, you got to overspend for somebody is what I'm getting at.
They just moved the fences in. Yeah. They just moved them in.
But they led the league in homers, and they led the league in pinch hit homers.
So this year, guys are like, you know what? I don't know if I want to go to the Giants. I know they want to platoon. I know they don't want to
that's a big thing, too.
That's a big thing. But you think about Carlos Correa. He wants to play shortstop. Who's played shortstop for the Giants?
Belt.
You're not Brandon Crawford, and you're not going to move him to. You're not going to move him to second base.
It's an astute point that you're bringing up. The other part of this he got a 3-year, $100-something million deal. It breaks down to be about
opt-outs.
Yes, you wouldn't have given Carlos Correa that same exact deal with all those opt-outs.
Yes, it's a little weird.
But to your point, I don't think he wanted to move from shortstop. I don't blame him.
And I don't think Crawford's ready to move from shortstop.
Well, he was a Gold Glover. He was a Gold Glover last year.
I think you got to give Farhan, at least in terms of that, in the spending, the benefit of the doubt. And I'm not mad about them not spending right now. If you're not going to give, if you don't believe in Chris Bryant, Don't pay him then.
Well,
don't
7
invest
is
in that.
egregious. To me, 7 was egregious. And even Story, I get it. You're going to the 6 years. It's probably one too many. But at some point, you got to overspend a little to bring in somebody.
So
because
who was
I'm
that?
looking at this everyday lineup and it's sad.
Well, I was asking for Nick Castellanos, and everybody telling me Nick Castellanos ain't good enough.
Well, now Philly fans are super excited for that outfield.
What? I mean,
did you see that outfield?
Yes.
Harper, him, and what's the other guy they brought in? Come on.
They brought in Schwarber.
Thank you, Kyle Schwarber. I was trying to think of what his name
5-year
was.
deal for Castellanos.
They're going to be
I would have done
mashing.
that. I would have done that. People didn't want, loved it. Our producer kept telling me, defensively, defense. I'm just looking for a damn bat.
No, and here's the guy I'm looking for. So this is the trade that I make today. I'm moving Elliot Ramos right now and go get me Ramirez from the Cleveland Guardians. Like, this is a masher.
Wait, Ramirez from where?
From the Cleveland Guardians. He plays second, third
Jose
base.
Ramirez.
Yes.
You're not getting him from Elliot Ramos.
Why not?
He's a top 15 player.
Give up Elliot Ramos. I'm telling you, this guy is not going to be that dude.
Look at it from the Guardians.
The Guardians have been trading away a lot of guys.
But look at it from the
If you
Guardians.
look at their shortstop
if you're
trade,
Terry Francona, the Guardians just said, we're not trading Jose Ramirez for Elliot Ramos. Are you out of your mind?
Their Francisco Lindor trade, they didn't, the Mets did not give up what we think they gave up to get a better player.
Maybe they learned their lesson from that.
Well, maybe.
Maybe they learned their
But
lesson
they look
from
like
that.
they're shopping him, and that guy can come in and play second, third.
Hey, he's a 30-30 guy. He's a 30-30 guy.
And he bats for 280.
All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by
love to get
Paw.com. Celebrate National Puppy Day with Paw.com. It treats your furry friends to luxurious memory foam, dog beds, and matching waterproof blankets. Use code RADIO for 15% off at Paw.com. Be sure, to support your local adoption shelter. This is National Puppy Day. Happy National Puppy Day from Paw.com.
I'm just a crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? There's no better story than St. Peter's in this NCAA tournament.
limits, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. With lines of credit up to $100,000 and term loans up to $250,000, OnDeck lets you choose the loan that's right for your business. As America's largest online small business lender, OnDeck has funded over $14 billion to businesses like yours, so you can borrow with confidence and get your loan fast. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
You know, B, the thing is with the Giants, I do really care. I love the San Francisco Giants. And it's Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, Morning Roast if you're out there driving. And I hear you. And I'm not saying that you got to hit free agents and you got to sign 1 billion guys and that's the only way to have success. I'm just looking at this team and I think it's so obvious they're going to have a down cycle. And I felt so positive coming off of last year, even though we lost in a heartbreaking, devastating way. And then I look at the prospects because I really think that it's not just a Giants thing. I think this is a baseball problem right now. The lack of having a minor league system in 2020 and all the COVID stuff has really dramatically affected all the levels of the minor leagues. And there's a lot of guys that are just behind the 8 ball. And so when you're a team like the Giants and you are so heavily invested in improving your farm system, I just think that farm system, and it's not their fault, I'm saying all of baseball, it's taking a step back because guys just they missed out on a whole year of development.
Not good. Not good. And the biggest domino is Joey Bart. What to do with Joey Bart? What do you do with Joey Bart?
Is he still a prospect to you? Is 25 years old a prospect?
No, I'm eager to see him play like a full month.
I'm with you.
I want to see him play a full month.
And it's crazy how like everything was resting on his shoulders just a couple years ago. And now
we've forgotten about him.
Yeah.
It's like we don't expect anything from him.
Exactly.
But if I could get like 25 from him, 25 jacks, like what's the problem with him? What was the big knock on him so far?
Well, he had a hole in his swing and he couldn't drive the ball. I mean, it's just plain and simple. He came up, there was no minor league system like we were saying, and I had no problem with Buster sitting that 2020 year out, him playing. And I don't hold any of that against him.
Right.
Like, I really don't. The thing that I hold against him right now is that he's 25, and he hasn't had a taste of the big leagues, and we just don't know. That's not even his fault.
Yeah, no, it's not his fault at all. I was just taking a look at the 2023 free agents and what could be out there. And maybe the Giants are waiting on that. I mean, it's too early to start talking free agency in 2023. We're in spring training in 2022. But I'm looking at like guys like Jorge Soler, who they didn't want to sign.
Yeah.
With the 2 DHs, I thought with the universal DH, it would change some of the mindset.
I'm with you.
Alter the thinking of Farhan Zaidi. Thing is I'm intrigued with this season because I want to know what Farhan's plan is. I don't know what his plan is. Obviously, replenishing the farm system and building from the farm. Okay, that's one aspect of the plan.
Yes.
But what is his plan in terms of signing free agents, giving big money contracts out? We know he could swing deals. He swung a deal for Chris Bryant and gave up nothing.
Yeah, but
gave up nothing.
That was a deadline deal, and I'm very impressed with that.
Very impressed.
And he also has shown an ability to shed payroll, like getting rid of Melanson, which is absolutely a skill.
And find diamonds in the rough. Lamont Wade Jr., that's a big-time move right there. You give LaStella a cheap deal when LaStella was healthy. LaStella wasn't bad.
So we agree. Around the perimeter, in terms of being a day trader and working the roster and rounding it out for the 162, he is really good at that.
He's really good.
Here's where my biggest question with Farhan is. Can you find a pillar of the organization? Because right now, when they had the 107 wins, the pillars of that team were Crawford, Belt, and Posey, all guys from the prior regime.
Right.
Now, I'm going to give them and Kapler, because I think Kapler and his crew deserve as much credit as Farhan, for getting those veterans to buy in and have career years.
Yeah.
They all get credit for that.
Right.
But can you identify your own and then develop them? Because you brought up something very astute, Monte. The Giants, although not a big spender in free agency in our recent 15-year run where we've been excellent, what they have done is develop their own, identify them at an early point, give them good extensions for the most part.
They kept their guys in-house.
Exactly.
The only guy they didn't do that for basically was like Pablo Sandoval.
Well, Lincecum kept going the 1-year deals.
And he got his big money, though. But he got his big money. He was getting 20 per.
No, he was.
He was getting
but
his
he
cheese.
chose to not get a 5 or 6 year deal.
Right. He was getting his cheese. So look, I mean, when it comes to Bay Area GMs, and when you look around the landscape, because I want to see what Farhad does this year.
What are you going to judge him by? Is there a player?
I don't know.
Like if Luciano were to show up this year and he's spectacular, wouldn't you be like, okay, they know what they're doing? Conversely, if Luciano shows up this year and you see a little bit and you're like, oh, he's really far away.
What about Hunter Bishop? Isn't that a Farhad guy?
Hunter Bishop has been hurt. If you look at just the raw data, hurt. The numbers have not been good. He's missed a lot of time. He is a great example of someone who has missed out because of COVID.
All right. What about the catcher from NC State, Philip Bailey, I want to say? Or
Patrick Bailey. Patrick Bailey.
How's he doing now?
Well, they have another catcher that actually Dalton Johnson of NBC wrote an article about Auerbach, who is like a utility man. He's like your super utility guy who we've seen in these games. Bailey caught a little on Saturday, and I believe he caught a little on Sunday as well, but only an inning or two here and there.
Right. So
but Bonte, he feels 2 years away.
Right. So a lot of these guys are 2 years away. And who are they going to sign to bridge that gap before they get 2 years away? Don't know. Like Carlos Correa has an opt-out. What if that happens next season for the Giants? He also has injury concerns. Would you want to spend big money on a guy who's had injury concerns?
Totally fair.
You look at the class from next season, Colton Wong. Are you going to want him? Are you really?
Although I do like him for the Cardinals.
I do like him. So, you look at first base next season. Jose Abreu, Jesus Aguilar, Josh Bell, Gurriel. That's not bad. Those are some nice names right there. Carlos Santana for the cheap. Look, I don't know where the Giants are going to go here. Maybe they want to build from within, but I do know this. I do know this about the Giants. Larry Bear wants a star.
Yes.
So how much pressure is Larry Bear going to start to put on Farhad if this season goes awry, if the Giants struggle to a 500 record? What is Larry Bear going to do? He's not going to fire Farhad. He's not going to fire Kapler. But he may knock on the door and say, hey, look, we've had a bunch of Yastrzemskis. We had a bunch of Duggars. They're not really resonating with the market. They're not really resonating nationally. I need my big money player. Well, I need something to build around here. Will Larry Bear start to knock on Farhad's door, expecting him to lure in a star? Because remember, Larry Bear wanted Bryce Harper. Apparently, Farhad didn't really want him to give him. He didn't want to give him a 13-year deal.
I want to juxtapose this with the Niners in a minute, but I want to ask Sam, who's younger than you and I. Like, Sam, did you watch Barry Bonds at any moment? Because I think younger Giants fans view the Giants very different than how me and Bonte. I would call me and Bonte pre-World Series Giants fans.
Dude, I grew up watching Barry Bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when the Bonds era was coming to an end, there was despair. Remember how like it was Pedro Feliz and nothing else around them. Remember that, Bonte?
Oh, I remember.
Okay. Do you remember how important Tim Lincecum was, young Sam, when Barry Bonds was coming to the end and he identified him as the freak?
Dude, so I was at Lincecum's first ever start on that Sunday night against the Phillies, and that's one of those nights I remember very, very well. And when he came out of the dugout to do his bullpen session, it was the first time I've ever seen a pitcher get a standing ovation walking to the bullpen to do his warm-up.
He faced Cole Hamels in that game, I believe.
I believe so. It was a terrible start for him, too.
No, he gave up 5 early.
It was like 3 hits right off the bat, like hit, home run. It was like dismal. But yeah, I mean, he was a big deal right off the bat, though.
So the point that I'm going at is you had the Barry Bonds era, and he was the biggest star that the team outside of Willie Mays has ever had, right? By far. Yep. And then immediately followed with the Tim Lincecum era. Immediately followed by the World Series era. You know what I mean? Even though they overlapped, essentially. Right. And then you created stars in the Belts and the Canes and the obviously Buster Posey. What are they going to do as like an encore here? Who is going to take that baton from these guys?
Don't know.
Because they've had it pretty good since Bonds left, Bonte.
Yeah,
Marco Luciano?
Yeah, well, he's a while away.
It feels like he's a year.
Sam, how long has Luciano got until he comes to the big league squad?
I mean, Luciano's probably like a year or two away, but I mean, again, even there's a time when Lincecum was a year or two away.
Let me ask you this. Is Luciano going to come take over the baseball world like, say, Ronald Acuna Jr., like a Juan Soto? Is he that level of a player?
He's 6'2", big and strong, and he's got a great arm. He's got a lot of swagger. When you listen to the ball off the bat, when they do the videos,
different.
It does sound different.
But he's going to have that impact.
I don't know.
Ronald Acuna Jr. came up with the Atlanta Braves and just tore things up.
I know.
Alex Bregman
got
called up.
But those guys are outliers.
So is Luciano an outlier?
It's impossible for me to even know that answer.
I've been hearing about Marco Luciano now for 2.5 years.
It almost feels unfair.
I mean, is he an outlier? The way people talk about him, he's an outlier. Oh, wait till Luciano comes up. Steven,
was there buzz in spring training? Because you were down there this weekend. Was there buzz when any of the younger players stepped to the plate?
Mostly when Joey Bart, because people were curious to see him.
Okay.
Marco Luciano for sure.
Yeah.
Luis Matos, but that was just me being the one who was
What
egging
about
him.
Ramos? Because he played a lot this weekend.
A little bit with Ramos, not so much with Ramos.
Yeah.
Everyone was kind of tuned out of the game at that point. I mean,
Okay.
you're a few innings in, you're just enjoying spring training.
Let's break real quick.
Yeah.
Save that thought. Brooks Kubina from the Houston Chronicle joins us at 7:20. We'll ask him if he sees a potential fit for Jimmy Garoppolo with the Houston Texans. Now that Deshaun Watson is a Cleveland Brown. Plus, we'll talk some Warriors here. Warriors and Magic today, 4:30 start, or is it a 4 p.m. start? I got the day off. I don't even remember. Let me get this right. Let me make sure our listeners know that
4
they're playing.
p.m., Bonte.
4 p.m. It's a 4 p.m.
At the Amway Center,
Yeah, Amway
400
Center.
West Church Street, 200.
Amway Center, yeah, that's our new arena down in Orlando.
I've got it on my calendar.
Yeah, there you go. Amway Center. It's a nice gym.
Yourselves professionals.
I know we're not really professional. All right, more coming up on the roast, more baseball. Plus, we'll get into John Lynch and this whole fib about. Let's get into that coming up here. The Jimmy G saga, Farhad Zaidi, all that stuff coming up on the morning roast. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
It's the final push to the news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Brooks Kubina, 720 Houston Chronicle, plus Zaza Pachulia, 8:30 for the Executive Show. Get to the Golden State Warriors March Madness, head to Chase Center Thursday and Saturday. Got Gonzaga, Arkansas in the first game. Duke and Texas Tech in the nightcap. I like this, Lakeford. I like this a lot. We're talking some Giants baseball here. They haven't signed anybody. What's the lineup going to look like? Do you trust Farhad Zaidi? But if I gave you a situation here, Shasky, if I asked you, who do you trust more? And I'll take Bob Myers and the Warriors out of this. They've won 3 championships. Look like they're going back to the playoffs.
Yeah, let's go with the regimes that don't have titles.
Regimes that don't have titles. Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, they spend the money.
Yeah.
They make the moves. Not everything works out, but we're going to exclude them for this conversation, for this exercise. Farhad Zaidi, Gabe Kapler, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. Who do you trust more? Because you look at both off seasons, the 49ers and Giants off seasons have been underwhelming. Niners lose DJ Jones. Mm-hmm. They lose Laken Tomlinson. They sign Ray McLeod. Nobody knows who he's in. They signed a safety from the Colts. Nobody knew who he was. They just signed a defensive tackle from the Eagles. Nobody knew who he was. I mean, it's been underwhelming. And not to mention Jimmy Garoppolo is still on the roster. The Giants, who have they signed? Jock Peterson, one year, $6 million.
A negative .01 WAR.
I mean, you got young Jock in the building. You got young Jock. Who else do you got? You got Rodon from the White Sox. Had a good contract year. Had a really good contract year. Been hurt every other year. So who's had the more underwhelming offseason? Who do you trust more, Shasky, right now?
Well, so I think everybody's outraged with the 49ers. So just put a pin in that for 1 second. I'll get back to them. The San Francisco Giants lost Buster Posey, the greatest catcher in the history of the franchise.
Yep.
They lost a guy who they acquired at the deadline who batted in the middle of the order in Chris Bryant. Mm-hmm. So you lost those two guys. You lost the ace who was, until Logan Webb's emergence in the final 2 months of the season, Kevin Gausman was as good as anyone in baseball. We were talking about him for Cy Young, Bonte. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
So they lost all 3 of those guys, okay? They lost all 3 of those guys, and they haven't been able to replenish those. I look at the San Francisco 49ers, if we pivot over there, their 5 best players, right, in any order, were Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams,
George
Kittle, and then I would throw Eric Armstead in there in terms of what they did last year. Would you agree?
Yeah.
All 5 are rolling back this year, okay? Now, if I were listing the top 5 Giants, I think Posey's in that top 5 in terms of what they did last year, and I would put Gausman in that top 5.
Right.
He earned it. Now, you want to say that Chris Bryant wasn't here long enough? Fine. The Giants are losing more than what the Niners haven't done this year. Mm-hmm. Okay, getting rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, as frustrating as it is right now, the fact
they haven't creating $25 million in cap space,
but it hasn't precluded them from signing anyone. Chandler Jones signed for only $8 million, essentially for this year, only $8 million.
Yeah, so not with the Niners though.
No, he did not sign with the Niners. But what I'm saying is that having Jimmy on the roster right now, as much as I'm up in arms, it truly hasn't affected their financial flexibility for right now. Where I think
you don't think so? You don't think they could have created money and maybe signed another player too?
Maybe
$25 million goes a long way.
Yeah, but you can roll the money over a couple of years. You can get creative with it. So, and the cap is so sophisticated, Bonte. If you wait till after June 1, there's effects there and getting rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'm not really sure the specifics on that. I'm just looking at it right now. Your top dogs on the Niners are still your top dogs. If we were just ranking in terms of importance, as frustrated as I am with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, the final year of Garoppolo's deal contains a $7.5 million hit that is guaranteed for injury only.
Yeah.
And he had the surgery.
So he might be guaranteed. Okay, $8 million. But if I was ranking it from that NFC Championship game, what's Jimmy? The 11th? 9th best player on the field for the Niners?
I don't even know for that.
I'm asking. If you're being optimistic.
Brandon Ayuk is a better player.
Yeah.
Jawad Jennings was a better player. Debo was a better player. Kittle was a better player.
Now,
Juszczyk's a better player. Armstead's a better. I could keep going and going and going and going.
That's where I'm going here. So then I'm looking at the 49ers. I trust the Niners more. Like, that's just where I'm at right now. They built this thing up, and they've identified players. I think it's easier to find players who are plug and play in the NFL as opposed to developing a 16, 17, 18-year-old player in baseball. That's really hard. Like, that's really, really, really hard. I think football tends to be easier to identify the talent, and I also think it's easier to build things up. And there's more value in free agency to bring guys in. Now, the other area that the Niners have done, besides drafting Bonte, they've done a great job acquiring guys. Look at the Trent Williams acquisition. You coerced him out of retirement and then traded a third-round pick for him.
But free agent signings for the Niners
have been underwhelming.
Exactly. They spent money.
I like Charvarius Ward, though.
Jerick McKinnon
has been bad.
That was a bad signing.
It was horrible.
Pierre Garçon
had 5 great games till the neck went out.
All right. Sherman had a good year in 2019.
He was really good.
And it flamed out.
He was really good.
And it flamed out. Who else did they sign?
Quan Alexander.
Well, they traded for D4. They gave him a big, Malcolm Smith, 5-year, $25 million. Not good.
No.
Not good. Weston Richburg.
Horrible.
It's just bad.
But Alex Mack was really good. So they've done some good and bad things. I just look at how they've built their team. I think that they get more credit. And again, it's easier in football.
Ward scares me. I'm not going to lie.
Why?
I'm just looking
Why does Charvarius Ward scare you?
Because he's another guy who, like Carlos Rodon for the Giants, had a great contract year. Mm-hmm. The year before that was not pretty. He gave up just as many penalties, I believe, as Josh Norman did in 2020. He was like awful in 2020. He was borderline unplayable in 2020. Had a big contract
year. And he fits right in.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't bode well. That's not good.
Now, look, here's where I think the argument is legit. You got to figure out this Jimmy thing. For Trey's development, if you're really trying to put the kid in the best situation to be the best version of himself, you and I said it coming out of training camp, but you know what? Time is gone. They stuck with Jimmy. I disagreed with that in real time.
Listen, could Jimmy be back?
If they bring him back, this is going to be malpractice.
Well, remember what owner Jed York said last offseason. Let's take a listen.
You know, this Sunday he turns 21. If he doesn't play until he's 23, but he's got a 15-plus year career. I mean, there were rumors about a guy, and obviously Kyle talked about trading for Aaron. How long did Aaron sit? 2-3 years before he played? Mm-hmm. And again, I want to make sure that we do everything that we can to make sure that position is the best it can possibly be in the NFL. And even if he doesn't play for 2 years, we still have an extra $100 million to put back into our team on top of whatever we would have over free agency for the next 5 years.
So that was Jed York last offseason, basically a week after they drafted Trey Lance. He basically said, look, we're good with sitting him for 2 years. I laughed. A lot of people laughed. I did not believe it whatsoever. But maybe it's some truth to that. Maybe Jed was trying to tell us, look, be prepared. He may sit like an Aaron Rodgers. He may sit for a couple years. Is it possible that Jimmy Garoppolo will be throwing footballs for the 49ers come training camp? Late July? Is it possible? How would people react to that? 888-957-9570. How would people react to Jimmy being back? You just heard from Jed York. That was last offseason. We will be okay with sitting Trey Lance for 2 years. I would be okay with it.
Why?
But Jed York would be.
No, forget
come on,
Jed.
he's ready to play. He's ready to play. You got to play the kid. Or what
about what it does to the locker room?
It's just.
What about what it does to the kid himself in terms of his empowerment and taking every single snap all throughout training camp and being the unequivocal number one?
Shasky, what if Jimmy's back?
I will lose my mind if Jimmy comes back. Jimmy's not good. The market is set. We know what he is. He's not this is what I've been saying for 2 years. He's not a $25 million a year player. Like, look at what the league has told you. The league is like, we will trade for Wentz. We'll trade for the body of Matt Ryan, even though the carcass has been pretty much exhumed for years. We'll trade for anybody but Jimmy Garoppolo at that price tag.
By the way, good morning, fellas, 408. Not sure if you guys already did, but we need to give the Bay Area Panthers a shout out on getting the W last night. How about Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings, our two producers here. One for Damon Ratto, one for Steiny Guru. on the call. I was listening to the second half. They were good. Bay Area Panthers survived. They survived winning at the end there. Bay Area Panthers beating San Diego yesterday. Shout out to the Bay Area Panthers. Want to do that for Alex on the 101. But if they did bring Jimmy back, oh my gosh. Oh man!
First off, you can't financially. You cannot roll him back at his current price tag.
Oh,
That's
man.
number one. Number two, if you're going to restructure and you're Jimmy Garoppolo, if you're going to restructure at all, just leave. If you're in his camp,
you think Jimmy would want to restructure? Would he want to?
Why would I want to pay someone double-digit millions of dollars to be a backup?
What if
the whole point of having a rookie on a rookie contract is so that I could spend like a drunken sailor on every other part of the roster? Why do you think the Chargers got the best corner that was available in J.C. Jackson, and then they made a trade to splash and go get Khalil Mack? They're trying to go all in while you're on the Justin Herbert rookie contract.
Okay,
that would be the exact opposite of what not to do.
I'll play it one more time. 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM, in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Here's what Jen York said about Trey Lance a week after he was drafted.
This Sunday, he turns 21. If he doesn't play until he's 23, but he's got a 15-plus year career. I mean, there were rumors about a guy, and obviously Kyle talked about trading for Aaron. How long did Aaron sit? 2-3 years before he played? Mm-hmm. And again, I want to make sure that we do everything that we can to make sure that position is the best it can possibly be in the NFL. And even if he doesn't play for 2 years, we still have an extra $100 million to put back into our team on top of whatever we would have over free agency for the next 5 years.
We cling to this Aaron Rodgers scenario from 15 years ago when the entire NFL salary structure was completely different. And we cling to it. And yet no one can name one other example in the last 10 years of a guy who sat multiple years and then hit the scene running. Jimmy sat for multiple years behind Tom Brady. Bonte, was he better off having sat, or should he have played more? Because we were saying in 2019, Jimmy's got to play. He's got to get all these reps. I mean, he hasn't played any games.
He was good, though. When he hit the ground running with the Niners in 2017, he was good. And I saw some highlights of him in 2017. That swagger's gone. He's not the same guy. I don't think we gave – look, when other star players or other players get hurt, we always add the injury factor into it. Well, he did tear his ACL. Well, he did do this. He did sprain his ankle. Oh, he did sprain his shoulder. Jimmy did tear his ACL. And I don't know if he's been right since. Like, he showed flashes, but that guy in 2017, the gunslinger, the I don't care, I'm going to throw it anywhere I want to throw it, down the field, sideline, middle of the field, slant routes, doesn't matter. That guy has disappeared.
Well, what does ACL?
He's not there.
Yeah, but what does ACL have to do with decision-making over the middle of the field? I just don't think he sees the field.
His knee. Some guys never get over the injury. Well, maybe. Some guys never get. Derek Carr, it took Derek Carr like 3 to 4 years to get over breaking his fibula on Christmas Eve against the Colts in 2016.
Still throw the ball down the field.
Yeah, but he wasn't right for 3 years, Shasky. Yeah, he was skittish. He was scared of the pocket.
Physically to begin with. Like, he was never a guy that was going to throw the ball outside the numbers.
Injuries mess with guys differently.
I'm not discrediting that, Bonte. There's a psychological impact. I'll meet you halfway, but where I disagree is that I still, because like, I've looked at some of the 2017 and 2018 stuff with Jordan Elliott, who's covering the 49ers. He missed a lot of the same throws. We were so depleted for quarterback play. I think we're misremembering how great he was in 2017.
He was really good at 2017.
No, he was good.
He was really good at 2017. He was really good,
but we were using a standard of Brian Hoyer and the quarterback Blaine Gabbert before that. Like, we were searching the desert for water.
But you know what? Nationally, Jimmy Mania was real. Jimmy Mania was real. Jimmy Mania was real. It wasn't anything.
But also the quarterback position has changed dramatically since then.
No, it has. It has. But what happened to that guy? Anyway, 888-957-9570. Who do you trust more, Lynch, Shanahan, or Farhad Zaidi? And what if? Again, Matt Ryan gets traded to the Colts for a third-round pick. Matt Ryan, formerly the Atlanta Falcons, played 14 years with the Falcons, got traded for a third-round pick. So, number one,
and a huge
I try to explain to people.
Huge dead cap money.
Huge dead cap money. $40 million in dead cap.
In the league.
$40 million in dead cap. Falcons said bye-bye.
Well, that's a trend right now before you go on to the Jimmy thing.
Yeah, because Jared Goff.
That's a trend right now. Teams, Todd Gurley before that, then Jared Goff. Teams are now more than ever saying, I don't care. Get this guy out of here.
Get him out of here. Get him out of
Bobby
here.
Wagner just got cut for $20 million because he was
Get him
on
outta
the books
here.
for that.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, get him out of here.
So,
the Jimmy thing on
I'm looking at Jimmy, and we had this discussion 3 weeks ago, and everybody said, "Oh, he's a perfect fit with the Colts." Well, is he? Is he really? Let's look again. Let's look at it from the other team's perspective. If they want to get the ball downfield, why would you want Jimmy as your quarterback? If you want to get the ball to the sideline, why would you want Jimmy as your quarterback? What if you want your quarterback to scramble a little bit or run, RPOs and all that stuff? Why would you look at Jimmy Garoppolo? What was the value? And then once he got the surgery on the shoulder, to me, the value was gone. What new team is going to take a chance on the guy who can't throw until summertime?
Well, and B, if you want to really have this conversation sophisticatedly, when you play the elite defenses in the playoffs, has Jimmy had a playoff moment? He looked good at times in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. All right, he did. But the other 5 games that he's been in, he's been a pedestrian player. Now, he had a drive here against Dallas, and he had a moment there against Kansas City, you know what I'm saying, in the first 3 quarters. But B, for the most part, his body of work in the playoffs is pretty disgusting.
It's not good.
And people point to the winning record, and I go, can we dig a little deeper? They didn't score an offensive touchdown in the Green Bay game.
They didn't.
Can we dig a little deeper? They couldn't move the ball in the second half against the Cowboys and should have won going away.
No, they didn't. And I'll give Jimmy a pass for the first postseason. It was his first postseason.
Okay.
I'm not comparing him to Steve Young. I'm not comparing him to Ben Roethlisberger. I'm not comparing him to Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
I'm not comparing him to these Hall of Fame quarterbacks. But they all struggled in their first postseason.
They did.
Playoff football's hard. Playoff football's hard.
And to be fair, B, he had moments in terms of, I think Week 18 was a playoff game this year against the Rams.
Oh, yeah, and he
so
came
I
back.
will grant him that. He's had moments. No one's saying he's the worst quarterback in the league. I'm just saying when you're evaluating this as a GM, there's a value in terms of how much that guy is getting paid, how much I'm surrendering, and the value's out of whack. And I've been saying it for 2 years. He's not a $25 million a year player.
Vikings that year in 2019, just looking at the numbers again to add context to that playoff game where the Vikings lost to the Niners 27-10. Niners ran the ball 12 straight times. Vikings had the 5th best defense when it came to points per game given up. They were really, really good. That's why the whole Jimmy crapped on himself in the Minnesota. Minnesota had a really good defense, and Mike Zimmer at the time was a really good defensive coordinator. They had ballers on that side of the football. So if Jimmy's going to struggle this first postseason game, so be it. It's playoff football.
It's not the one game.
I don't think it's fair.
No, it's not the one game. But B, I do think it's fair to look at the body of work. And I look at the big-time playoff games. I think there's, 6 of them now. You got the 2 playoff games in 2019, the Super Bowl. Then you've got the 3 that they played this year. And yes, getting to the playoffs is an accomplishment. Right. The question is not, can you get to the playoffs? The question is, can you win it all?
Look, 415 Comcast Business Text Line. It's a great point. Farhad hasn't made any bad moves. The Niners traded away and traded for D Ford, or they traded away DeForest Buckner. And then made a trade for D Ford and had some bad signings. That's certified G. He's right. Niners had a lot of misses. Farhad, he's made some damn good. Kevin Gosman was a damn good signing we didn't see coming.
It was.
Anthony DeSclafani can't pitch against the Dodgers, but dominant against everybody
we'll see
else.
How this 3-year deal looks when it's
but that 1-year deal last year was really, really good.
He was great.
Farhad's been good so far.
I concede.
Let's go to Anthony in the Bay Area. Anthony, what's happening?
I trust Jimmy. I trust the 49ers more, but I got to see what happens with this Jimmy thing. What's up?
Anthony.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
What's up, man?
I'm on my way to work right now. Listen to you guys every morning.
Thank you.
But they got to get rid of Jimmy G, man. It's time to move on, man. He can't win the big games. We all know that. And it's time to give Trey Lance a shot, man. That's all I got, man. They got to get that boy in there.
I'm with you.
Guys, have a good morning.
Thank you for listening every day.
Let's go to Kevin real quick.
It's addition by subtraction, B. Let's go to Kevin.
I agree. Kevin, what's happening?
Hey, great show, fellas. I was thinking you guys are right with Jimmy Garoppolo because once he tore up his knee, he was never the same, man. And at the same time, why does he make all his bad decisions? It's because he's short. He can't see over the line. That's why he has to take the first read he can see and fire it because he don't have that luxury like Tom Brady being 6'4" and seeing the whole field or watching the game like we do. And as far as the Giants and who we trust more, I mean, the Giants are going to struggle a lot because, like Shasky said, developing these kids is hard to do. It's hard to do for the guys in Major League Baseball because they've attained all the good jobs. The guys who are really good at developing all these kids, they work in Little League. They're the best at it because they worked in college and they can't get these jobs. So these guys who are hogging all these good jobs, that's not their gig, developing these young kids as fast as possible. That's these LSU guys, these Florida State guys, and there's only a couple of them. And those guys can't get these MLB jobs. So they're stuck doing high school, and I've seen it a million times. And Farhan's he's a great guy, hasn't made too many bad moves, but you can't make a Buster Posey. Neither did Bruce Bochy. I told that to Bochy's face. I said, Bochy, we made Florida State. We made Buster Posey at Florida State. You guys just get to take all the credit for it. I thought he was going to kill me. But you guys have a great show, fellas. Peace.
Thanks, Kevin. Interesting
call. There's a lot going on there.
Dude, John Sackey, producer over at NBC Sports Bay Area, Warriors pre and post. We love Sackey. Just tweeted at us 3 reasons to bring back Jimmy G. His teammates love him.
Oh, here we go.
It ain't your money funding his contract. Better insurance policy for Trey rather than Nate freaking Sudfeld. Maybe it's possible Jimmy's back, man. Hey, let's squeeze in Jose real quick before we get to our next guest. Jose, Shasky's over here speechless. I told you, dude. Jimmy, there's a chance. And each day, the chances of Jimmy G being back in a 49er uniform slowly goes up. It slowly goes up. Jose, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. It kind of bugs me when I hear you guys trying to place all the winning based on the fact that Jimmy G had a good defense and good players around him. Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard had the same players, and the team stunk. We didn't win anything.
It's true.
So it's not all on the other on the other players. Let's give Jimmy his dues, okay? I'm not saying the guy is the best quarterback in the league, but he is the best quarterback we had in the past, 10 years? The last good quarterback we had was Colin Kaepernick. And the one thing that I keep seeing with these coaches is they keep trying to teach the quarterbacks not to run. And then what do? We said, well, we need him to run some more. So which one is it? Don't run or run? With Colin Kaepernick during the Super Bowl. If he had run, I bet you he would have scored a touchdown and we would have won the Super Bowl. But no, they didn't want him to run. Instead, they wanted the other players like Crabtree to have his do it, and Crabtree stunk. Like Sherman said, he was a mediocre, receiver. So, like I said, it kind of bugs me.
Yeah. Well, here's where I disagree.
But you're proving otherwise. Jimmy G is the best quarterback we have.
Yeah. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. Just for 1 second here, you know who's won the Super Bowl the last 2 years? Teams that have said we are going to be bold and we're going all in and we're going to load this roster up. Not teams like, well, we got to worry about our insurance policy at backup quarterback. No, Tampa Bay and the LA Rams spent like crazy sailors so that they could bolster their team to win a Super Bowl. You can't do this risk assessment at the quarterback position. I need wide receiver help. I need O-line help. I need secondary help. I'm not spending $15 million to have Jimmy G hold the clipboard. Get out of here.
Jimmy G may
People
be
are
back.
crazy.
Jimmy G still out there. What are the Niners going to do?
Meanwhile, the Rams are getting Allen Robinson, and the Rams are adding to what they've got going. And the Niners are like, oh, should we hang on to this guy who threw a game-losing interception and couldn't move the ball when the entire season was on the line 3 weeks in a row? Yeah, that's what we should do. We should stick with him.
We'll see if Shasky suffers a heart attack during the break. He may not be back on the other side when Bubba Kubina joins us. Or, excuse me, Brooks Kubina. I almost said Bubba Watson or something. Brooks Kubina. Will Shasky be here with Brooks Kubina from the Houston Chronicle? Be on the line. He's about to have an aneurysm. Talk about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Go.
What's going up on the game?
Jones go.
Brought to you by
Jimmy
Whole Foods
G.
Market.
It's Beauty Week at Whole Foods Market. Save on your favorite serums, shampoo.
Presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
You know, Shasky, the more I think about it, the more I trust Farhan Zaidi over John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Their first ever draft, they selected Solomon Thomas number 3 overall. They took him over Deshaun Watson. Now, I get what's going on with Deshaun Watson now. That was back in 2017. Jerick McKinnon, Pierre Garçon, C.J. Beathard, Brian Hoyer. Made some trading away DeForest Buckner, trading for D Ford. They made some bad personnel moves. So, Jimmy Garoppolo still a 49-0 as of today. The market is drying up. Maybe we can find a trade partner with the Houston Texans. Let's go down to Houston to Brooks Kubina for the Houston Chronicle, covering the Houston Texans. Brooks, good morning. Welcome to 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Come on, man. Tell me the Houston Texans are in on Jimmy Garoppolo. Nick Caserio, former boss over there in New England. Tell me they want some Jimmy G in their life.
See, that's the thing that we always get into as well, is that if you look at any former Patriot, they're all of a sudden about to be a Texan. So I get it. I think one of the main things here for the Texans, because we see a lot of quarterback movement, obviously, They traded Deshaun Watson to the Browns. They were part of this quarterback market that's now swirling. You got to look at the Texans' cap space here. They're just not in a position to make any big time signings. And if they were going to trade for Jimmy G, obviously he's in the last year of his contract here. It's going to be a $27 million cap hit. I mean, that's just not something that they're able to take on. So if they were going to trade for him, hypothetically, you have to have some sort of restructure, which I'm sure a lot of teams could be really creative in doing. I think of teams like the Saints, the way that they manufacture a lot of things to make room for a player. But, I mean, when you look at just beyond the financial, the Texans they're confident in Davis Mills from everything that they've been saying. Lovie Smith, who just got newly promoted from defensive coordinator to head coach, he's said nationally and you know about how Davis Mills is their quarterback. And I know that Nick Caserio said on Saturday that, you know, he kind of walked back from saying that Davis Mills would be their quarterback and that they might, explore that in the draft and not want to eliminate any other options. But a lot of times, you know, it seems like that talk before you see in colleges where they're like, oh, you know, we have a 3-man quarterback competition. And he's we'll see what happens. And I don't think anybody wants to eliminate options, but just watching the actions of the Texans right now, they're very frugal in their spending. They're building around Davis Mills. They retained Pep Hamilton, who was the quarterback coach last year, promoted him to offensive coordinator. He's big on Davis Mills and his development. They signed Kyle Allen to be their backup. And, I mean, he's not going to compete with Davis Mills to be, you know, the starter just based on what he's done in his career. I just see this all lining up more for them, building around Davis Mills for another year. They won't be making big splash signings or acquisitions as far as monetary goes until probably next year. They're just not in that position to do it. While it's interesting to talk about because, you know, there is that Caserio, Patriots, Jimmy G connection, I just don't think it's realistic with the Texans right now.
All right, we're talking to Brooks Kubina. He covers the Texans for the Houston Chronicle. Obviously, the Texans had Deshaun Watson. They moved off of him. We've been linking Jimmy Garoppolo all around. I mean, we're trying to link Jimmy Garoppolo to any team. As an observer, you obviously covered the Texans when they faced the Niners this year in Week 17. You saw Trey Lance up close and personal. You've probably seen Jimmy Garoppolo at some point. We got a chance to see Davis Mills. Forget salaries. Forget the ages right now. Who's the best quarterback between Davis Mills and Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, it's interesting because you look at the situation. What does a quarterback look like in the Texans' offense? I think I have to hedge my answer here because, I mean, with the Texans, you have a run game last year that was the worst in the franchise history in an offense that was predicated on running the football, and an offensive line that was one of the least efficient in the NFL, and Davis Mills was still able to look like he was progressing towards the end of the season. And I think that's to his credit. Obviously, there's more in Jimmy Garoppolo's career history that you can see that he's played. But I mean, he's the most tenured quarterback, most veteran quarterback. So I mean, just on those sheer things alone, if you're trying to look at who's the best starter right now, a lot of teams would value a veteran quarterback who came from that situation. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to say, like, if you had two guys on the roster right now, if they were on the same roster, you'd probably value Jimmy G in this situation. But I don't really think it's a situation where you can eliminate the ages, the upside, the salary whenever they're going into these kind of conversations.
Brooks, Deshaun Watson. What's the overall feeling about Deshaun Watson?
Were the Niners in on him? That's what I want to know.
Well, I believe the Niners were on him last year.
Yeah, last year.
No doubt. John McClain, your buddy's ducking us.
He owes me a steak.
He owes him a steak because we called him here.
Okay, well,
so that's why
you need to hit him up on that.
Yeah, well, that's why you're right. He recommended you, Brooks. He said, "Get my boy Brooks on." I can't do it. I said, "Okay, he doesn't want the smoke right now."
Steak bill, huh? He said, "So now I'm the one that has to pay up." Okay.
Yeah. He didn't want the smoke, man. So it's all good. We rather have you on right now. Deshaun Watson, what's the overall feeling down there in Houston about him?
Well, right now in this situation, the Texans have been dealing with this saga for 14 months. There's something Nick Caserio said Saturday. He said it brings clarity to the franchise there. I think for a lot of people in Houston, there's relief. But you look at the situation, and it's the Nick Caserio's rebuild is now in a situation where he has more capital to do so. I mean, that's what everybody was trying to see what he would be able to do. This will dictate his legacy and what he's able to do with the build. 3 first-round picks, 6 total picks in exchange for Deshaun Watson. They have the number 3 and 13 overall pick in this draft, and they've got an extra first-round pick for the next 2 years. So, I mean, this is it's been ground zero for a long time. For the past year, you look at the way that the Texans played last year, 4-13. There was a lot of misery involved for fans watching that, and there were not many of them at NRG Stadium. And for a couple of years now, it's been even beyond just the product on the field. There have been the controversies within Texans leadership, within Deshaun Watson, and the civil lawsuits and the criminal investigations into him. So, the movement to Cleveland, was shocking in itself. But in Houston, it's a situation where it seems like the franchise is finally able to move on.
All right, Brooks, good stuff, man. Brooks Kubina here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So let's just cross off the Houston Texans. No on Jimmy Garoppolo. So that leaves the Carolina Panthers. Maybe we'll go to Carolina, Brooks, and see if we can find a sucker out there and see if they can take on Jimmy G's contract and his services. Brooks, thanks so much, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, see, now you're going to bring me back on whenever the trade happens. Like 5 hours from now, it's going to be like 3rd-round pick to the Texans for Jimmy G, and I'll be like, great.
Yeah. So, well, at least you won't be like John McClain and duck his fade.
Yeah, you'll owe me a Whataburger or something like that. And if it doesn't happen, when you come back out here,
Whataburger out there in the Bay Area?
No, we got In-N-Out.
We got In-N-Out.
We got real burger spots.
We could have a whole debate on that.
No, Texas. Hey, y'all don't mess around in Texas, man. Y'all don't mess around in Texas with the big old steaks. Hey, Brooks, have a good one.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, y'all too.
Brooks Kubina here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
B, why do Niner fans because this is the constant thing that I'm hearing, and it was interesting to hear outside perspective, but the constant thing is, Jimmy's a winner. Oh. Jimmy's a leader. Oh, he knows the system. Yeah, it really helped them in the fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game when they couldn't move the ball. But why do Niner fans overrate Jimmy Garoppolo when the entire NFL is telling you he is not worth, at his price tag right now, whatever that Niner fans think he is? He's not worth that. He's just not. All these other guys around the league are getting gobbled up. People didn't think Carson Wentz was better than Jimmy. Well, Carson is much more desirable than Jimmy. All right? People don't think Matt Ryan's much more desirable than Jimmy. Look what happened. Go around the league. At his price point right now, he's untradeable. John Lynch needs to swallow his pride, and figure out it's not about saving face. It's about building the best organization.
Is it John Lynch? Is it Prague Marache? Is it Jan York? Or is it Kyle Shanahan?
I don't care who it is.
Again, we keep blaming somebody.
I don't care who it is.
The new thing to do in sports is to blame somebody.
Okay, so then it's the organizational failure.
Yeah,
it's an organizational failure.
Exactly. Blame everybody.
I don't believe
the new thing.
Hey,
this has been going on forever.
But you know, every time now, everybody's got to get a blame.
We lost.
Like with the Golden State Warriors.
I got to blame Harrison Barnes.
I got to blame Steve Kerr for his rotation.
Yes.
I got to blame Steve Kerr for not holding back Draymond Green. Hey, you know, Draymond Green goes crazy on the court. I got to blame Steve Kerr for it. He didn't hold him back. He needed to grab Draymond. Somebody's always got to get blamed for something around here. Let's stop doing that for a second.
So it's
not on John Lynch.
Okay.
And the report by Mike Florio, who's a good friend of the program now. We've come a long way.
That he's your friend.
He's one of my BFFs. He wanted to come on today to talk about his book, Playmakers. Hey, Mike, give us a free copy. Maybe we'll get you back on. But Mike came out with a report. I'll bet for that. We've come a long way.
I said what I said.
I might need representation one day, and I might need Mike's help.
Can you play that again, Langford?
I said what I said.
Can you find a whole clip? Because I want people to understand
that whole clip.
I want to laugh.
So Mike came out yesterday.
But he came out yesterday with a report talking about, I'm hearing that John Lynch is telling people that he had 2 second-round picks for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that whatsoever.
And I did some texting around, and let's just put it this way. Had the Niners had anything near that deal, they would have executed that trade.
It would have been done.
Yes.
Langford, take it away.
Hey, he almost threw 3 interceptions to the same guy.
Okay.
And they said at that point, we're going to run the football.
Hey, Mike, come on, man. You how long have you been playing John Madden football? How long
have you been? I got plenty of other things to do than argue. I don't want to argue football. I don't want to argue.
It's common sense.
I said what I said. You guys can talk about it all you want.
Let me get in there.
It never gets old. And now we're best friends. You hear Kate, Bonte, like mama. She's like, mama, Bonte, hurry up. Stop.
That was Mike Florio a year and a half ago when we were on this show on Zoom, ready to kill each other, and Bonte was scrolling through Instagram, waiting for it's his turn to talk.
Waiting.
You guys can talk about it all you want.
Let me get in there.
Bonte, let me get in there.
So look, whether it's Jed,
that report is erroneous.
Yeah, it is erroneous. But whether it's Jed, whether it's Parag, whether it's John Lynch, it really doesn't matter. To me, you're an organization that's supposed to be unified, right? So whoever we want to blame individually, like whatever, he's still on the team.
He's still on the team.
Okay, and I get it.
Can you believe that? Hold on.
No, I'm shocked.
1 second. Can you believe he's still on the team right now?
You know why? They've done this repeatedly. They have overrated their own. They overrated Dee Ford. They have overrated Jerick McKinnon. They overrated Jalen Hurts.
They underrated DeForest Buckner.
Underrated. Their evaluation of their own players, Eric Armstead, they overvalued Eric Armstead and gave him a contract that no one else was going to give him. And again, they've made good moves. So I'm not here to say that they haven't been good at times, but there is a repeated pattern of overrating the wrong people, and they've done that with Jimmy Garoppolo, and in my estimation, not only have they overrated him, they've overplayed their hand. Well, everyone in the league knew the second, and this is what you and I said in March of last year, when that trade went down and you sent 3 first-rounders, the writing was on the wall. $26 million for your quarterback. No one was going to trade for him.
You should have just traded him in training camp when Trey Lance was outplaying him. And no matter what anybody says, Jim Trotter's going to join. I think Jim Trotter's going to join Steiny Guru at some point this week.
Is he?
I wanted to get him. He's really good. NFL Network. He asked Roger Goodell that great question about diversity
such a
hiring.
Great question.
It was like, wow, that's a masterclass, right? I could take some notes from that. But look, he was saying that if Trey didn't hurt that finger against the Raiders in the last preseason game, maybe there was a chance Trey Lance would have started against Detroit. Well, he outplayed Jimmy in training camp. I will die on that hill saying Trey outplayed Jimmy in training camp into those preseason games.
Bonte, I think we need to clarify here and explain this to the audience, because we put out a video and everybody tried to make fun of us and laugh at us for being overreactive to a practice. And Sam Lubman was not a part of this show, and him and I were talking about this morning. I was trying to explain to him, just my mother, my grandmother, my aunt, whoever who does not know football as sophisticated as, let's just say, Kyle Shanahan. Anyone could have seen from watching them go through the drills, watching the teammates react to them, watching the other players on the field, who the better quarterback was. Bonte, explain to the audience.
It's Trey Lance. Trey Lance was the better quarterback. I mean, and I will die again. I will go to my grave saying that. And we weren't the only ones. But a lot of people backpedaled. Because they didn't want to take. They wanted to take the regular take. Oh, Jimmy's a veteran.
It's just practice.
You got to go to Jimmy. He's got the experience. He's going to lead you back. Trey Lance may not have gotten you to the NFC title game.
I concede that.
But Trey Lance could have gotten you to the playoffs.
Well, and I also think if you start him week 1, the version of Trey Lance that you saw this year, he would have been better. Like we saw, he played the one half against Seattle. He started the game against Arizona. By the second half of the Texans game,
as the game went along.
Totally different player.
Totally different player.
That's 3 games.
But 888-957-9570. Because we started this conversation about who do you trust more? And we excluded the Golden State Warriors because we all trust Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, no matter what. I don't care what they do in the next 3. We still trust Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. We still trust them because you know why? Because they've earned that clout.
Yeah.
They've earned that.
And I also
they
think
spend the money.
So you're going to take the other side. I think the 49ers have earned it. They've gotten to 2 NFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl. I think they've earned it. They took this from nothing. This organization was nothing. And they brought it up from the rubble.
But think about what the Giants were.
No,
they won 107 games last year.
They're coming off of 3 World Series.
Yes. But you know what, though? They won 107 games and outlasted the Dodgers.
I know, but that's 1 year.
And I get it. They took them to Game 5 and they lost. But 107 wins, and Farhan hasn't made any he hasn't had any glaring bad moves. The Niners have had multiple bad moves.
Yeah, and they've overcome some of them.
And they've had bad trades. They had bad draft picks. Hell, DJ Jones is going to Denver. And that puts more pressure on Javon Kinlaw to stay healthy.
What about Laken Tomlinson? You're missing your left guard, who was pretty good this year.
Basically every game as a 49er.
Yeah.
So I don't.
So you're going to go with the Giants. You trust Farhan and Gabe Kapler.
Right now, I trust Farhan.
Wow.
Because of the way the Niners have handled the quarterback. The Niners have handled the quarterback situation from the moment they walked into the building. The most important position in all of sport, the quarterback position. In all of sport, NBA, basketball, golf, all of sport. Quarterback position is the most important position in all the sport. And they botched it from day number 1 when they passed up on. You want to say Patrick Mahomes? Patrick Mahomes to me was a wild card. But you still passed up on him, and you passed up on Deshaun Watson, and you took Solomon Thomas.
Do they get any credit for passing up on Mitch Trubisky?
I guess a little bit.
I mean, we've forgotten we were ready to anoint John Lynch the greatest things in sliced bread for fleecing the Bears.
Dude, fleece the Bears, quickly. And then you get Solomon Thomas. And in that year, think about what you did. You sign Brian Hoyer. You draft C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round. By week 9, you say, oh, damn, we don't have a quarterback.
I can't.
Kirk Cousins is going to Minnesota. And they made a bold move to go get Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
But then by 2019, by the Super Bowl game itself told everybody, Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, but I give you credit for getting to the Super Bowl. I think that's such an incredible accomplishment.
Come on, man.
Not that the Giants
You got to win it.
No,
you got to win it.
Of course you want to win it.
You got to win it. You don't get credit for winning it. We're not hanging NFC Championship banners.
But what about the games that they win, like leading into that? You win Week 17.
It was great.
You win the 2 playoff games.
Awesome.
You win Week 18 this year. You win the 2 playoff games.
Great memories. You can never take the Dallas Niners game away from me.
I think the Niners are a little more accomplished. That's my estimation. But I find it, I'm blown away that you're taking the Giants. I am.
Farhan hasn't made any bad moves yet.
I don't dismiss that. I just feel like the sample size is smaller.
Right. He's had short-term contracts, short-term deals, and he hasn't broken the bank. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't married himself to a 5-year, $90 million deal to Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah, but if they took a step back this year, and let's say they go 80-82, like I'm just throwing out numbers, would you look at the whole thing a little different?
I don't know if I would look at it entirely differently because I expect them to regress. I expect them to regress.
Yeah,
I expect them to be a third-place team in the NL
But
West.
they could still win 88 games and be a third-place team.
They could still be competitive.
Yes.
Because of the way Farhan
maybe make the playoffs.
In-season moves, day-to-day operation moves, winning ball games, manipulating ball games, and winning them. Farhan can do that. Can he win a World Series with this lineup? Probably not. But then they'll still have a lot of money to spend. The Niners are in salary cap hell. They can barely wiggle here, and they still got the quarterback who they don't trust. They can't even get the rid of. Dude,
the quarterback thing I feel like is looming over everything. I agree with you there.
Had all that money on the books.
And they were bold.
And they got rid of him for a third-round pick.
That's the area that I'm most frustrated with the 49ers. The template has been...
What's so funny, man?
The dead cap that the Falcons are paying.
Crazy.
Yeah.
$40.6 million.
And you know what?
And they still got rid of him.
And they passed on quarterbacks last year and took Kyle Pitts. And now they're going to wait until the following year with those quarterbacks.
They wanted Trey Lance.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's the word.
Well, so getting back to the bold thing, because I think it's an interesting point. They're trying to save face with Jimmy G. And my thing is, nobody cares about saving face. The LA Rams gave a contract to Jared Goff that we all said, wow, you overpaid. And what did they do, B? Did they stay with Jared Goff? Or did they say, this isn't working, let's be bold, we will take whatever dead cap hit, and we just want him out of here.
We just want him out of here.
And then they brought in Matt Stafford.
And they won a damn Super Bowl.
Exactly.
I can't believe that.
Bold moves work in the NFL. Yep. You've got to be bold. You've got to be decisive. You cannot try to win public eyes. It's about winning football games and putting the best roster out there. And I think they have done a poor job this offseason doing that.
They made the bold move in bringing in Trey Lance.
And Jimmy originally.
And Jimmy originally. So you got to give them credit for that.
No, Trey Lance is the most bold move in franchise history.
But
nowhere in the history of the 49ers, outside of trading for O.J. Simpson and giving up 2 first-rounders, have they been this bold with this much draft capital.
However, Chad York said it all season, and maybe we should have listened to him because I laughed at him. I laughed at the owner, who, by the way, was sitting courtside next to Joe Lacob on Sunday. Did you see that?
Yeah, I bet Joe was telling him, pay the taxes, doggy. Get rid of the dude. They did that with D'Angelo Russell. Like, what did the Warriors do?
Did you think
they were bold?
Or was Chad York talking to Joe Lacob about the stadium? Like, man, Chase Center's really nice here.
Yeah,
man.
well, you better have stadium envy. I mean, after I went down to SoFi, I've got stadium envy.
Well, here's what Chad York said about Trey Lance possibly not playing the first 2 years of his career. This is last offseason, basically a week after the NFL draft. Here's what the owner of the Niners had to say about Trey Lance sitting.
This Sunday, he turns 21. If he doesn't play until he's 23, but he's got a 15-plus year career. I mean, there were rumors about a guy, and obviously Kyle talked about trading for Aaron. How long did Aaron sit? 2-3 years before he played? And again, I want to make sure that we do everything that we can to make sure that position is the best it can possibly be in the NFL. And even if he doesn't play for 2 years, we still have an extra $100 million to put back into our team on top of whatever we would have over free agency for the next 5 years.
Only Tom Brady has won a Super Bowl soaking up more than 12.5% of the salary cap. Right. The 49ers would have so much money invested into the quarterback position. You're not bolstering the rest of the team.
Doesn't he count?
That's why Laken Tomlinson left.
Doesn't he count for 13% against the cap right now, Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, but that's not including Trey Lance, and that's not including the Sudfeld
I'm just
extension.
saying Jimmy G.
Yes.
Isolated him.
Yes. So you're making it more difficult in terms of team roster construction. The second part of this is, and this is the part that I find more fascinating, we talk so much about championship windows. Bonte, can you win a championship with Jimmy Garoppolo?
You got close.
But can you?
I think you can. But everything has to be perfect.
Well, everything ain't going to be perfect when he's making the money that he's making.
I mean, you were a minute 49 away, and a coach who didn't trust the quarterback decided to throw the ball 4 straight times, with 3 timeouts. So defense gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter. So, yes, you can win a championship with Jimmy Garoppolo, but everything has to be perfect. And in that second half against the Rams, everything wasn't perfect. But also the head coach got to make better decisions.
No, I agree, but that's the Jimmy conundrum. When you're paying him that much, you can't have everything perfect around him. You're going to have holes in the secondary. You're going to have a weaker offensive line. You're not going to have that 3rd and 4th wide receiver or that 2nd tight end. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So if you want to put together the most impactful roster around a quarterback, and I would argue Shanahan's system, the quarterback is asked to do the least of just about any other quarterback in the league.
888-957-9570. What is it feeling about this Jimmy Garoppolo situation?
We just want it done.
No, I wonder, though. You want it done. You want him out of here.
Yeah, I just want them to stop trying to save face and win the public argument.
Okay, well.
Win games.
There's some Niner fans who would want Jimmy back. Would Niner fans be cool with Jimmy Garoppolo coming back? 888-957-9570. Because I think that each day goes by, the more and more likely it is that Jimmy may be back.
What does that do for Trey?
I don't know at what price point.
But what does that do for Trey? Even if he takes a reduced salary.
Before we get to Trey, because we had this discussion 3 weeks ago, and I looked at Indianapolis. I said, Jimmy doesn't fit there. What are you talking about? They're going to stack the box, and Jonathan Taylor's going to get crushed.
Well, yeah.
Pittsburgh. Jimmy doesn't fit there in that division. He can't throw the ball in that weather. Cleveland, he can't throw the ball in Cleveland, Ohio. Not with his arm strength. Nick Chubb's going to see 9 in the box. Najee Harris is going to see 9 in the box. Houston, yeah, they'd rather go to Davis Mills. And you know what? I don't blame them. I saw Davis Mills. He looked pretty damn good at Levi's Stadium the second to last game.
If you're asking me right now, given age and price point, I'm taking Davis Mills over Jimmy G.
So New Orleans, Jameis got back. He got $21 million guaranteed. All right, Jameis is a better fit in New Orleans. It just is what it is.
Well, I don't know what they're going to do.
You know?
I don't have much faith in Dennis Allen, but I hear you. I hear
Washington.
you. I hear you.
We'll take Carson Wentz.
Well, I think Carson's more talented and had a better year than Jimmy G.
Exactly.
Pretty straightforward.
I'm with you 100%. Yeah. Carolina. Well, they have Sam Darnold.
Oh, Jimmy's better than Sam Darnold.
He is. But how much better is Carolina with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Marginally.
So.
And at that price point, he doesn't make sense.
So. 888-957-9570. What market does Jimmy have? Could he be back with the 49ers? And you asked me just a second ago, what does it mean for Trey Lance? It means nothing. Trey Lance is the better quarterback. Trey Lance is working in Southern California right now. I expect Trey Lance to be the better man in August, and I expect Trey Lance to take the job, take all the reps, and show why he was the number 3 overall pick. If I'm Trey Lance, I'm saying, fine, bring Jimmy back. I'm better than him. Well, yeah. This is my team
It's
now.
easy to say that, but then let's just say, hypothetically, George Kittle's got a relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's, you got to go with Jimmy. I don't care what it looks like at practice. You got to go with him. There is a part of you got to read the room in the locker room.
If Trey Lance is better on the field, you go with Trey.
Well,
I don't give it. I don't give.
What if it's close?
I don't give a damn what George
I don't think
Kittle
it will be, but let's just say hypothetically,
if it is close,
because we went and saw it after his first training camp, it did not look close.
It did not look close. If it is close,
if it does.
If it does, you got to have the hard conversation with George Kittle. You got to have a hard conversation with the captain saying, look, we are passing the torch now. It is time. We know what Jimmy can do. We know his ceiling. He can't stay healthy. It's time. You look at all the losses last season, especially down the stretch. Now, they got hot. Mm-hmm. They got hot. But, man, if Jimmy doesn't make a bad decision here and there, these games are not even close. Think about the Green. You could have been down 14-0 in Green Bay in the divisional round. Jimmy throws the pick on first down instead of throwing it away.
They don't score a touchdown in week 3 against Green Bay if Trey Lance had come into the game with 2 seconds to go in the first half.
It's professional football.
Yeah.
You know what? We got to go with the best player, George Kittle.
Yeah.
Hey, Armstead, we're going with Trey.
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Well,
matter of fact, you don't even have to ask them. You just tell them. We're going with Trey Lance.
But that's the part where I struggle with Niner fans because they always turn back to me. They're like, the winning. Look at the winning percentage.
Leadership.
Yeah, but we don't do that with the safety position. We don't do that with the guard position.
Here's the funny part. 415, I'm okay with, on the Comcast Business Text line, I'm okay with Jimmy coming back. He's better than whatever is left out there other than Deshaun Watson, and that just means Lance ain't ready. That's another thing. The whole Lance ain't ready conversation, we'll get there. Like I said, I got the cue card. I have the cue card. The Trey Lance ain't ready trust me, I got a long list.
He had a better half of football against the Texans than Jimmy had for like 10 straight weeks.
I got to cross off Mike Florio because apparently Trey Lance could take the league by storm. That's according to Mike. Hold on, let me play this real quick. Mike Florio,
who said he wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready a couple weeks ago. I said what I said.
Now this weekend, this is what he said about Trey Lance.
Could be Trey Lance as the guy. I mean, I think it was BetMGM had a lot of action on Trey Lance for their MVP prop at a pretty high odds. But they've come down some with the bets that were placed on Lance. That's kind of a surprise, a first-year starter. But we've seen, you know what? Look at the past several years. Second-year quarterbacks just come up out of nowhere and become MVP candidates. We saw it with Patrick Mahomes in 2018. We saw it with Lamar Jackson in 2019. Both won MVP. We saw Kyler Murray in 2020 have some MVP buzz. So, it's not out of the question that Lance could take the league by storm like some of these other guys have.
That was on the Rich Eisen podcast, Mike Florio.
Pivot, don't panic.
So do I cross his name off the cue card?
Pivot, don't panic.
Do I cross his name off the cue card?
Or
do I put a question mark
cross
next
that
to his name?
As we're auditing receipts here, and we got to find some sort of a CPA, a firm of some sort that does auditing for you. Yes, you need to cross that off the list. Absolutely. Cross Mike Florio. He went from Trey's not ready to 1 week later saying, you know what?
He's gonna take the
he
league
might
by
be the
storm.
MVP.
He's going to take the league by store.
Look at you.
That's
But how many
unbelievable.
cards do you have?
Dude,
What is that?
Dude,
You look ridiculous. Bonte's got all these NBC like cue cards. Can
Yeah,
I
I don't
see
have
one
it.
of them?
Yeah,
Can you just
here you
hand me one? I want to see what they look like.
Yeah, there you go. Let me see that. There you go.
So there's a note here. Now, are you writing these notes
I'm
yourself?
writing these notes myself. Yeah.
Dude, I thought doctors had bad writing.
Dude, look at this
Whoa,
note.
you
Look at
look
this
like,
note
honestly,
part.
this looks like a fourth grader's writing.
This is great writing.
As long as Bonte can read it, that's all that matters,
that's all
right?
That matters. Not cursive.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
We're going to go to Monty Poole. See, I should just like cross out Monty Poole's name here and put in my name. We're going to go to Joe Shasky real quick. I got it on my cue card.
Oh, what? Joe Shasky. Let me just write that down. Let me just make a mistake.
He needs to be winning now. Exactly. Why do we do this leadership intangible thing?
So that's the thing. That's been killing me.
With Jimmy G.
So the last 3 weeks, I tweeted this. I was out in front of everybody. With this one. And I go, why would a team take on Jimmy Garoppolo when he can't throw until late June, early July, and he's going to have to build up his arm strength? And it's not like he's going to be ripping 50-yard passes down the field. A guy who can't throw from the far hash mark to the wide side of the field, he can't do that. Oh, but his leadership in the locker room. He's going to bring so much leadership to the locker room.
He knows the playbook.
Oh, my. Does he?
Here's the playbook. They throw to 3 spots on the field.
Does he know the
Smoke
playbook?
screens. Did you see the NFL Network, by the way, while we're on this Jimmy Garoppolo topic? The NFL Network did a highlight package of Deebo Samuel. Did you see it? Mm-hmm. And every single play but one was literally a smokescreen. Like we're making it out like Jimmy Garoppolo threw him open. No, Deebo had a record-breaking year, and I swear to God, 95% of the plays were smokescreens where Deebo's just running.
Well, we're going to get to the calls in just a second. Just want to read this tweet. Keeser Sosa.
Yeah.
Keeser Sosa. We love to read
Keeser
the
Sosa,
tweets.
isn't that from Usual Suspects?
Correct, except it's Kaiser Sose.
Kaiser Sosa.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
My bad. I botched that one. You guys are straight dumb this morning. Joe cutting off interviews, busting out Armstead and killed it down the stretch, and going back to your bad takes with Florio. This is bad radio. It had his voice. This is bad radio. Move on. I mean,
this is not good radio. We're not going to continue on with this.
Hey, Kaiser. It's okay. Hopefully Jimmy will be gone, but it's true. Kaiser, you can know it's true. This whole Trey ain't ready stuff, this whole leadership in the locker room is so overrated. Jameis Winston, would you consider him a big-time leader?
No.
The Saints just backed up the Brees truck and gave him $21 million guaranteed. All right? Hey, you gave him $21 million. You think Jameis Winston's a great leader?
Well, Carson
I
Wentz.
love Florida State. I know how Jameis rolls.
When he licked his fingers
Jameis
and
is out of
ate the
control.
W,
Jameis
that's
was
my favorite.
Dancing on crutches last
The
season in the
crab
locker
legs.
room. Jameis is one of a kind. Is he a leader?
No.
I don't know. He tries.
Well, I know one guy who's not a leader. Your boy Kyler Murray.
You think Arizona wants to move on from him?
Hey, Larry Fitzgerald was onto something.
He was.
Yeah.
He was.
But the Jimmy Garoppolo
Carson
leader
Wentz.
thing. At least
Listen.
Kyler, we can admit, Kyler's very, very talented.
Carson Wentz apparently lost the locker room in Philly
but
and Indianapolis.
He's extremely talented.
But guess what? Washington still swung and said, we want to get this guy and we'll take on his contract. So leaders, this whole leadership thing, when I think of leaders on the 49ers, I think of George Kittle.
Debo.
I think of Trent Williams. I think of Deebo Samuel. I think of Nick Bosa. I
Fred
think
Warner.
of Eric Armstead and Fred Warner
Yeah,
Jr.
absolutely.
And Jimmy Ward.
Yes.
Jaquaski
Yes.
Tart.
Yes.
I don't think of Jimmy Garoppolo. I think of Kyle Juszczyk before I think of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, and Alex Mack. Yes, I'm with you.
So
yes.
get out of
There's
here
a
with
lot
this
of guys.
leadership stuff.
Yeah.
This whole leadership thing. Now leadership is a big deal. And it's the first time I hear anything about leadership. Oh, my gosh. You guys are driving me crazy. Jay in San Jose. Jay, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Good morning, Jay.
So, two things. The first argument of the whole Aaron Rodgers, he sat for 4 years. Let's just say that's never going to happen ever again in the history of the NFL.
Thank you.
Maybe unless to the Green Bay Packers with Jordan Love again. But, obviously that's just not the day and age that we live in.
Exactly.
That's not even an argument anymore.
Exactly.
Second thing, obviously, the whole Trey's not ready. Well, you can't be ready until you're ready, until you get put in the game to be ready. We don't live in the NFL ages where guys are getting drafted and sitting. And if Josh Rosen can get 10 starts his rookie year, I mean, come on now. Trey's got to get 10, 12 starts his second year, right? I just don't understand the Niners our fans' thought process when it comes to Jimmy. It just baffles me.
It's you know what it is. They like him and they remember what we were before he got here, and all those things are true. But you have to be willing to make bold moves in the NFL. That is what works. Bonte, what is working? The two teams that have won the Super Bowl made ridiculous, bold moves and went all in with their quarterbacks. That's what they do.
Well, the Niners made a bold move last draft season. Bonte, or Comcast Business Text Line 650. Coffee extra bitter this morning, fellas. Hey, let me tell you something, 650.
Timeless is not bitter.
It's never bitter. But my mom went to the store on College Avenue yesterday in Berkeley.
Oh, yeah?
She said, I got that Peru blend. Oh, my God. This is my mom. You know how my mom talks. She gets excited about it.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Timeless is the best in the Bay Area. She says that. I've been drinking pizza, Starbucks. Timeless blows them out of the water. Timeless ain't never bitter, 650. We ain't bitter. We're just keeping it real with you. We're just keeping it real with you about Jimmy Garoppolo.
The truth is tough to swallow.
The truth is tough, but the truth shall set you free, my friend.
Oh,
Willard Marin.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Bonte.
You like that?
I was going to drop a Jim Jones. I was like, it's a little graphic. Maybe I won't go that far.
Don't go there.
Yeah.
Let's go to Willard Marin.
They have no idea who I'm talking about behind the glass.
Will,
what's up,
happening?
Will?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Always a pleasure to chat with you two gentlemen. Even if Jimmy comes back and let's say Trey beats him out, I think it would be good for Trey Lance's mental toughness to have to go through the motions and actually beat somebody out until he coasts. I think it would be really good because he's young, and a lot of the times in the NFL, a lot of it is mental because there's a lot of people out there on defense that are better than you. There are people that are going to push you, and I think having a competition out the gate for him would be good, even if he did outplay him last year and they wanted to go with the veteran. If he outplays him again.
Will, hey, we get the point. Will, your phone's breaking up a little bit. Give us a call back after 8 o'clock. When we come back from break.
There is something to be said for what he said there.
No, it is. He was breaking
there's
up,
a really good point.
Yeah, no, I want to get to that.
It's a good point.
And I want Will to call back with a better phone line to finish that
and
point.
reiterate that point.
Yeah, no doubt.
I actually agree
what?
with the thought process.
Time's been flying. I apologize to Boxer and Gerson and everybody out there waiting for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, today's injury report. The Warriors are in Orlando taking on the Magic at the Amway Center, and they will not be seeing Jalen Suggs tonight. Last year's number 5 overall pick out of Gonzaga. Remember Jalen Suggs hit the half-court shot in the Final Four against UCLA? One of the sickest shots I've ever seen in my life to win the game. Last year's number 5 overall pick is listed as out with a sprayed right ankle. This will be the 4th straight game missed by the former Gonzaga star. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. More Jimmy Talk plus the Executive Show at 8:30. Zaza, nothing easy. Pachulia at 8:30 here on The Roast.
It's the final push to the playoffs.
Klay Thompson gets around Richardson, lets it fly.
Is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
In a world where a single touch can threaten the surfaces of your home, there's Microban 24. Just one spray fights bacteria all day.
Bacteria incoming. Shields up, defenders.
When used as directed, Microban 24 sanitizing spray forms a defensive shield that keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch.
Threat eliminated.
Microban 24. Don't just sanitize it, Microban it. Now spraying in a store near you.
It's Tango Day, everybody. Follow after me. And step. And back. And slide. And dip. That's tango.
Why is Ice-T leading our tango class?
It's probably the heart-shaped Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's having fun taking care of his heart in all sorts of new ways.
Let's see those hips move, people.
Hurry and get your heart-shaped Cheerios. They're only here for a limited time.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. It's already 8 o'clock on a Tuesday. On the roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work, getting to work out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text Line, all the union workers, everybody out there laying the pipes down in the streets, fixing the streets in San Francisco. It's a rough road out there. A lot of bumps in the road, a lot of ditches right now. So good morning to everybody out there. Lubbock,
all my
Langford,
family's
and
working
Shasky.
for the city.
Yeah, no. You guys got
ripping them city workers.
Hey, you know what y'all feel me doing. Y'all get to skip the entire interview process. The family business, baby.
You know that.
Backdoor little Joe.
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
Exactly. Who do the Niners know? Can the Niners figure out somebody who wants Trey Lance? We'll get to the Warriors in just in a second because I do want to talk some Warriors basketball before we get Zaza on at 8:30 for the executive show. We'll get Willard Dibs on in just a second, but boy, I can't believe the Jimmy saga, man. Like, forget Twitter for a second because Twitter is just toxic. Everywhere I go now. So do you think the Niners are going to make a play for Tom Brady? What's going on with Jimmy? Like, it is the talking point.
Well, I've heard a lot of Tom Brady rumors, some that I can go to air with, some that I can't. Wow, you just hit. Bonte just shot left-handed a Gatorade empty bottle from across the room. That is Steph Curry logo shot right there.
Hold up the wrist for everybody out there. Let me bend down for the YouTubers, Twitch. Let me hold that wrist up.
Yeah, the crane.
The crane. Let's go.
The crane. But no, we got totally sidetracked there. I don't even know what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't even know what you were saying either. Let's go to Willard
Great radio.
Yeah, great radio.
I mean,
great radio.
He shot something across the room,
just
and I couldn't
blew you
admit
away.
it, and I just got completely
Maybe,
distracted.
I don't know, do that during the break and not on the
ADD
air when you're doing a
radio.
show.
Well, so I just finished a Gatorade. It was trash. I said, you know what? Let me just go ahead and chuck
he hit it.
Because I used to always shoot it from here.
The thing is, he did the Kobe, but he wasn't on his butt because when he was at Stanford, he hit a shot on his butt.
So it shows that I don't have to be on my butt to hit a shot.
I'm surprised, and actually, I'm.
You know, my resume.
That's farther than a Jimmy Garoppolo pass.
It is, especially the playoffs.
Honestly, it's a shame we just couldn't get the whole thing on the stream. I mean, we just saw the shot. We didn't see it go in.
Well, it went in. Trust me, because Shasky would have said something if it didn't go in.
Yeah.
Just trust me. He would have been
Hey,
like
this
yesterday.
show's
I missed a
riding high.
shot. This is right high. Look though, on my resume.
Yeah.
Making a shot right after the 8 o'clock break.
How about baby
Stafford
How about
shot.
Baby Ches and Anna? Like at the
Well,
top of your resume?
hold on.
Yeah.
They're probably the footnotes. Hold on. Making a shot at Stafford on my butt from the free throw line, beating Chris Mullen and Papa's shot.
Oh, yeah, I'll give
Maybe
you that.
my
And I
top
said
three
that to him.
accomplishments.
By the way,
he did not like that.
No,
he did not like that.
I came in hot.
You came
I
in
had
hot.
material.
Little too hot.
Yeah,
little too hot. You were waiting for that moment.
I was.
That moment ain't coming no more. Security, do not let this guy in. I will show them a picture. No, Anna, Baby Tez, of course, up there. Baby Tez getting big, man. She's catching the ball. She sees the games.
Yeah.
She's like, ball. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's enjoying basketball now already.
Does she got better hands than
Langford better at the G League game.
Does she have better hands than Vernon Davis? Does she
has
catch
better
with her
hands.
chest?
Oh yeah, no, she catches with the hands.
Okay, good.
Catches
A
with the
diamond?
hands. Diamond.
Nice.
Diamond technique. And then she just smiles and throws it back.
Oh.
Baby Ches is something else, man.
Does she double clutch when she throws?
Sometimes she hits a little pump fake.
Is she a decisive thrower?
Little pump fake. She got a little pump fake there.
Yeah.
Pat, boom. Pat, boom. I just gonna do that. Pat, boom.
All right.
Dude, I still daydream about being a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I don't know why. Willard Dibs, come save the show. Willard Dibs.
What would okay? Just go to Will. Go to Will. I dream about being a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
I still do it, man. Sometimes I'm daydreaming. I'm like, man, it would be so cool to play quarterback.
You like
out there.
hefty lefty, Jerry Lorenzen?
Hefty lefty, just 2-minute drills. All right, Willard Dibs, you're back on the show, man. Save us.
Hey, thanks, guys, for letting me reiterate myself. All I was saying is that if Jimmy G does end up falling back with the Niners, I don't think it's the worst thing because he's very good at being a professional, and for a 22-year-old coming into a league full of men, I think that it's great for him to have that. Jimmy G takes criticism, puts it in between two pieces of bread, and eats it with a smile on his face. I think that would be really good for him to learn. And then also, if Trey Lance does beat him out, Trey Lance has been nicked before, guess what? You have the best backup quarterback in the NFL. So it's like, you know what? It kind of goes to a good situation. It's not the worst thing, and that could happen. For
that's a great point.
There's nothing wrong with depth. I don't think it's the worst thing.
No, Will, you're exactly right. Let him compete.
But here's the caveat. Like, I agree with everything he's saying. You want to compete. You don't want to give someone anything. You want to earn it, right? Like, you want to earn your spot. But you can't keep him at the price tag he's at. And so this is where, if we're getting down to brass tacks, if you renegotiate with Jimmy and you're part of Jimmy's camp, why would I stay here?
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to slash my salary and demote me, why am I going to stay here?
Yeah.
I'll go somewhere else making comparable money and have a better chance of winning.
True. I'm
or a
with
better
you there.
chance of winning the job. I mean.
No, I'm with it.
So, like,
Philly.
but what's the cost analysis then if he comes back and he does stay? Like, I agree on surface. Hey, Jimmy comes back, not the worst thing. thing. Agreed. It is the worst thing if he's making $15+ million a year.
And then if Trey Lance has a game, say they get through training camp, hypothetically.
A bad 2-game stretch?
Oh, a one game. A bad one game with Jimmy Garoppolo on the sideline? Oh. Bring Jimmy back.
Be like the Derek Carr. What was his brother's? Come on.
David Carr.
Do we want Carr? Remember that game, Niner fans?
Oh, I remember that.
We want Carr. We saw Carr like, Troy Smith. Can we see him?
Could you see a scenario in which Levi's is doing a Steiny said, Jimmy, 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 Jimmy. Like, they gotta cut Jimmy. They gotta cut Jimmy. It's just, I don't want to get here by August. I swear to God, if Jimmy's on the roster by August 1st, I'm taking the full month off of vacation. I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm just going on vacation.
Oh,
I'm not doing talk. I can't do it. I can't do it. We would kill each other. This fan base would destroy each other.
Well, we're already there.
Yeah, it'd be bad. It'd be bad.
What's the most toxic of the Twitter spaces, of the fan bases?
Oh, it's the Niners.
It's the Niners?
They've taken the cake.
Yeah?
They've taken the cake. But Warriors Twitter's not bad. It's right there. It's right there.
Is that because of the coverage of the Niners, or is that just because of the rabid nature of the NFL?
I think a little bit of both. The coverage of the Niners, you got a million beat writers.
Yeah, and there's
and then you got 2 million podcasts about the 49ers.
Yeah.
Some of them are really good. Some of them are not.
Yeah.
You got everybody breaking down to all 22. There's some who are really good. Baldy, Jordan Elliott, really good.
Oh, speaking of Baldy, he sent me a text message the other day. Yeah, it was him. He goes, this is the 49ers. I first got the text. Oh, yeah, you're going to like that. I first got the text.
Wait for it. Hold on.
Then I got the video.
So he's gotten text from Baldy and Fleming the last 2 days.
Yes. I know how to work my channels, back channels.
Well, was it because you texted them first?
No,
I did not text him.
He texted me, but I did text Fleming first.
Yeah,
I admit that.
So there you go.
But Baldy texted me. He said
he's swimming with sharks right now.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because he says this is the 49er defensive line next year, and it was him in a cage swimming with sharks. And I said, Baldy, you're such a savage.
He is a savage.
It was an incredible video.
He's hanging out with Marcus Mariota right now.
Yes, he
in
is.
Hawaii.
Yes.
He's all over the place. He's in the water swim. Dude, he's canoeing.
Yes.
He's rowing. Baldy's doing everything.
And he's been saying to us, be on the side, if we're being honest, they need to just go to the kid.
Go to the kid.
And he's been saying it for a long time.
Go to the kid. Warriors Twitter is toxic because of Andy Lou. Shout out to Andy Lou. Andy Lou's not the problem. It's not why Warriors Twitter is toxic. They're not. Don't. A lot of people call them the pioneers, Sam and Andy. No, it's more than just Sam and Andy.
Get off the internet.
And really, they're not. I don't think they're that toxic. Not that I don't know. Anyway,
You looking for free Warriors World merch, or what's going on?
Oh, they hooked that up anyway. It's about time. You overdue, Sheen. He got a package from you in about 4 months. Holla at your boy. Philly Jeff Aldinger. Philly Jeff Aldinger. Bonte should take a shot each day. We keep his shooting percentage. Over under in Vegas is 40%, and I ain't taking an under. Wow.
Okay, so you and I are pretty well on the record. Like we're just ready to turn the page and get to the
you got to get rid of it.
I want to know,
cut.
Steven, from a content perspective, and you're not a Niner fan, are you exhausted with the Jimmy Garoppolo saga?
No. Funnily enough, I'm not. Because it's just reached new levels that I didn't think it would get to.
Which is
just where we're at. Hey, he maybe could be back with the team. I thought it was a done deal.
Yes.
As soon as he had that press conference where he thanked the reporters, thanked everybody. John Lynch at the Combine saying they're looking for suitors. They have people in place. Peter Schrager on NFL Network reporting that they have interest from other teams, multiple teams, possibly for 2 third-rounders, maybe a second and a third-rounder. And now it's come to this. So really, I'm not exhausted by it. I am fascinated by it.
If he was your quarterback, would you feel the same way?
If he was my quarterback, of course I'd feel the same way. I mean, I think it's all fascinating.
Really?
I really do.
Okay.
So
because
how about
this is a very specific regime in 49er football, and I think this is something that we're going to look back on.
And you know what? It also is fascinating because on Twitter, Rita Oak, this lady named Rita Oak, is drawing pictures of Jimmy G every day until he gets traded. She's on day 47. She's drawing Jimmy Garoppolo every single day. This is day 47 in which she's drawn
Day
something.
47?
Day
That's John Lynch's number.
That is John Lynch's number.
Ooh.
Day 47. May you have something there. Scott Osler wrote an article about her in the SF Chronicle. Scott, you know, he reads the room here.
Yeah.
Rita Oak, I started following this like maybe on day 40. And I was like, man, how are you going to get 40? How are you going to get 80 drawings out of Jimmy Garoppolo?
So what are
She's
some
on
of the
day
drawings?
47. This latest one, day 47, is Jimmy Garoppolo in a wizard hat. Sitting on a stool.
With Gandalf?
With John Lynch standing right next to him.
Let me see it.
Look at that.
Huh. It's kind of like a Halloween
Can I
picture.
get that?
Is that a Harry Potter? I'm not well versed in the Harry Potter universe.
You're not?
No.
I thought you were big. I'm actually surprised by that.
I'm not Lord of the Rings nor Harry Pottered out. In fact, I got in a big argument about Dune recently because my cousin and my brother are like obsessed with Dune, and I thought the movie was very underwhelming. And then they tried, Star Wars stole all the Dune stuff. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. So give me one like from the day before that. That was today. What's yesterday?
Yesterday was Jimmy G at a Subway with the sandwich with Colonial from KFC and Colonel Sanders and Ronald McDonald. By the way.
Do we have it? Wait, do we have it? Do you have the Arby's rap song?
Oh, don't give it away yet. Lubman, get the sound up.
This up.
Get it to Langford. This may be... I don't know how I feel. I got so many questions about this.
Set the whole thing up.
I got so many questions about this. We'll get the sound in just a bit. But
we do not have it right now,
all right,
so we'll
let's just hold on.
let us roll on it.
Let us roll on it.
We'll play it eventually in the show.
Yeah,
maybe
right,
toward the
know.
end of the show.
No, I would love it before 8:25. I'm not going to lie to you.
I'm looking at my timeline yesterday, and all of a sudden, an Arby's commercial pops up. And I'm like, wait a minute. Is that Pusha T? And it's Pusha T from the Clips rapping for Arby's, and I didn't know if this was like a joke because the internet has gotten me so many times.
Yeah, it was a real thing.
Yeah, and it was him talking about fish fillet sandwiches and ripping McDonald's in the commercial for Arby's.
So I don't think, like, first of all, I think Pusha T's rap career is over now.
Hey, he got bars though.
He got bars, but how much is Arby's paying you? I can never take Pusha T seriously again.
Wait a minute. Wait, so Snoop can sell Corona and Nas could sell Heineken and he can't sell Arby's?
I mean, look, I like Arby's, but nobody really went to Arby's.
Well, so that's the question that I have. Arby's, the only one that I knew of in the city was the one on Sloat.
No, there was one on, wasn't there one on 24th and Gary?
I don't even know. I could have
swore there was.
I've only been to the one on Sloat like one time back in the day.
Okay.
Like, because Arby's wasn't really a thing.
So then we got another one. You got Trey Lance dunking on Jimmy Garoppolo.
You're talking about these
day
pictures?
43, Rita Oak.
Okay.
Trey Lance dunking on Jimmy Garoppolo, day 43. Day 45, Jimmy Garoppolo in the empty house on the swing by himself on the phone. Day 44, how to be an adult. Jimmy Garoppolo talking to Baker Mayfield on the chalkboard. She's really talented.
How to be
really
an
good.
adult.
Really
how
good.
How to be an adult.
Rita Oak, diehard drawing Jimmy until he gets traded. Day 37 to 40. She's got Jimmy Garoppolo burying Tom Brady 6 feet deep.
Yeah, well, you don't bury Tom Brady. Like The Undertaker, he comes popping out of that casket.
So
looking younger.
The saga moves on. Warriors tonight against the Orlando Magic. We'll take some calls again. 888-957-9570.
You have to hear this Arby's song once we can pull it up.
I do. I heard it last night.
Be patient, people.
And it was like, can you turn that off, please? I said, no, this is next level. But I had so many questions. Like, Pusha T wrote the rap. Did he really write that rap?
The rap's pretty hard. For a commercial?
I mean, for him to hit up Drake the way he did and then come out with an Arby's rap, I love Pusha T. I love the Clips.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, they set the tone.
They set the tone, no doubt.
He got a song with Burner that's so sick.
It is sick. Pusha T's hard. But I guess that Arby's money's real. Like, that's a big time come up for Arby's and rip McDonald's like that. That's next level.
Is that the hit 'em up? Is that the hit 'em up of the fast food?
I've never heard anything like
beefs?
it. That is the sickest hit 'em up.
Right?
That set the tone, dude.
I mean, that's like the Ether, the, blank Jay-Z.
Oh, it might be harder than that. I mean,
what's the best diss song of all time?
The best diss song? Probably Hit 'Em Up.
I think
that's
so.
The original.
Very personal.
Very personal.
Although No Vaseline by Ice Cube holds a special place in my heart.
Cannabis Hat, one on LL Cool J.
Dre Day.
Nas.
Real G's.
Over Jay-Z. I mean, you've had, Real Compton City G's? Yeah, that's hard. That is hard. Arby's on Sloat, Gary at 22nd Avenue. Yep, that's right. Gary, 22nd Avenue. And we never went there. We either went to Cala Foods or we just took the bus down to Jack in the Box.
Cala had good sandwiches.
All right, here goes a wrap. We'll get to the calls in just a second.
All right.
Here's Pusha T rapping for Arby's. He's now our Arby's pitch man.
Yeah.
Here's the rap by Pusha T.
I'm the reason the whole world love it. Now I gotta crush it. Filet-O-Fishes, then you should be disgusted. How dare you sell a square fish, asking us to trust it? A half slice of cheese, Mickey D's on a budget. Arby's crispy fish is simply it. With lines round the corner, we might need a guest list. Eggs at stage left, the sandwiches taste fresh. A little cube of fish from a clown is basic. Say less, this argument is baseless. Drowned in tartar, that Filet-O-Fish is tasteless. See, Arby's only deals in the greatness. I bet the house on it like it's Vegas. Look, I could sell water to a well. How could you ever think I'd fail? Yeah, the crispy fish sandwich blazing trails. The mother clown's just too frail. Yeah, if you know me and you know me well, our fish is gonna tip that scale.
Hey. I'm sorry, that's a hitter. Come on, tell me you didn't knock.
Dude,
that is sick. Who produced that beat?
Dude, I don't know.
So what are some of your questions?
Dude, just like, my question was, is Pusha T done rapping, like, for real? Gangster rapping?
Because he's selling out?
Yeah, I mean, he ripped the Filet-O-Fish, which is like, the Filet-O-Fish, when I think of Filet-O-Fishes, I think of two things, a 2 for $2 special.
Yes.
Then I think of American Pimp, where the guy was like, you know, you might get a girl out there, it's like working at McDonald's. Your first couple weeks there, you know, you can't do anything. You're burning the fries and whatnot, and then 2 weeks later, you're flipping Filet-O-Fishes behind your back. Remember that
line? To be fair, though, Pusha T's also trying to push his new rap album that he's coming out with. He's been working. Yeah, he's been posting videos with the Neptunes, you know, with Pharrell.
Do you think Neptunes produced that beat?
No. No chance.
Dude.
You think Pharrell's getting involved with it?
Well, Pharrell's with Adidas, too. He does a lot of Adidas, customization.
Also, and let me just say this. He couldn't be more wrong about the Filet-O-Fish. The Filet-O-Fish is fire. Okay? I don't care what Pusha T has to say.
I'm not the first person to ever say that.
I'm going to... What? No chance. You see how expensive it is?
Dude.
The Filet-O-Fish. How dare you, Pusha T? Dude. I might not even listen to the album now.
Oh,
wow.
Based on his Filet-O-Fish take.
Dude, and how much did he get paid for that Arby's rap, Lakeford? Like, how much did he get paid for that? How big was that check to rip the Filet-O-Fish right there? Because the Filet-O-Fish is a legendary fast food burger.
It is. And for
legendary.
The price point, it's pretty incredible.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
and
bang
we could
for the
crush it.
buck.
We crush those Filet-O-Fishes.
Oh, yeah.
With the tartar sauce, sometimes the tartar sauce is right in the middle.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's on the side.
I like it dripping off the side of the bread. Come on, dog. Come on. Who are you kidding? And that's the old cheat, especially during Lent, because it's Lent right now. I'll get a couple of Filet-O-Fish on a Friday.
Look, let's go to the calls. We got calls here. I'll push your T rapping.
Okay.
Look at the Zaza at 8:30. It is an incredible.
I think it blew
me away. It blew me away. Bronson in the city.
Give it
Bronson,
to me.
what's happening? Did Pusha T write this rap? What's going on?
Hey, so... Yeah, a few things, man. One, Pusha T, he didn't sell out. Two, there's a whole nother layer to this. Pusha T and one of his boys wrote the "I'm Loving It" jingle for McDonald's.
What?
And didn't get paid squat. So this is a diss track for that, and then obviously selling Arby's.
I love it.
To throw that out. That's legit too.
Wow.
Wow.
I did not know that.
I did not know that.
Well, this is like, it wasn't Alan Thicke. Didn't he write a bunch of jingles?
Yeah, I thought
wasn't he like the innovator of all these different show jingles? And I know he got cheated out of some money and stuff. If I'm Pusha T and I wrote the "I'm Loving It," I'd be pissed. I didn't know that.
And he gave him his cash?
He made this diss track, not because of his take on the Filet-O-Fish, but he made this diss track because I guess they underpaid him for creating it.
Wow.
I'm looking on BuzzFeed right now.
So, but did Arby's pay him for this?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Of
all
course
right.
they
I'm
did.
just not sure.
Hey, that makes me like this rap even more.
510 Comcast Business
Give it to
text
me.
line. Filet-O-Fish was garbage. I made hundreds of them. The half slice of cheese is correct. It was always laid. 408, try some lemon on your Filet-O-Fish. I am a
My
Taco
dad
Bell
will do
guy.
lemon on anything.
I'm a Taco Bell guy. I'm not going. Worm in Oakland.
I like all. Look, unlike other people, I admit I like all fast food.
Dude,
There's a time
amazing.
and a place for all fast food. I don't care what anyone says.
Our boy Tenderloin Dad said he went to the home that Bonte Hill built, the KFC Taco Bell on 6th and Gary, let me tell you something, Shasky. You get out that 38 limited.
Yes.
You get out that 38 regular, and the bus stop is right there at the entrance of KFC.
Exactly where it
and
is.
I'm just
across the street from that hospital.
It's not even across the street from Kaiser.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there, it's like, all right, I can go to Taco Bell, which takes me 2 minutes right now. Actually 2 seconds to walk into Taco Bell and get my dinner for the night, or walk 4 blocks to the house on 10th and Clement. Man, those little snackers that KFC has are smelling real good right now. Oh boy, they got the value menu, the $5 box. Yeah, that was the house I built.
And the thing with Arby's, what's interesting, similar to Sonic's, there's a mystery around it because there aren't many locations. You know what I mean? Here in the city, at least for me, and I only went to it a couple of times. So, like, I have this big mystery around Sonic's. I don't know about you.
Oh, dude, I don't know about Sonic's.
Yeah,
I've been there one time in
San
East Bay.
Antonio.
Yeah,
when I was in San Antonio,
it's
I went
okay.
there. They had tater tots, and tater tots go off.
Their menu's just too big.
Well, there's way too many things.
Yeah, exactly. It's just way too much stuff. It takes 10 minutes to figure out what the hell you want.
Yeah,
then it's another 10 minutes to get your food.
Well, then they roller skate it out at certain locations.
Yeah, I'm not with that. Worm in Oakland. Worm. What's happening? Is it Big Worm or just Worm?
What up, Big Worm?
It's Worm Skull, fellas.
Worm
What's going
Skull.
on?
Oh, what's up, Worm Skull? I'm not going to get that wrong ever again. What's up, Worm Skull?
It's an old rap name, man. I'm 40. I don't do that no more. I actually was calling to smash y'all, man, but I guess I learned something. I guess I'm the idiot today. The name of that song y'all keep talking about is called The Burial. And I didn't know that it was an Arby's diss track. I just thought it was something that Arby's sampled and used it for their commercials like a lot of commercials do. If you guys are reading stuff on BuzzFeed and stuff like that, then I'm the one that got schooled, so my fault. Y'all keep rocking.
Hey, Worm Skull, you was going to smash this. I believe it. We ain't coming down your road ever again. They like, let's get Dacre real quick. Dacre, Moreau, we got a break. All right, Dacre, say a hold. We'll get you right after Zaza. Zaza Executive Show coming up on 95.7 The Game. We learn something every day. Man, I can't wait for the Taco Bell collab with Bonte 650. What rapper should I get to rap that? If we do a video with Taco Bell, right?
Kid Cudi.
Nah, I gotta be local.
Don Cisco.
Can I get Burner?
Burner would be good, but he's recovering from cancer right now. I don't know if he should be eating Taco Bell. He's really on like a health kick right now.
Can I get Quinn?
Quinn would be good. Quinn would be good. He's good on all the cameos.
Yeah, he is really good on all the cameos. That'd be a dope video. All right, that's Arby's talk.
Maybe Messi
that's fast food. I don't know.
So damn good.
You know what? Let's get Messi and JT together, and you could be the unifier.
I don't know if Messi Marv is allowed to come to the city no more. That's neither here nor there, and I'm going to leave that alone.
So then let's get
go to
Juice.
Zaza. Let's get to Zaza Pachulia Executive Show right now. Coming up on the other side.
Let's get Stunner Man.
Stunner Man's a perfect guy.
That's who we should get on.
Stunner Man's a perfect guy. There you go. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
It's the final push to the playoffs.
Clay Thompson gets around Richardson.
With Fidelity Income Planning, we'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Mother, do you think they'll like this song?
Roger Waters is coming to Chase Center on September 24th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in each day this week to Steiny and Guru around 1:30 for your chance to win tickets.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky. Welcome to the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
An inside look at the Warriors front office.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
With NBA champion and Warriors front office member Zaza Pachulia on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Stanford Blood Center. Give blood for life.
That's right, Give Blood for Life, the Executive Show, every single Tuesday at 8:30 in the morning. And every other week, we talk to Zaza, nothing easy, Pachulia on the show as the Warriors get set to play the Orlando Magic a little later today. Tip off at 4 p.m. in the Magic Kingdom, a.k.a. the Amway Center. No Jalen Suggs for the Magic. Obviously, no Steph Curry for the Warriors. Let's get Zaza on here in just a second. Is Zaza ready to go? Zaza is ready. Zaza, nothing easy. What's happening, my man?
We back. Is that my middle name now?
We back. That's your middle name. Nothing easy, because nothing you do is easy.
No, normally Georgians don't use middle name, but maybe I'll start it.
Yeah, you got to start it.
Tradition.
You got to start it. You know, my girl's parents yesterday, my in-laws basically, were talking about Georgia. And I was like, oh, Zaza's from Georgia. Does she speak different languages? So what languages do you speak, Zaza? They were very intrigued with you being from Georgia.
I just speak 4 languages, Vante.
Oh.
Just 4.
Just 4?
What are they?
Just 4. You know, my native Georgian, and I was born during the Soviet Union time, so I speak Russian. And played in Turkey for 6 years, finished the school there, so I speak fluent Turkish. And I think I can say I speak English here, right?
Yeah, you speak it pretty damn well. You speak it better than me. I'm from
Very
here.
well.
I
Very
mean, damn,
well.
Zaza, just 4 languages. So you're up there with the late, great Kobe Bryant then in terms of being bilingual.
I know. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It definitely helped me to, you know, have an easier communication with, you know, so many people. And obviously basketball put me in this situation throughout my career to travel the world and, you know, play with different, you know, foreign, you know, players from different countries and, you know, communication and, you know, just understanding the culture better. So it's pretty cool. I enjoy speaking different languages.
All right, well, as I pivot here, you're a big man. You've been, you know, battling underneath the rim for many, many, many years. I asked Bonte, how many times has there been a foul with like 10 seconds to go in a game off of a free throw where 2 guys are battling underneath the hoop? Is this in the last 10 years in the entire NBA? That foul the other day on Kevon Looney, I guess by the letter of the law, it was a foul. I've never seen an official blow the whistle in that scenario. What did you think as a former big man, or you're still a big man, but as a former NBA player, what did you think about that call in that spot of that game?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about so many moments from that game that, you know, wish it didn't happen, or you know, was it the right call, or, you know, we can argue, right, and answers can go both ways, but it was probably one of the craziest finish, honestly, I've seen. There was so many times the game changed, and but, you know, yeah, you're right, you don't see that a whole lot. But, you know, same time, sometimes the game gets physical, and sometimes there are 50-50 calls, you know, so it can go both ways. And I guess we were not lucky that day, and we got called offensive foul, and, you know, the game just kind of in 3 seconds, the game changed, you know. So, but overall, it was like truly crazy game.
Well, so like the relationship between the players and the officials, I'm not asking you specifically about Draymond, but just more the relationships in general. How much dialogue should there be allowed, and how much dialogue is there currently in your estimation? Because it does feel like there's been a lot of new officials, and a lot of the more veteran players are kind of frustrated that they don't get to have this dialogue. For your mind, what do you think should happen between the players and the officials in terms of what's allowed dialogue-wise?
Yeah, that's a really good question, but I don't know if there's exact answer on that, to be honest. And especially when we're talking about the referees that has been there for years and years, so appreciated this game for a long time on the highest level, from playoffs to finals, right? And then there are players who also has been in the league for such a long time, and we all know the reputations they have, and we all know the tendencies that they have. And I'm not talking about particularly on certain players, but just over every player, because bottom line, you only have 450 NBA players, right? So,
right.
But same time, there are rules as well, and sometimes, it's not always consistent. Referees having ups and downs, and players having ups and downs, and it's about right time, right place, and like I say, but I know the question is relates to Draymond, and we all know how competitive he is, and we all know his personality, and we've seen him getting heated, throughout the games, and sometimes he got technical, sometimes he didn't get technical. So it's very hard to say what is the baseline of it, right? So. That was the game where he just didn't get away from it, and referee felt like he was enough, and I was not on the court. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, did he get warning? He didn't get warning, to stop, But again, we're all human beings. So, but like I say, I don't know where the baseline is, because, like I say, it has not been consistent, in my opinion, right? But at the same time, understanding that there are rules, and so it was very unfortunate. I mean, I wish Draymond never got kicked out, and but like I say, I love his competitiveness, and I love his personality, because so many times that kind of competitive nature helped us, even when we were playing, or even this year, when I'm not part of the team, just watching from outside. Right. So many times his personality and his fire helped us and to motivate us, because when you play 82 plus, games per season, you don't have the same kind of energy every game. But, that's when, Draymond is appreciated and needed the most, right, to bring that fire and kind of wake everybody up, So, there was not the type of game that we wanted to see result. But like I say, I take Draymond anytime, any game with what he's the best, right? So right. He's fired.
Zaza Pachulia, two-time NBA champ, now a consultant with the Golden State Warriors, of course, won those titles with the Warriors back in 2017 and 2018. Don't forget the flex moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity, coming up in 10 minutes. You don't want to miss that, the flex moment of the show, as we talk to Zaza here at the Executive Show. Look, Warriors are down in Orlando trying to get right. Gary Payton II will be back on the floor as they try to just tread water without Steph and Curry. But the evolution of Jordan Poole, we can't ignore this, Zaza. He's good for 20 points a game, and to see him make the leap from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 now, Jordan Poole looks like a future all-star, Zaza.
I agree, Vante. This kid is, amazes all of us, and not only the Warriors fans and, people who are associated, I think just basketball fans. I mean, he's such a great player. His moves so pure, so authentic. He definitely has charisma as well, and you cannot compare him to anyone. I mean, he's Jordan Poole, so that's what I love about him, and that's what I love about his game, and his ability to shoot from outside or the open court, and he's so fast, and he's so creative with the ball, and just love watching him. And especially in a short period of time, as you say, you don't see too many players getting to the level that he is right now. And especially talking about coming from the G League bubble, and suddenly this guy just came, kind of new star was born. Right. There was the kind of feeling, and so happy for Jordan, and I think he has a bright future. He's a worker, and that's what I appreciate the most. And like I say, yes, he has a talent, but at the same time, he put himself in the situation, right? Because he's a worker. Like even during the All-Star break, I didn't go anywhere. I mean, I went to the Cleveland, but when I came back, I was working out, and guess what? We didn't have a team practice, and then I was in the gym, and Jordan Poole came in to get some shots up, and this tells that he's a worker. He's hungry, and he's not satisfied where he's at right now. He's a great, perfect candidate for most improved this year, I think.
Yep.
Absolutely.
The last 9 games, when you look at it, he's scoring almost 25 points and almost 60% from a field goal. So perfect time to actually, play this well, and playoffs are right around the corner. So hopefully there's gonna, this momentum gonna carry him over to the playoffs as well.
Yeah, and
need him.
Absolutely, they're going to need him. And he's definitely taken the lead right now and feels like Clay's rounding into form. We got some gut-punching news on Wiseman, Steph Curry, but there is some optimism. We talked to Brandon Payne, Steph's personal trainer, and he was encouraged by the Steph Curry thing. Now, the fans on the outside, we're always concerned. This is the franchise's greatest player in Steph Curry. What's the thought process inside that building for the organization? Are you guys optimistic that he's going to come back and be good to go, or is it just, hey, we're just going to try to hold the fort down till he gets back? What are people thinking inside the building right now?
Yeah, first of all, you hate this happening, and this been kind of story whole year where someone is missing, especially from the big three. The Clay first, and then Clay came back, and obviously we all seen Draymond only play a couple seconds with Clay, and he missed so many games. And now we were about to, kind of get the group together, and then, Steph's ankle. So it's very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. I really feel bad for a lot of people, actually, from coaching staff to Rick Scalabrine and his to deal with all these injuries. But at the same time, understanding, unfortunately, this is part of the game. I mean, injuries are part of the game.
Right. Yeah.
But I have faith in our training staff and in our coaching staff. They're doing a phenomenal job for monitoring the loads and making sure they're getting proper rest and proper workouts. Right, everything is great in that regard. It's just unfortunate moments. But at the same time, I think we've been there. If you guys remember, even when I was playing, when we won the back-to-back championship, first year was Steph, and then next year it was KD or vice versa. I don't exactly remember, but we missed those guys, throughout the end of the season, the regular season, and they came back for the playoffs. But at the same time, I think everybody should know that these guys are pros.
Right.
And remembering both KD and Steph, when they came back, it felt like they never left. Because how professionals they are, the amount of time and effort and energy they put, even during the time where they're injured, that makes me confident, and especially hearing from him that he'll be back soon. So, I trust Steph. He's not a rookie. He's not a kid. He's very experienced. He's a veteran player, so he knows what he's doing. He knows he's been there before. He's done it. So I think it's very, very important for us to feel good. Of course, we're worried, but we wish it never happened. But at the same time, we trust his Steph's experience. So I'm very confident because he's confident that he's going to come back.
Zaza, before we let you go, March Madness is coming. Thursday and Saturday, you got a great card here. Arkansas versus Gonzaga. Eric Musselman coming back to the Bay. Duke, for the first time, playing in San Francisco. Coach K in his last season, coaching the Blue Devils, taking on Texas Tech, which is going to be a really, really good game. And now Chaser to get to host this event, 2025 March Madness. Oh, I'm already in there, Zaza. And I just remember Zaza telling us, like, he wishes he could have played college basketball here in the States and got that feel and got to play in that environment. Now you're going to be around March Madness and another great event hosted by Chase Center. Zaza, Chase Center is going to be the home of March Madness for many, many years here. But now the reopening of Chase Center, you get March Madness, you get this great card. It's going to be a fun time this weekend.
Fun time, exciting week. I think we're going to see amazing games that will be happening in Chase Center, and a lot of fans. Obviously, they will be traveling to San Francisco. I have no doubt, especially when it comes to college. Even though I never played in the college, I've seen it, and that's the beauty. That's the most exciting part, where your fans travel anywhere you go to. At the same time, locals, the Warriors fans in San Francisco and Bay Area, people are going to get an opportunity to watch these amazing games, and some familiar names and faces, as you mentioned, Coach Musselman, and obviously Coach K. His last run in the Chase Center, and it's so exciting to see these amazing games, and for Chase Center, to me, it's one of the best arenas in the world.
Yes,
and to host this kind of big event, I think it's huge. We're all excited, as the Warriors, from the business standpoint. We are very, very excited to host this kind of important event, and this is beginning of the beginning. So I'm pretty sure on and off the court experience is going to be amazing, and the people and fans going to enjoy watching the game, and obviously what Chase Center has to offer.
We're right up against it here, Zaza. But if you did go to college, Gonzaga, Duke, Kentucky, where did you envision yourself going? Like now, with retrospect.
I like Gonzaga. I'll let you know, because I see them playing from Gonzaga. They value bigs because game change, as you guys know, and not too many teams are using as a true big man right now. But honestly, when you're in that age, especially, I can imagine leaving Georgia and coming to U.S. It really doesn't matter as far as you go to the good program and play for the good coach and having a good teammate. That's what really matters. Obviously, playing basketball and get a really good education. That I always say that is very, very important, because it's not given that you're going to play in NBA. It's definitely not given that you're going to play in NBA for a long period of time. Education always matters, and we can talk about so many examples. Even players like Vince Carter or Dirk Nowitzki, like my closest friends, that played forever, right? I mean, he's still young. He's early 40s, and we all need education, even after long careers. So that's why I keep telling the youth and young men to play in basketball. So yes, God gave you all these utilities that you need, right, and talent. But I think it's as important to be educated and be smart and have a high IQ on and off the court as physical presence. So, like I say, I love what college has to offer, and I wish I would have gone. But you know what? I know my kids will, so I'm happy for them.
Yeah, we can't wait. Fan Fest happening tomorrow at Chase Center. A lot of people are going to be out there as the teams practice. Duke, Arkansas, Texas Tech, and Gonzaga did the games Thursday and Saturday. And, of course, the Warriors still got their season going on with 11 games left. Zaza, can't wait to see you out there at Chase Center. Always fun talking to you.
Always good talking to you guys. Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Thanks,
Zaza, nothing easy. Pachulia on the roast, as he is every other Tuesday. The other Tuesdays he's not on. Bob Myers is on, the GM and president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors. That was the executive show. And it's brought to you by Stafford Blood Center. Give blood for life. And don't forget, Warriors game of the day. Tip off against the Orlando Magic today at 4 p.m. Warriors Live starts at 2:30 right here on 95.7 The Game with Damon Ratto, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Let's get Daker on here for a second before we get to the flex moment of the show. Daker, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, Pusha T got me some kind of way with the Jimmy situation.
Oh, boy. What, you got a rap to spit?
I got a line. Jed say less. Jimmy G is basic. Keeping him is baseless. Trade him for some LASIK. That's about it. But
Not
seriously,
Not bad.
Seriously, though, this is what I'm worried about now. We know he should have been gone, and we know if Lance throws one incompletion, we're going to have a toxic fan base wanting Jimmy out there, which is all bad for the family. But, dude, Don Yee is running a master class on how to control 49ers ownership. And if I'm another NFL agent, I'm taking notes. You know, we need to show some kind of strength and just stop the buck. And that's it. But we need to get a GoFundMe going for Pusha T to get this done also.
Yeah.
We got to get it done, guys.
All right,
That's
Daker.
about it.
All right, Daker. You drops a bar. Masterclass by Donnie, which I don't think he's wrong about Donnie. I can't wait to.
I'd rather be Deshaun's agent who just wheeled a $230 million contract.
Guaranteed.
With all this
guy
stuff
coming off of sexual allegations.
Yeah, missing a whole year.
and he got it manipulated to where Deshaun Watson will only get paid $1 million of that the first year because they're expecting a suspension. So we still going to see all his unbelievable. But you're right. Donnie is running the masterclass. And Jimmy Garoppolo saga continues. And now it is time for the flex moment of the show. Brought to you by Xfinity.
Look at you. But how many cards do you have?
Dude,
what is that?
Dude,
you look ridiculous. Vontae's got all these NBC cue cards. Can I see one of them?
Yeah.
Can you just hand me one? I want to see what they look like.
Yeah, there you go.
Let me see that.
There you go.
All right, so there's a note here. Now, are you writing these notes yourself?
I'm writing these notes myself. Yeah.
Dude, I thought doctors had bad writing.
Dude, look at this.
Whoa, you look like, honestly, this looks like a fourth grader's writing.
This is great writing.
As long as Bonte can read it, that's all that matters,
that's all
right?
That matters. Not cursive.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
We're going to go to Monty Poole. See, I should just cross out Monty Poole's name here and put in my name. We're going to go to Joe Shasky real quick. I got it on my cue card.
Oh, what? Joe Shasky.
The Flex of the Show. Presented by Xfinity Flex. The 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and
Team
Peacock
effort.
Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
I'm always interested. Man, you know what?
Team effort.
I got a problem now.
Why?
What's
wrong?
We're about to finish the show. And, I listen to Crosstalk with Steiny Guru. I listened to it yesterday. Listen to it all the time. And Steiny Guru don't come on until about 12 o'clock.
Okay.
Now, Willard Dibs just come ramshacking into our studio at 8:52.
So what?
8:52.
I'm cool with that.
No, but I'm saying,
Carry the load.
Just
I'm
come
Jesus
in.
with the
They
cross.
just come in when they want to come
Dibs
in.
is coming over to help me bear it.
8:53, 8:56, 8:59. Steiny Guru, I heard they can't get on till 12 o'clock.
Well, a couple things, and good morning, gentlemen.
Good
morning. And
sorry, I'm running high.
He's got the 8K.
Congrats on your Gatorade shot. You guys did 4 minutes. I was just beaming in the car.
Completely distracted.
I was in absolute gridlock ahead of the toll plaza. You have a producer, good young producer, fellow ginger, Sam Lubman. And Lubman, a.k.a. Lubs, a.k.a. Lub Dog, whatever you prefer, he gives us the green light. He says, guys, go ahead and go on in. And it's usually during the flex, after the flex, when the flex hits.
Nice.
That's kind of our cue. And you guys sometimes will get to the flex at 58. Yeah. Occasionally it's 51. Usually the flex is our green light to come on in. Now,
interesting.
It's like checking at the scores table.
Checking it.
You got to kneel down, right?
Well, right? I have a whole beef with that because
why?
Well, up in Marin, I don't know if it's that the coaches aren't trained or if most refs don't care. I got kids who are just like running in willy-nilly. And
there's a process.
Here's the big one. The coach will yell out sub, and think that means that the kid can run in. And I got to then stop the game.
Check them. Yeah.
Oh,
you need the horn and the official
First
to
of all,
indicate it.
you need to go to the table.
Yes.
You need the horn, and then you need to be beckoned in.
Thank you.
Which is why, again, Bonte, just to close this out on the flex, Lubs gives us the green light. I check in.
He horns them in.
Sam says, guys, go on
Exactly.
in. Now, what happens at noon stays at noon. We have no idea.
We have no clue, but I can only gather that people have left bathroom breaks for the wrong time, what have you. I mean, we're ready. They're welcome to come in whenever the hell they want.
Wow.
They don't come in.
So
we're just going to keep on talking.
So they don't want to do cross. You guys are excited to come in, cut into our show, which is fine. And by the way, Dibs, you don't get paid enough to ref. You don't get paid enough to ref. What you have to deal with these parents and with these kids, guys throwing up on the court, you deserve a raise. I'm serious.
Thank you.
I'm dead serious. You cheapskates up in Marin who live in these 5-bedroom houses, got sunshine weather all the time. Give my man Dibs. Dibs running on a bad knee. He's out there busting his ass.
How many raises? How many years?
A day.
How many years?
Man, 35.
And how many raises have you got during that time?
A couple. Few
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to Commissioner Steve Farbstein. He takes care of me.
Steve Farbstein. It's time to pony up, baby.
40 game solo for the little 4th and 5th, so it's not bad, actually.
So wait, solo reffing job?
Yeah, I prefer solo. I prefer solo.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. I don't want my partner, mucking up what's a perfect game, At 4th and 5th grade, I can go baseline to baseline.
Exactly.
I'm going to work the game. I don't
here.
stand at half court.
Yeah.
Some of these refs, they stand at half court. It's like, that's a foul. It's like, come on, man. You need to work the game a little bit here.
What's his name? Steve Farbstein?
Steve Farbstein, the legend.
Steve Farbstein, the legend. It's time to pony up. My man's working solo on a bad wheel for 8 games a day, weekends, sacrificing weekends. Take care of Dan Dibley, man. It's a thankless job.
When you work solo, do you get the double? Do you get the payment for the other
No,
ref too?
that's the solo fee. If you work with a partner, it's I think 25 or 30 a game.
Okay.
Which again, and I don't want to do the A's because that's when you get into more trouble.
Exactly.
The parents are mostly great. It's the coaches that
are out of their mind.
Have the problem. The coaches, and it's I don't mind if you're gonna do it. Hey, ref, can you do me a favor? 21 is whole. Okay, thank you, coach. But these coaches are yelling out, "That's a travel. That's a travel." It's like, coach, I don't know if you noticed, but your kid number 11 double dribbles every single time he touches the basketball. Did you notice it? Because I've noticed it. Did you also notice that I haven't called it the last 14 times?
Yeah, because you're reffing
because he hits it with 2 hands every time.
Yeah.
He's trying to guard the ball, and it's right hand, both, right hand, both.
It's unbelievable.
I love it.
And it's
unbelievable.
And then the
it's
coach
funny
look at me
because
like,
I've watched these games. It's completely true. Like
It's so true.
You would not. You couldn't play 4 seconds of this game if you called it real.
Exactly. And
But
the
you
other one
gotta
is
let 'em
that's
play.
3 in the
And
key.
longer
Exactly.
games.
They're
Three in
learning.
the key,
They're
3 in the
learning.
key. It's like, coach, have you noticed that I haven't counted one time for 3 in the key?
3 in the
I was in a
key.
game this
Kids
weekend.
is like,
my
what's the
5th grade
key?
team.
Exactly. Kids got no idea what's going
that's.
on.
I mean, I have to yell out from my girls' team because they didn't play 3rd grade or 4th grade because of COVID.
Exactly.
Right. So a lot of these girls have never played sports, and we're not the top level team. And I love they're sweet, sweet girls. I have to yell out, Maddie P, you're taking it out. You're taking it out, and that's what I'm yelling. Like, because we have 2 Maddies on the team, of course. So there's Maddie M and Maddie P, and I'm like, you're the taker outer. I'm trying to explain to them.
Perfect.
And I said inbounder. They're like, no, it's the taker outer. I'm like, okay, you know what? It is the taker outer. We're just gonna go with that so that they understand.
Just tell me what your inbounds play is called, because up in Marin it's like
X.
Run raspberry, run blueberry surprise.
Does anybody yell UCLA? UCLA.
So many of them.
Corners, elevators, nothing?
No, that's a lot of that. Like, run UCLA, and it's like, first of all, we're not going to pass and screen away. If we can make the pass, that's one thing. And the other one is, everyone runs high screen and roll. It's like one of the first things you teach.
Yeah.
But the coaches don't teach these kids that they have to be set.
Yeah, that's
so the kid
moving
run and like
blasting.
moving with the dribbler.
Yes.
It's like, coach, I gotta call that.
How many texts this season have you given out?
This year I gave out 3 texts.
Wow.
3 texts. One of them was for
little ones or big ones?
Oh, the one coach got the big boy because
in his face?
No, from a distance.
Okay.
Bette Midler. This coach was. Thank you. It's a 4. This coach is going on and on. This coach is trying to tell me. All the call. That's a travel. That's it. I'm like, coach,
the worst.
that's enough. So 3rd quarter, all of a sudden we break the huddle. He's got 6 on the floor. Now, normally, if the coach is cool, I'll be like, Coach, you got 6.
Yeah.
You only get 5, Coach. Not this time, Bonte. I look, I'm like, they got 6. Way to beat. Wait another beat. All right, Coach, this one's coming your way. Hand it to the kid. Ball comes inbound. That's a T. We got 6 on the floor. We're shooting 2.
And that's because of the relentlessness.
Yes.
Because of the
Do you
totally
uptick
am
at
with
the game?
you.
Oh, he got ticked for sure.
Oh my God!
But you know what? This is the problem.
Kid making
I gotta
the
go to
free
one of these
throws.
games, man.
No,
I gotta go see. I gotta go see my boy
Airball
Marcel.
both of them.
Where do you ref in these games? Saturdays?
Up in Marin. Yeah, season's over now. We'll get you next year.
So we
We'll
had a
get you
game this
next
weekend. We were down 3-0 at
It's
halftime.
comedy,
I
B.
gotta see one
It's
of these
comedy.
games.
Wait, you're down 3-0
3-0 at halftime. Now, my boys' team, they'll score literally 45, 50 points a
course.
game. They're the A team. They all play AAU. The girls' team, we're working on dribbling and
Of course.
pivoting and literally inbounding. That's the block.
Take
That's
her
the
outing.
elbow, right?
Yeah.
I'm teaching them spots on the court. So we tie the game, do 3-3. We hit a free throw. Anyway, it goes 4-4. Goes to overtime.
Oh, no.
We go to overtime. And I'm looking at the ref, and I go to the guy. I go, I'm so sorry. Because I feel bad for him.
You know.
And it goes to OT. He's trying to call fouls to get a free throw shot so that someone could hit a 1-and-1 free throw to get the game over with. I'm totally fine with.
Yeah.
Like, he calls it closer. We go to sudden double OT sudden death, and a little girl hits a free throw, and all the parents are like, I can't believe the fouls in the overtime. I'm like, guys, we would have played for 5 hours. We played for an hour and a half. These girls were exhausted. They had 4 players on the court. Everyone take a deep breath. It's CYO.
OT.
Can we have fun?
It's never much fun when it goes OT.
Let the kids lead. Let the kids lead, because here's those parents are freaking out about the W or the L.
It's so
the
ridiculous.
kid is in,
on that one, man.
Thank you. I'll take it.
just having fun.
The kids in the back seat of the minivan going, where are we going to eat? They couldn't give a rip. And the parents are losing they're still thinking about it the next day.
Here's the funniest part. One of the girls, I just taught him about free throws. You got to stay till they release the free throw and the shooter can't cross the line. Because, again, we've only had 6 practices, so I'm trying to explain the fundamentals. So the girl hits the free throw, and our little girl, ref, she crossed the line when she hit the free throw. I go, you just got to let it go. They missed it. Handshake, 2, 4, 6, 8. Thank you very much. And,
By the way,
pretty
question.
Funny.
831 question. Dibs, my son is starting point guard at Sassoon Elementary. He is in 4th grade, and the coaches are the refs. I'm losing my mind. No fouls called unless it's so obvious that kids are falling right and left. I want to ref. How do I get in?
Well, I don't know if they actually do refs. It sounds like it's a non-competitive league where maybe they're not even keeping score, but you can contact your local association, and they're always looking for refs. And this is what Mark and I were going back and forth on the Draymond stuff yesterday, not to revisit it because, boy, that was a hot show yesterday, but I will say this.
6 hours for you, Mark.
I had a lot of friends come up later in the day. They're like, I don't like what you did on the radio today. I don't like it at all.
Let me say
We're going to move on, but I don't like what you said. I'm like, well, I said it.
Hey, I ran into the boss man outside. But I was just a crosstalk. I left my bag in the car. What's the point? What is he out of his mind?
That's a 4.
You got the boss man
befuddled. The boss man is around the corner, sitting in a kitchen right now, staring at a phone with AirPods in his ears, drinking a Diet Pepsi at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, he's got problems.
If he thinks I've lost my mind, I think I'm in a pretty good spot.
That's that PD life.
Yeah. He's got problems.
My public service announcement is that every league in America now needs refs. The referee, and we all badger the ref and ref you suck and all that other stuff. I understand that that's part of the job in some ways. You know what bothers me, Bonte, is that people don't want to ref anymore.
Exactly.
And because people don't want to ref, what we're getting now for the majority of people who are reffing are people who maybe shouldn't be reffing because, hey, we need refs. I need a gig.
Yeah.
I can buy some stripes and a whistle, and I'll go. And so the refereeing quality is going down. The refereeing population is going down.
Agree with
and
him.
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of people don't want to ref, so the best of the best don't want to ref. So the worst of the worst are now getting the gig, and then they get badgered, and they quit, and it's an ongoing self-fulfilling prophecy of we're running out of refs, people.
Dude, once the wheels fall off of this show, Shasky, the rug comes under me at TV. Man, think about being a ref, man.
The problem
Sounds like it's good money.
You can work too.
The
7 days a week.
The parents don't have the perspective. The majority of it.
So one area, this is why I've decided you love it so much. So one area of your life where you have control, isn't it?
You? That's enough.
Exactly.
That's enough.
Can't do it at home.
I like
Can't
that.
do it at work.
Can't do it.
Put the stripes on and tell people
I'm gonna
how
start
the
bringing
hell
my
it
whistle
is.
to work.
Hold on, Shasky, real quick. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. 90th hour of Willard and Dibs, brought to you by great friends at Thomas Coffee. What up, Paula? What up, RJ Shasky? Continue.
Well, no, my dad always had a saying growing up. He's like, until you get to the pros, everything is developmental. Yes, you're trying to win. It's competitive. I don't care what it is. You're trying to teach people the game. And my favorite referees, especially in the lower levels, are the ones that will put their arm around a little girl or a boy who doesn't understand what they did wrong and explains it to them on the court in a quiet way where they're not getting called out. That, to me, is the essence of refereeing at the younger levels. And these parents are just worried about wins and losses and you missed that call. And that's the bigger picture is, are they having fun playing sports?
And Mark's right. At the end of it, it's team loses 12-11 in the playoffs, and the coach is wringing his hands, and after 3 minutes, the kids are like, remember, we're going to pizza. It's Jenny's birthday.
Right.
Exactly. And so,
they're all jacked up.
And that's a lot of times we, the adults, need to remember that. And Mark, you're right. As far as I get the stripes on, I get the whistle, and I'm out there. It's
well,
you stop. You here. Put a mask on.
But it makes it fun.
Kobe posted that picture that got a lot of hate when he posted a picture of his girls and Gigi and their team, and they lost the championship or finished in 5th place or something, and they were all mugging and looking sad. I mean, it could be that team. Be that team.
Well, you'll have
depressed.
a squad like that where that's again, there's different levels to this thing. There's so much of a wide variance when we're talking about youth sports. we got to drill it down. What you're talking about is where I'm coming from, which is like, we're about making memories and having good sports friendships with their buddies and stuff. And so that later on in life, they're not going to look at basketball like, I had the worst experience playing. I don't like basketball.
And think about us when you grew up. How many people you know or played against or even saw made it to the pros? If it's more than one, if it's one or greater, then you were in a pretty good league.
Absolutely.
You know, I grew up in Marin, and there's a lot of talented athletes, and we had some D1, but I don't know if any of them, went to the pros. My high school's produced, I think, 3. Marin Catholic, it's a juggernaut.
Yeah, like Eric Wright hops on the court in basketball as a sophomore. You're like, yeah, that's an NFL level ball player. And again, one kid, but like has a cup of tea. Not, Jared Goff starting number 1 overall pick. Yeah. And even him, like I saw him in high school. I saw him in high school, and I was like, I don't see it. And then he developed and got bigger and stronger. And you're 100% correct.
What you guys got cooking today?
Rich Ohrnberger's coming on in about an hour. Anthony Slater is going to come on in the 10:30 slot as well. But, I mean, obviously we're going to start. I heard you guys talking about it too. The Jimmy thing is getting interesting to me from this perspective. I'm trying to figure out why it bothers everybody so much.
I don't know.
There's an interesting.
Does?
Well, just the whole thing. Get him out of here. Why?
Because there's a financial domino effect.
Disagree. Salary cap, always manipulatable. Jimmy's presence is not stopping them from doing anything. And if they've got you believing that, then they're winning because they're saving money off of your perspective. But here's the person. This isn't everybody. The person I don't understand is out there saying, wow, the 49ers have really, really botched this. You could have this, you could have that. But it's the same person who's like, Jimmy's actually not that good and doesn't have a whole lot of trade value. Oh, you need to pick a side.
Yeah.
You're just angry. And there is zero data to get him out of here now equals what? If you think they're not signing people because of him, you're wrong. If you're over here going, boy, you're not going to get that much for him, well, then who cares? If it were August, fine. There's all kinds of locker room stuff that we need to get into, Trey's development. It's March 22nd. Why is everybody so angry?
You couldn't acquire Khalil Mack, for example. Just one example. You couldn't acquire Khalil Mack because you're $7 million over the cap, and you let your left guard walk.
They weren't going to acquire Khalil Mack without him.
Mark, again, you're asking me why, and I'm telling you that there is a domino effect in terms of the finances. You had to have that thing taken care of before you could pivot off to someone else. So in your eyes, I get what you're saying, like, oh, they didn't really miss out on anybody, but you're limiting your options in terms of who you can absorb.
I disagree, first and foremost, but even if I buy your premise, if you believe that there has been no offer, what is it you would like them to do? Cut him?
I wanted him moved last year, so yeah, I would like them to move off of him at this point.
Yeah, like cutting him at this point, again.
Addition by subtraction.
But it's March 22nd. What? There's no offer. And therefore, there's nothing that the 49ers were to do.
So then what are they saving face for? For a 6th-round pick?
They're not saving face. They're waiting for him to get healthy and see if something develops. Because if you're
we're going to wait till July?
If you're in camp, cut him, then what? Now versus August 1st, the difference is what?
Letting Trey Lance know that, yes, this entire thing is built around you.
I think Trey knows. I think Trey's fully aware.
I don't know.
I think they've got his phone number. I wouldn't want to linger
with the George Kittles of the world any longer. I want this thing to be solidified.
I don't even think
you wouldn't want old employees lingering around
here.
We're
worried about it. They're not.
I would say this. I don't worry about Trey Lance. Trey Lance is going to be a pro. Everything I know about the kid, I've learned about the kid. He's going to be fine. Whether Jimmy is here in August or not, Trey Lance will be fine. The locker room will be fine. Now, to your point about picking a side, about whether the Niners screwed themselves or I think once Jimmy, and it was reported that he had the surgery on the shoulder, I said from day one,
I'm with B.
They're screwed here on making a trade. They didn't screw themselves because Jimmy decided to go get the surgery with Don Yee, and now you have no value. That's why I never believed, Cleveland, right? I tweeted at you, Cleveland fit there? There's no fit with Cleveland. Jimmy stopped throwing a football in Cleveland, Ohio. You see the way he throws a football? Not to knock him. Carolina, New Orleans, Jameis is coming back. He fits their offense better. Sometimes we got to look at it from the other team's perspective.
Yeah.
Indianapolis, He's not a fit there. You bring Jimmy to Indianapolis, next thing you know, Jonathan Taylor ain't running for 1,900 yards.
I think Jimmy would have been a great fit there, provided that Matt Ryan wasn't available. I mean, another aspect of this that I don't believe it. I don't think. Well, listen, they
and the league has just told us how they feel about Jimmy.
But they
Even with the
Jimmy,
Drew Brees
Drew Brees
had a worse injury. Drew Brees had a worse injury.
He's not Drew Brees.
He's not Drew Brees.
He's not Drew Brees. And by the way, even Drew Brees only had one team. The Miami Dolphins will forever be the team that chose Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees. So even he only had one team. The injury is a factor here.
The fact he has a team. Jimmy has no team.
Russell Wilson being available, Matt Ryan being available, Deshaun Watson having charges dropped. All of that stuff affected this in ways that the 49ers could not have predicted.
Time out, though. But didn't we see that coming? Carson Wentz, we knew the Colts told us for months they're moving off of Carson Wentz.
The owner was furious the day after they lost the final game of the year.
One of the
Deshaun
reasons,
Watson, we knew that at some point something was going to happen there with the Texans. We just didn't know it was going to happen that fast.
Russ have been there for 2 years.
Not this soon. We didn't, I mean, if this was going to end up with in criminal court, it's very highly likely Deshaun's not playing again next year. Very highly likely.
He didn't even get suspended this year. The Texans basically said he's not playing. The NFL never suspended him.
He's going to get suspended.
Right.
No, we think he will. I'm saying
he will.
He will.
We think he will, but
Big time.
he could have conceivably played for the Texans this year. They chose not to.
And the fact that they gave him $1 million contract is a nauseating reality of the Shield.
That is, he's going to be suspended and suspended a lot.
Right.
Is exactly what that is.
The story's nasty about Watson. But if he doesn't serve jail time and he gets cleared, why should he be suspended?
Because he's not cleared. First of all,
if he does get cleared.
But first of all, huge if, and there's no way 22 civil allegations are going to go away. And the NFL has already set precedent that you don't need to go through criminal court to be suspended. Ezekiel Elliott got suspended. What do you do?
4 games? What do you get?
Yeah. And what do you do?
All right.
Deshaun's getting a minimum of 6. I'm just telling you the reality. It's a minimum of 6.
Back to the Jimmy thing. Hanging on to him now. Is there nothing to be accounted for in terms of clarity? Like, is there anything in terms of clarity? You're showing up to the facility in the offseason. There's one guy who's in control. There's not these murmurs. There's no rumors. There's no lingering former employees. Like,
we don't have that
in
yet.
Work situations where there's somebody from the prior regime's still there, and it's just.
I don't think he's going to show up to the facility. I mean, he's going to rehab privately, and when he gets healthy enough to, hey, Jimmy's able to throw, then they're going to try one last time to trade him. If they can't, they're going to cut him, and then we'll ask you chorizo, sausage, or bacon, because at that point, that's.
I'm looking forward to that.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
That's going to lead to
do you feel more confident in a trade today?
No, we feel awful about it as a show.
No, I don't know. That's too big of a word.
Carolina?
I don't feel better, but I don't feel awful.
How awful would you feel if I went Benedict Arnold again and switched sides?
I'd feel great. Then I get 2 burritos.
You were the chosen one.
Totally.
What's better than a burrito? 2 burritos.
By the way, the Giants line up yesterday. I was watching the inning of spring
training.
We're going to get into it.
Elliot Ramos?
Spring.
Totally.
What about him?
I'm out.
I know.
Oh, now you're out?
He's already out in March.
Let's go watch 3 spring training games.
Why?
I've never watched 3 spring training games in my
His hat
life.
on.
What's that?
He's not a contact hitter. He's not a power hitter. He's not a speed guy. I don't see it. I look at his numbers. I'm looking at all the top prospects in baseball, and their numbers are popping off the television.
Here's the phrase. Here's the phrase we're working to get out of our heads.
Yeah, what?
You just used it. I don't see it. We never do. And then
hold on a second. Shohei Ohtani showed up and it was like, oh my God, this looks different. Vladdy Jr. This looks different. What are we talking about?
You're totally misinterpreting my statement.
He's 22.
From the moment that Farhan Zaidi started his process.
Yeah.
And one of the things I love about them is whether you love their process or not, they do.
Okay.
And they stick the heck to it.
But what does that have to do with Ramos?
It has to do with the fact that it's not specifically Ramos. It's the idea that the Giants lineup, you're not going to see it coming. You never will.
If you're a top prospect and you're supposed to be highly touted and you're the guy that I'm not spending money in free agency,
he's not a top
I better
prospect.
see some. What is he as a player?
He's a prospect. He's not a top prospect.
He's their number 3 prospect in the organization. We're waiting 4 years for him.
That means he was there prior to this regime. We'll see.
It's not encouraging,
Minor
Mark.
league
You have
players,
to grant me that. It's not encouraging.
I grant you nothing based off of the 3 spring at-bats that you watched.
Well, I'm also
Nothing.
looking at his baseball card. The number one prospect hit 33 home runs and batted 300.
Do you know what Double A is traditionally a numbers killer? That league is hitters parks. No, go look it up.
I will bet you now, right now, he never hits 25 home runs in a season.
I'm not betting you anything on a guy who never watched play.
I'm telling you.
12-year payoff.
I just don't see it. I don't see it.
Don't kill the guy before he's made his major league debut.
Don't lock in on spring training games.
Yeah.
I watched one inning and I regretted that. And it was back to waiting time on HBO Max. I'd rather watch that. Hey, John C. Reilly, hell of a Dr. Jerry Buss. A lot of people not happy with the show, but it's entertaining. Willard Dibs, have a good show. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Has anyone ever accused you of being patient? You're too patient, Dibs. You ever gotten that?
I haven't, no. I'm not very patient.
I didn't think so.
I don't know if you heard me at the toll plaza today.
I did. Actually, true story, because just to let people a little bit behind the curtain, we start our process as an 8:15 call. Okay, we go to the conference call, and usually by the time we get on, 8:16, 8:17, everybody's already in a bad mood. I'm kidding. That's not actually true. But I had a little trouble getting on today. That lady, that recorded lady, is like, your password is incorrect. I'm like, no, it's not, lady. So I put it in 4 or 5 times, wouldn't get in, had to reboot the whole thing. And as soon as I get on, that means you guys were already on.
Yeah.
First word that I heard.
Uh-oh.
She goes, please announce yourself. And right at that moment, all I hear is you go, idiot.
Well, there was a word that came before.
I'm like,
idiot.
wait a minute. Me? You talking to me? Who were you talking to?
Well, yes, there was an adjective that came. Maybe it's an adverb. Is the ing adjective?
Ooh, no.
Or is that the adverb?
I think it.
No, the adverb is the ly. The adjective is the ing.
Sure.
This person was a blanking idiot, and apparently you didn't hear the first part of it.
All I heard was idiot.
We're all trying to get through the toll plaza together, and there's a few things more annoying than the double white line lane crosser. You're going to put your blinker on, and now I want to change across 2 white lines to get in your toll plaza lane because I think it's faster. Blanking idiot.
Well, driving in traffic in the morning is always going to do that. But you know what? I do have this thought go through my head every time I'm stuck in traffic right now. Thank God it's back. Honestly, thank God it's back. And I don't mean that for radio ratings. I mean that because of what it represents. I know that the lack of traffic was one of those things that was like, oh, the little silver lining to a global pandemic. We can now get from point A to point B and not worry about being stuck in traffic. Thank God it's back. Thank God we're all back and we're here and we're doing it. And so that's just one thought that pops through my head for a moment when I'm stuck in traffic. And then I go to the cussing people out thing.
Your positivity is really adorable.
Nauseating, right?
It's both nauseating adjective and adorable.
Is it not true, though? I mean, if
totally
you want to go
untrue.
back to going for walks and wiping down your groceries, we could do that. I'll take traffic.
I didn't mind it.
Really?
I liked going on walks. Wiping down groceries, I never bought into that. Oh, there's Corona on my 5-pound bag of flour. Get out of here with that.
People coming home, spreading their groceries out on the driveway, blowing on them.
Correct.
Taking out towels.
That I never bought in.
I'm like, guys, right, like if there's just COVID all over your food, then you're going to get COVID. You know, I mean, like...
all you people trying to go to work, go home. Yes.
No, welcome back to the world. Remember, there were times I'm coming in late for Giants games last year. You want to know what I saw when I would get out of the car and walk to the studio? Coyotes. Okay? There wasn't traffic. There were coyotes. I don't need coyotes running down Battery. I want people. Give me some people. And so that's what we got now. So it's okay. But I guess the larger point, and as we welcome you in, good morning. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. We really, really appreciate you. You can comment there as well. Twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. We got Chris Rock tickets. We got Rich Ohrnberger. We got Anthony Slater and plenty to get to with the 49ers, Giants, and Warriors. But man, impatience is just winning the day. And that's what I want to understand. Help me understand, Jimmy Garoppolo, angry person. Explain to me, because it feels to me like you've cornered the 49ers into a spot where there is no answer. There's no trade market for Jimmy. You botched this. Hold on. Put those two statements together. Say them out loud again. There's no trade market for Jimmy. You botched this. Sorry, angry Jimmy person. You have got to pick a side. You can't say both of those sentences back to back. They make no sense.
They're both true.
But how?
Well, there's no trade market for Jimmy.
Okay.
Because he's not that good and he's hurt, or he's hurt and he's not that good. Whatever the order you want to put them in. And they botched it because it's a results game. And at the end of this, if you cut him and you get nothing for him, and you realize that you're with you got Trey Lance and Nate Sudfeld, your quarterback room is not as good as it used to be, and basically you had this whole thing about Jimmy Garoppolo, and we're gonna move on, and Jimmy said goodbye, and Jimmy waited to have surgery, and you ended up getting nothing for him. I know that there's a number of events that took place, and you rolled out all of them with Butcher Boy and Bonte, but it's a results game. So, yes, there's no trade market for him. The market has told you that. And you botched it if you don't get anything for him.
I don't understand that at all. What was botched? If there is no offer, then what was botched?
It was botched that you didn't find a way to get something for him before you got to the marketplace where there was no offer for him.
I mean, if that is true, everything you just said, then all hail Kyle Shanahan. You're the most amazing coach in the history of the NFL. If a guy who's got absolutely no trade value whatsoever in the NFL took you to the NFC title game twice in a Super Bowl, holy hell, you're amazing. You're the best coach of all time. This is the number one thing on your resume if that's the case. The shoulder injury is obviously having an effect here, but I still don't buy under. I don't get it. If you believe, and if you want to be on that side, Jimmy stinks, there is no trade value, well, then exactly what was it you wanted the 49ers to do?
Was there a trade value? Was there an offer? Reports say that there was reports that there was a couple of seconds out there.
I mean, the interest, sure. But again,
was there an offer a month ago?
Was there?
8 weeks ago when you got knocked out of the postseason? I don't know.
Well, if
I
we
would
don't
imagine
know,
that the trade market for Jimmy Garoppolo was hotter 8 weeks ago than it is now.
You mean right after he walked off and we were talking about a finger that needed to be relatched and a shoulder that was popped out of place?
Finger didn't need to be relatched, and the shoulder wasn't so bad that he couldn't play.
I can't think that there was any trade market right after that. You have to at least wait and hear what the injury is. Dr. Pandya, I saw him tweet about it yesterday. Yes, there is absolutely precedent for the idea of this type of injury, trying to rehab it first, and if it doesn't respond, then you have surgery. He's backing Jimmy's timeline, and if that's the case, there was never an offer. I don't know, you don't know, but it feels like most of us believe there was no great offer, but the same person that's being like, there's no market for Jimmy, wow, they screwed this up. Well, if there was no market for him, then what exactly was it they were supposed to do? And your next answer, if you're listening to us, might be, well, then you just have to cut him so that you could go sign other people. Jimmy's presence has stopped them from doing nothing.
I totally agree with that notion. Absolutely.
I promise you, if they wanted to sign someone, Jimmy is not in their way.
And they have signed somebody. They signed Charvarius Ward, and that's been their big splash, and they've made a bunch of other small signings, and that's the way they were going to go about this free agency, with or without Jimmy, and you're absolutely right about that. But now you're in a spot, March 22nd, where there probably won't be any trade offers in the short term for anybody. I think the quarterback carousel has stopped. The fair has left town, and now you're going to have to wait. So cutting him now does no good at all because you're not going to go out and sign any massive free agents. Free agency's about done. The trade market's about done. So now you're playing the waiting game, and you're hoping that he rehabs sooner rather than later so that there is still a glimmer of hope that come June or July, maybe Carolina looks and says, you know what, Sam Darnold really isn't the sauce. We saw him now in OTAs, and we realize he's not good enough. Maybe we can trade a 5th for Jimmy Garoppolo, or a conditional 6th, or maybe a bag of footballs, and that kicking tee I talked about yesterday.
That did actually sound pretty attractive.
Well, it sound more attractive now than ever.
I mean, man.
There's no sense in cutting him right now.
You got a kicking tee as a kid one time for Christmas. Got a lot of use out of that sucker. You take that over to the park, kick that a little bit farther than your friend down the street because you got the kicking tee. I'll take one of those.
Yeah, I never had a kicking tee. I used the old plastic pot. You know, those pots, like the plastic gardening pots that you'd get?
Sure.
The small one, the football fit perfectly in that. Now, you kick it about 15 times.
You're a little above ground, though, aren't you? You're a little high there. You're coming in a little hot.
A little Bellinger there, but ultimately you kick it about 15 times and then the pot cracks, and then you got to go steal another one of your mom's gardening tools.
I'll tell you what else we've got. Not just kicking tees. We've also got a song of the day. Let's go, Spadon.
Homeward bound, I wish I was homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping home, where my music's playing home, where my love lies waiting silently for me.
That's right. That's right, 49er fans. Get ready for it. I mean, it is actually, in a way, it is both beautiful and hysterical at the same time. People are begging for the guy off the roster the second they lose that playoff game against the Rams. And then you think it's coming in February, and then you think for sure it's coming in March. Now how about the idea of week 1? And maybe Jimmy Garoppolo is still sitting on the team, staying home.
Yeah, I can't see that in any way, shape, or form. That to me makes no sense because you get to June or July, and at that point, you're going to cut him because you need to do some restructuring. You need to get some money to Debo and to Nick Bosa. You don't have to do that now, but you do need to do it before the year starts to make sure that they're whole. So Jimmy G, you'll get resolution before you ever go to camp.
We'll see. 49ers, obviously pretty stubborn on this one. We'll get to your phone calls on this next. It's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Chris Rock tickets are an hour away. Rich Ohrnberger, NFL analyst, Fox Sports, our good friend, is going to join us in about a half hour. Glad you're with us today. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Beauty Week at Whole Foods Market. Save on your favorite serums.
Anybody? Okay.
But the majority of people's treadmill. You get a treadmill. Boy, what a great idea. And you use the treadmill, and you get to 2 NFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl with this treadmill, which is the equivalent of, oh, yeah, you ran a half marathon, you ran a couple of 10Ks, and man, I love that treadmill. And then you realize, I'm done with this treadmill. Who wants this treadmill? Who wants to give me $400 for my treadmill? I'll take $300 for my treadmill. $200 for my treadmill.
Craigslist.
Oh, you've tried everything.
Treadmill is on the driveway. Will someone please take it?
We're close to that. Right now, it's covered in clothing in the downstairs room. It's now basically your drying rack.
Well, here's the difference between a treadmill and Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, but a treadmill, from the moment you arrive at the treadmill, I find a treadmill to be depressing. This is depressing. It's a depressing item. It just is. It represents not going outside. First of all, if you're going to run, go find some soft ground. Go find a trail. Go hike. Go get some fresh air. Plus, they're also just annoying, especially if you're in those line of them at the gym. God, shut up. Shut up, treadmill. It's too much. So, I don't even want the treadmill for free. I don't even want I'm out. I'm out on the treadmill.
Oh, I love treadmills. Oh. I did a live on-air broadcast on a treadmill at another station.
How'd that go?
12 years ago. I think I did 7 hours. It went really well.
On the treadmill the whole time?
Yeah.
I assume you were walking, not running.
No, running. Yeah,
you were running for 7 straight hours?
That's when I was training for my 50-mile run that I did.
No breaks. 7 hours of running.
There's a lot of that, Goo. Yeah, 7 hours. And again, I wasn't running 8-minute mile pace. I was running probably 10-minute mile pace.
Okay.
Just moving.
It counts.
Doing my traffic reports. We got problems on 280.
That's disturbing. It's disturbing. Connor in Alameda. Hey, Connor. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Connor?
Well, I just got home from work, and I'm about to go take my dog for a walk.
Okay. Is there going to be a nap in your future, I would hope?
Maybe, probably not. I got some schoolwork to do here.
Hey, man, got to do the do. I hear you, Connor. What's cooking, man? What's on your mind?
Well, this Jimmy G thing, lifelong Niner fan, but I'm not upset about it at all because I'm super excited about Trey Lance coming up. And the one thing I am thinking though is perhaps they did wait a bit long. They might have had a table on the offer, and we, like you said, we don't really know that. But I would have, if Matt Ryan goes for a third, Jimmy's going to go for a fifth now, it seems like. I mean, his trade value is, plummeting. But I'd be happy with anything, honestly, just to get something for him. And I think we got to wait until another quarterback gets injured for it.
Connor, it's interesting. Thank you, man. I first of all, don't read too much into specific other trades. Matt Ryan for a third, a lot of that has to do with salary. And I know Jimmy's is big too. There's no question that that's a problem. But one deal does not necessarily equal the next deal. That's not an even Steven sort of a swap. Number one. Number two, though, this is kind of my point where people are like, I'll take a fifth for him. Who cares about a fifth-round draft pick? Why are we stressing over that? You gotta get something for him.
It's better than nothing.
I guess. Is it?
Yes, it's better than nothing.
Losing sleep over a fifth-round draft pick.
Not losing sleep over any of this.
I couldn't give two rips if the 49ers... The only reason I'd want him to get a fifth instead of cutting him is because you and I will get a burrito out of it. But outside of that... That fifth-round draft pick doesn't resonate with people. They've fallen asleep by the time the NFL gets to the fifth round on the weekend.
But it's better than nothing. And you got Elijah Mitchell in the fifth round. And you've gotten a lot of value as a Niner front office and an organization with late-round picks. So there is value. What's better, a fifth-round pick or not having a fifth-round pick?
For sure it's a fifth-round pick,
Thank you.
but no, because we're talking, this is our lead story half of the mornings the last month and a half.
And for the next few months.
For a fifth-round pick? That's
It's
what we're
better
talking
than
about?
Nothing. Well, we're talking about what you thought, which would be a second-round pick. I set the over-under at the end of the third round, and you scoffed at that, and now we're sitting in a spot where they're not getting bupkis for it. They are getting bupkis.
Yeah, I stand completely by what I thought then, and I still think it because there's plenty of time. But there are so many things that have factored into this that the Jimmy haters who want to be right on Twitter are going to ignore, which is mainly the injury. The Colts even said it. This was a direct quote that was stated to reporters yesterday. We were interested in Jimmy, and then the shoulder injury happened, and we don't want a guy to come in and learn a new system in the offseason, new team for him when he can't throw. That scared us away. The shoulder will get better at some point, and there will always be a market for quarterbacks. Always. Healthy ones, but always there'll be a market for quarterbacks. So I don't know how this is going to end. I guess my point is this idea, they've got to do it. They've got to do it now. They don't, number one. And number two, if all you're hoping for is a 5th-round pick, I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's better than nothing.
I agree with you, Dan.
If you offer me $75 for my treadmill, after all this time, I'm taking it.
But that's not a resonating thing, a 5th-round pick. Great, okay, yes, it's better than nothing, but do we really care? We really, got to do this now so we can get a 5th-round.
No, I don't think we have to do it now to get a 5th-round pick. I think that when all is said and done, if it comes down to cut or get a 5th-round pick, I'm taking the 5th, because if you cut him, the only way you get compensation back is if your free agent balance sheet is in the negative. And I don't know if your free agent balance sheet would be in the negative based on the guys you've signed. I think the Niners have signed about 4 or 5 free agents, and they've let 3 or 4 of them go. And so at the end of next year, then the computation happens where you look at, did you gain by free agency? Did you lose by free agency? So getting a compensatory pick is not a guarantee. It depends on a number of different factors. So for me, trading him and having a 5th in the hand is worth waiting a year and seeing if you'll get a 3rd in the bush.
Here's the other thing, and I love this about the 49ers and the Giants. We talked a lot about, go get a star if you're the Giants. Stop with this whole, value play. Even back when they hired Gabe Kapler. Gabe's got, there's a checkered past. Don't do it. And Farhan's like, yep, I'm doing it. We're hiring Gabe Kapler. And then he becomes the manager of the year 2 years later. So what both of these teams do is they are incredibly stubborn, and they stick to their process no matter what the fans want them to do. So let's get to the idea of you got to trade Jimmy. You got to trade Jimmy now. Or even the idea of you have to get him off of this roster. Let's go back to a few days after the NFC Championship game and listen to exactly what the key characters said. Here's what Jimmy Garoppolo said in his press conference.
Faithful, thank you very much for everything. It's been crazy, man. Just all the comebacks at Levi's, comebacks on the road, ups and downs. It's been a hell of a ride, guys. I love you guys. So, see ya.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Bye. It's been. How many times did he say it's been? See you later.
Past tense.
Right. So there's Jimmy, who clearly, peace out. He sees himself as a starting quarterback in the NFL. But that was his words. Those were his words. What about the actual people making the decision? Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say.
We've had Jimmy here for 5 years, and he's got to play in 2 of those seasons fully. And, before this year was only 1 out of 4 years. And that was our big worry going into it, that we could not go into another year where he didn't make it through. And in the 2 years he's played, he's taken us to a Super Bowl, and he's taken us really close in the NFC Championship game. So I got the ultimate respect for Jimmy, and I'm very excited about Trey. And that's where we're at right now. I mean, Jimmy's made it a lot harder because he stayed healthy, and he played like he is capable of playing, which is, to me, one of the better quarterbacks in this league. So we're in a tough situation. You're in a situation where you got to make some tough decisions that won't be easy, but I'm happy about that. That means you got the best scenario going, and that's why we got to put a lot of thought into this. And, John and I talking to Jed and everything, and Jimmy will know everything as we go.
Oh, wow. That sounded a lot less definitive than what Jimmy said. Sounded a lot less definitive. Sounded like we had decisions to make. They're going to be hard. We'll let Jimmy know exactly what's going on at every step of the way. But sounded to me like a lot was on the table. What did John Lynch have to say?
I think Jimmy Garoppolo deserves a ton of credit because, the way he handled the situation. I said it to the team yesterday that the way not only he went about competing and making that, competition brings out the best in everyone. It certainly did with Jimmy, but the way he also welcomed Trey and helped him along the way. It was a really nice thing to see, and I think it speaks volumes to who he is. Trey's obviously, they're both very similar in that they're both Midwest guys who kind of have Midwest values. They're good people, and that showed itself. And I think was a great example for our team that you can compete at the highest levels, but still, all be working for the same goal. And that was especially true. And so I'm real proud of the organization and those individuals and for pulling it off.
Okay, so what I'm missing, I guess, from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan is exactly where they said Jimmy's era here is done. We're moving on for sure. We are looking for the first trade partner to give us a call.
Well, a couple things to that. First of all, Kyle Shanahan said what he said about Jimmy's durability and the fact that he was unable to stay healthy in a couple of those years, and that's a very important thing. So that tells you, signal one, that they're moving on from him. He also went on to say, I respect Jimmy Garoppolo a lot, but I'm excited for Trey Lance. So a respect in that sense is a thank you to Jimmy for the effort, and excitement for Trey is Trey's going to be our quarterback. And when he talked about how John and Jed and I have to sit down and have conversations about it, that to me is where I feel like the botching of this may have had its genesis, because you had to sit down and really think about it, and you had to have conversations. You should know by the time that conference championship game ended, you should know which way you were going to go with that. Maybe it took you some time to go through conversations. Maybe you weren't immediately shopping him. Maybe you shopped him immediately and you got no offers. But that period of time from when the season ended in February, early February, to where we are now, that is the time period where I feel like they could have been more aggressive in dealing Jimmy Garoppolo, because now they're sitting here and they're stuck with him.
Right, except for that he was injured, and I'm confident, based on at least what I'm reading and just also using common sense, that no one's going to trade for him then. So this idea they should have done something in February, what offer was there? But the second part of it is
we don't know that.
We don't know
said
that. We don't know that. So therefore, if we don't know that, then we can't make the assumption that they should have taken an offer if we don't even know that that offer was there. But secondly, in listening to those guys, I have no doubt. I'm not an idiot. I know that they want to trade him. I know that they're looking to move on from him. That's obvious. But they never said that is 100% what we're doing. They never said that.
Well, maybe they should have.
Maybe they should have, but they didn't. And we've also got countering confusion with regard to, are they fully in love with Trey? Do they fully believe he is the week one starter and he's ready to go? They've never said that either. So my point is, these guys are very stubborn, and what they believe, they are not going to be swayed by Twitter.
Fine.
And so I'm not convinced that they're going to deal him, especially if it's not what they think they should get. They're going to wait. And that can annoy the hell out of everyone, and it won't change a thing.
It's not annoying me at all. And
it's annoying a lot of, maybe not you, it's annoying a lot of people.
Right. And I think, let's say they wait, Jimmy gets healthy, and they get 2 first-round picks for him in July. All that annoyance goes away. I think the fans are annoyed because it feels like you're going to get nothing for him. And there's also the misconception that by keeping him, it's preventing you from re-signing and extending Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa, which is patently untrue, because once Jimmy G comes off the books, that money will get repurposed into Deebo, Nick Bosa, and like you said, the salary cap gymnastics, you can structure it to where, I mean, look what Cleveland is doing with Deshaun Watson.
Look at the Rams.
Yes.
Look at the Rams the last 3 years. Find a way.
You could find a way to take that money. Now, you can't do it now because, the league year started and he's still on the books, but when that time comes, when you get Jimmy G closure, that money will go to the guys who deserve it. But this is where I agree with you on their stubbornness, but their stubbornness may be burning them, because if you would have come out in February and let every other team know look, Jimmy G, he's available. I don't know if they did.
I think they did.
I don't think they did it well enough.
Nobody was like, boy, I'd love to have Jimmy, but it just doesn't look like he's available.
They probably had their price too high. And you look what Matt Ryan commanded, and Matt Ryan is a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. He has been every single year of their careers, and they got a third-round pick for him. So the Niners probably overvalued Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's where we disagree.
Well, this is my own. I'm reading into it the same way you are. You don't know, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say that based on what other teams are looking at and the shoulder injury, there has been no great offer. There has not been a great. It's not like we're acting
but you're not going to get a great offer.
But
he's not a great player.
I don't know if there was any offer, and we're acting like seriously. The tone of a lot of people right now is like the 49ers passed on a second rounder in February, and now they're left holding the bag. That offer wasn't there. It wasn't there, and it's obvious actually. The Steelers signed Mitch Trubisky, and the Saints acquired Jameis Winston. And they're moving on, and y'all are acting like, oh, Jimmy's not that good. You think those teams think those guys are better than Jimmy, or are they scared of his injury?
You think that Jimmy G coming back in July can't rehab and be good enough to be a good enough quarterback to be? I mean, if those teams really thought Jimmy G was any good, they would have signed him, and they would have brought him. Hey, I know you're hurt until July, but we believe in you.
But you got a new system to learn, and those guys can throw at OTAs, and this guy can't. I mean, honestly, even if you hate Jimmy, you're not running around out there thinking that Jameis Winston and Mitch Trubisky are better than him, are you? Nobody, none of you are driving around thinking that right now, are you?
They're not necessarily worse than him.
I mean, they're cheaper. Yeah. They're cheaper. So that I get. But we don't like it when our teams are like, well, we'll take the lesser option for cheaper. So I'm not going to, is a Saints fan and a Steelers fan going to defend that? Or is it the shoulder? It's got to be the shoulder. I know what a lot of people are asking. I know you're looking at the 49ers. We'll talk to Rich Ohrnberger about this in 10 minutes. But you're looking at the 49ers and asking, what are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing every day, 9:45, or maybe a couple of minutes after? Let it out. Get it off your chest. Something you observe, something that's bothering you. You'll feel better. I promise you. Do you have one?
Yeah, I got some landscaping that needs to be done, and got a guy coming today, 1:15, to give an assessment, and we got some things going on at the house. So right now the weeds outside the house are a little bit higher than they normally would be. Dog owner, you're rolling by, and doggy's got to go rock the deuce. I understand it. Yeah. And just because my weeds happen to be higher than they normally are, don't think that you can drop and run because it's going to be obscured by the 2-inch tall weeds. Bring your little baggie, scoop and score. What are you doing right now?
Wait a minute. So you're saying that because the weeds are thick that people believe they can just leave it in there?
Exactly.
No, you got to go in there and get that thing.
Well,
you got to go in there and get that.
As a dog owner, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't care how deep it is. And you got to go get that thing.
I would say the dog owners, we live on not a super busy street, but there's a lot of traffic, a lot of dog walking early morning, and that was the beauty of working from home. My bedroom looks right out on the street, so I could pap on the window for the rare times that people would forget. I'm not home now. The weeds are high, so people feel like, it's like it never happened. What are you doing, dog owner?
That's super uncomfortable, and not that they should be.
What are you doing?
You should not apologize for these people because they are completely in the wrong. But that's super uncomfortable. If you do the look right, look left, I don't think anybody saw.
Right.
I think, hey, Fido, I think we can just roll out.
Fido.
I think we can get out of here. And then you hear Dibs staring out the front window, looking at you with those eyes. That's a tough moment. That's a tough moment for any dog owner. I have to do something that I really don't want to do. I never want to do this. But I've got to put my daughter on What Are You Doing?
Wow.
I mean, she's 13 years old.
Bold strategy right here.
She is the complete apple of my eye. And let's be honest, she's also in math class right now. So it's okay. This will never get back to her. And it's nothing that's all that bad. But my goodness, the sound of an alarm clock is what? It is built on purpose to be highly annoying because because it's built for you to get out of bed. It has to be something that makes you stand up, get out of bed, and turn it off. Now, some people are light sleepers, some people are heavy sleepers, so maybe you take a little longer than others to turn the alarm off, or everybody's got their own strategy. But this girl does not even seem to know that the alarm clock is going off. It is on her phone. Yes, I shouldn't call it an alarm clock. She doesn't have a little alarm clock next to her bed. It's not 1982.
Although phones have clocks and they also have alarms.
They do.
I'll
So
allow it.
let's call it an alarm clock. She's
Thank
got
you.
her phone. She puts it on the desk strategically, not at arm's length. It's across the room, so you got to get up, except for she doesn't get up.
Oh.
She doesn't hear it. For 7 o'clock in the morning, all the way up till 7:45, it's just I'm making breakfast. Jude, feeding the dog. Go for It's like there's construction going on outside and it never stops. Like a big truck is in reverse or something.
Oh.
Just omnipresent. Sweetie, you got to get up. You got to go turn your alarm off. She rolls over and goes, okay, and then rolls right back and goes back. No. Sweetie, what are you doing? The whole point is to get you out of bed and turn it off. This girl's phone is going to be the death of me. It's driving me crazy. Honey, I love you. But what are you doing?
What are you doing? Yeah.
You got to turn it off.
Is there a lock on her bedroom door?
No.
Okay, then.
But see, that's the thing. Like, she's a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And dad's getting ready for work. I might only have partial clothing on as well. Can't go firing into the 13-year-old girl's room.
Oh, you can.
I mean, I could, but there's pitfalls there. There are pitfalls.
I had 2 sons, so I can't speak to the father-daughter relationship, nor would I pretend to do so. However, if that existed in my household, and I did mornings, I worked morning show.
I know you did.
So I didn't have a lot of that, but that door would fly open, and the "What are you doing?" would be delivered live and in person.
Well, I ramp it up. I know that's everybody's favorite sports phrase now. It's time to ramp it up, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay? I do ramp it up, but 4th, 5th, 6th reference. There was one moment this morning where I did. I didn't go in, but I threw the door open, and you start clapping. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna come get you. I'm gonna if I threaten to go tickle her, then it's over. But that's weird too. That's creepy in its own way. So the whole thing is just it's a problem. But if you got a problem, we'll solve it. Rich Ohrnberger is coming up next. NFL analyst, Fox Sports, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
It's the final push to the playoffs.
We prepare past due returns, even if you have no records. We represent you before the IRS or state in an audit. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm always offers a free consultation so we may openly discuss your legal options without any added pressure. We are a local firm with offices throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call us toll-free 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I'm always excited when our buddy Rich Ohrnberger comes on because he's fun. There's no doubt about it. We'll talk football, and the conversation will totally accidentally go somewhere else as well. Also want to remind you, Chris Rock tickets in less than a half hour. So coming up at 10:30, your chance to win 2 tickets to see Chris Rock at Paramount Theater in Oakland, courtesy of Live Nation. Just wait until you hear this sounder, also known as the Willard and Dibs catch-all. That'll be your cue to call in and win Chris Rock tickets. And only because Rich is one of our good friends, I'm going to ask him to wait 30 more seconds so that we can pass along this breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's not a star, and you may not love his name value, but he has been very productive for the Giants, and they love him some, so they are keeping him a little bit longer. The Giants and outfielder Darren Ruff are in agreement on a new 2-year, $6.25 million contract extension that includes a third-year club option. The deal buys out the final 2 years of arbitration and potentially 1 free agent season as well. The Giants and Darren Ruff, 2 years and maybe 3 for him to keep patrolling wherever they decide to put him. Left field, first base, DH. You probably see him a lot against both righties and lefties this year.
Okay. Congratulations to Darren Ruff.
Pretty cool story, actually.
Yeah.
You know.
And good guy and an absolute Farhan special, a guy who you can move around. He can platoon in a number of different spots. He's got a little pop in the bat. And again, the price, the commitment, not a big commitment, not a huge price tag, just another incremental piece.
And you know why Darren Ruff surprises us sometimes is because he's kind of built like an offensive lineman. Oh, hey, Rich Ohrnberger's on the phone. Hi, Rich Ohrnberger.
Yeah. Hey, I've just been waiting here. How'd you guys, preempt this interview talking about Chris Rock tickets? You play that fun horn sounder, which from now on, I actually want that to be my sounder when I come on.
Okay, well, wait, no, do you want us to try again? We can try again if you are. Okay, here we go. Okay. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, and you know what time it is? Oh, that means Rich Ohrnberger time.
Welcome to the jungle. Yeah,
I love it.
Do it.
I want to apologize for having you wait, not for Chris Rock, but Darren Ruff. And
Ruff.
Mark's fingerprints are on that because he's all giddy over here over a fourth outfielder, a platoon piece.
Hey.
So we had to break in with that, Rich. Just so you know, that's on your boy MW,
You got
not
a big
me.
old OPS, Darren Ruff. You down with
his
OPS?
OPS plus and his WAR.
Thank
and
you.
His it's all those. We could just stat all over the place about Darren Ruff for the next 15, or if you guys want to talk about a real sport, right?
Wow.
NFL football.
All right, fine. Let's do it. And you and Jimmy Garoppolo, Boston's 2 favorite former Patriots. Seriously, what on earth is going on? Because I wonder, what is your true analysis of this situation? There's the shoulder injury. There was the expectation. Fans here are getting really, really impatient. I don't necessarily know why, because the same person who's like, oh, he's not worth anything, get rid of him now. I don't know what the rush is, but what's your analysis of what's taking place and where it goes from here?
My analysis is, look, Jimmy G, he's just kind of a lucky guy.
You know, he got to play for a franchise that routinely appeared deep in the postseason with the Patriots, and he backed up the greatest quarterback of all time, which I think a lot of people assumed he would eventually replace, and he got shipped out to San Francisco, where very fortunately he joined a squad where he's surrounded by a tremendous amount of talent, defensively especially, but also offensively, as Lynch and Shanahan have put this thing together, and he's been the benefactor of it. I'm not going to throw any shade at Jimmy Garoppolo, but I mean, when you start doing like the price comparison, you know, Garoppolo to some of these other quarterbacks like him, you know, like maybe he's a lesser than Dak Prescott. Like, can he be in that conversation? Sure. He's paid a lot less than Dak Prescott. You know, he's probably around a Kirk Cousins level of ability, and he's getting paid a lot less than Kirk Cousins, you know, and Jimmy Garoppolo has been to 2 NFC championship games with the San Francisco 49ers, and he's won one of them. And I know there's been disappointment, but I don't really understand the impatience so much, especially if the San Francisco 49ers have the cap room to hang on to him. Let's just wait this thing out. I mean, would another year with Jimmy G be the worst thing in the world to give Trey Lance even more time on the shelf to incubate and get ready for what will be a long Hall of Fame career with the San Francisco 49ers, everybody hopes? No, I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So I would preach patience to the fan base if I were a part of it, because Jimmy G is a competent quarterback who's not paid the ilk of quarterbacks like him in this league. So you're getting a good leader and a good guy around the locker room for a discount.
It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but it would be on the list of worst things in the world. You spend all that draft capital to get Trey Lance, to play Trey Lance, and you know Jimmy Garoppolo is injury prone. So I agree with you as far as preaching patience, but wouldn't this be a signal to the fans that having Jimmy G come back is just 2 steps back as opposed to taking a step forward?
I get that. I totally get that. The way I'll put it is, you can have it where Trey Lance gets started immediately, right? Say they get, I don't know, a 4th rounder for Jimmy G because he's kind of damaged goods right now with the shoulder surgery. So you get a 4th rounder, and maybe you turn that into, I don't know what, defensive backfield depth, right? You know, maybe you get another interior defensive lineman or maybe a lower tier edge rusher out of this draft to try to find someone who can play opposite Nick Bosa. Maybe you get lucky, maybe you don't. You know, a 4th round pick is okay. And if Trey Lance works out, that's great. But chances are there's going to be some growing pains. You know, chances are there are going to be some early moments where he flashes dynamite stuff where you say, oh, wow, okay, this is a high ceiling, you know, high 1st round draft pick that we were all hoping is going to bear out. But Jimmy Garoppolo, at very least, you know what you're going to get. Now, it's not going to be anything that's going to blow your doors off. You know, it's not going to be anything that's going to amaze you, but he's a solid starter. He's a good leader. He's won a lot of games for this franchise. And, oh, by the way, you mentioned he is injury prone. If he gets hurt, you got a guy who's now spent a year learning under Jimmy Garoppolo who can come into the game in Trey Lance and hopefully, you know, get going on his career. So I kind of see it as a win-win if he's there. And also I kind of see it as a win-win situation if he's traded. So, again, I think most likely the 49ers are going to have to wait at this point until after the draft, after the Baker situation gets settled, most likely before the draft, and then we'll see what happens with Jimmy G.
Rich Ohrnberger, Fox Sports Radio, NFL analyst, Extra 1360 in San Diego as well, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Rich, I saw you tweeting yesterday about the NFC being the AFC's farm system, and so I'm looking at the lay of the land in the NFC right now. Let's forget Jimmy G. Let's say Trey Lance is the week 1 and every week starter for the 49ers this year. Can they compete for a Super Bowl right away, knowing that, you know, it's Tom, it's Aaron, there's Stafford, and outside of that, it's just kind of like, So, I mean, can Trey do it right away?
It's possible if he has special stuff. You know, I pulled up a list AFC side right now at the quarterback position, check this out. You got Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert, Allen, Wilson, Carr, Jackson, Mac Jones, and, oh, by the way, Deshaun Watson. Now, I don't know if he plays the whole season, but that's a stacked AFC. On the NFC side, you're absolutely right. You got Rodgers, Brady, Stafford, but then the list gets a little thin after that. You got Murray, you got Prescott, Wentz, Kirk Cousins, Jimmy G. I mean, we're talking about the NFC starting quarterback. If Trey Lance is the goods, Trey Lance could probably vault his way to the fourth best in the NFC comfortably. I mean, you could argue that. If he truly is the goods, he was drafted with a lot of draft capital to trade up and get him at the spot they took him, and for good reason, because they think he's the future of this franchise. They think he's a potential franchise-changing talent. And if that's the case, yeah, the NFC is wide open right now. Kyler Murray, really disappointing second half. Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, I don't know if you guys are watching, but the boys are doing nothing in free agency. So it really does sort of feel like it's the Packers, it's the Bucs, it's the Rams, and then it gets really iffy after that. If the 49ers, even if they don't win the division, say, I don't know, the Rams repeat, okay, fine. If they can get in, yeah, they can make some noise on the NFC side.
And you look at other pieces that the 49ers have and other things that they've added in a division that's fairly weak. What do you think about the possibility of the Rams still being a threat in the NFC West?
Oh, the Rams are definitely a threat in the NFC West. Look, they have a great culture in place, but so do the 49ers. And you know what? The 49ers address some needs here in free agency. I know not a lot of them are like the high-profile, super sexy acquisitions in trade or free agency like we're seeing elsewhere, but Charvarius Ward, bringing him in, that's a huge position of need for the 49ers. That stabilizes things nicely. There's some young talent in that defensive backfield. You can move some parts around now. Ray McLeod, bringing him in, I think, is a really smart signing because you really didn't have the consummate punt returner, kick returner on the team, and now you do. You could use him as a third or fourth receiver also on this offense. And that was a real area of concern. I mean, the 49ers were a bottom third team in kick return and punt return average cumulatively. And Ray McLeod led the league in some of those categories. So you add a really important piece to the special teams, which is so overlooked in free agency oftentimes, or really in the offseason altogether. And then you get to the season, it's like, hey, yeah, geez, that is a really important part of our game too. And I just thought it was a smart signing. And they've added depth at linebacker. They've added depth on the interior defensive line because Jones signed with the Denver Broncos. So, I mean, was it the sexiest offseason? No, but they addressed some needs, and you still got the draft coming up. So, yeah, I think it comes down to the 49ers and the Rams again this year, and I'm not going to just hand it to the Rams. The 49ers have a really good roster and a really good culture.
Rich, it's always fun to have you on, and we thank you so much, above all other things, for your patience at the beginning of this conversation. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, we got to all be patient, and please, if you will, just the horns one more time on my way out.
Please. There it is. All right, that's the start of the rest of your day. What are you doing with it, Rich?
Probably eating an acai bowl, which, as it turns out, are way more calorie dense than I originally thought. Did you know those things? You add a little peanut butter, you could be easily knocking down 1,300 calories to start your day.
I think it sounds perfect. And you are a man who can handle such a thing. I know this about you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I got to start getting some of this weight off again.
I'm with
Wait,
you.
again? You went through the thing. I thought you were going. Where are you coming in right now?
Yeah, I mean, maybe in the 260s again. I don't know. I'm a little scale shy right now.
All right.
I love it. I had to step away yesterday. I was almost back to my career high, Rich. So Mark's giving me a hard time. I'm undergoing this cleanse right now.
Yeah, he's on a cleanse, Rich.
It's the Prolon cleanse. It's food based, so you're not totally starving. But I got results if you need it.
Okay, yeah, you and me. I'll have my people contact your people, Dibs, okay?
Sadly, peanut butter is not on the list, so I hate to break that to you, babe.
Doing a peanut butter cleanse, it's only peanut butter.
I get triggered when Dibs goes, it's food-based. Oh, so you're eating things that are food-based this week. Like, what, as opposed to what?
Some of these cleanses are like water and grapefruit rind.
It's not a cleanse. It's called starvation sensation is what that is.
I've eliminated all foods that start with the letter X. It's going really well. It's going super well.
All right, buddy. Enjoy the acai bowl.
Thank you. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, there he goes. That's Rich Ohrnberger. I don't need to tell you. He's a ton of fun.
Yeah, and those acai bowls, they are sneaky. It sounds so healthy.
Purple, and you just stir granola in there. Get some peanut butter. I mean, put whatever you want in there. And though, here's the good, if it is 1,300 calories, you eat that thing, you shouldn't be hungry for at least another 2 to 3 hours.
And that's the problem, though. And then you rack it back with a breakfast burrito, and you top it off with a small pizza, and you look at your total for the day, and you're up around 4,500.
I don't know. I've never tracked it. I have no clue.
It's because you're skinny.
Well, but
people like you, Mark, people like you should just butt out of the conversation because you're coming up on 50. And you're about, I would say, roughly 3 to 4 pounds overweight, with a body fat hovering about 9%.
Wait, you think I'm overweight?
You don't work hard. You don't diet. You don't really exercise, and you don't work out.
I worked out this morning at 6:30.
People like you piss people like me off. I'll tell you that.
First of all, I don't think I'm 3 to 4 pounds overweight. But second of all, people like you, like the second you hear that start to the sentence, you're like, I probably should get out of the room right now. I probably should go for a walk. People like you, it's aggressive.
No, people like me, we do exercise and we do.
So do I.
We do work fairly hard. There are certain genetic advantages that people like you have that make it so you don't understand what people like me have to go through to avoid being fat.
I'm not saying I've walked in your shoes. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wouldn't hesitate on an acai bowl with granola. It's delicious.
What I'm saying is, of course you would, Captain Hummingbird metabolism.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to fly with our little wings over to Chase Center tomorrow.
I can't wait.
Did you know about this?
I'm so excited.
10 a.m. tomorrow. Bob Myers in person. For a long time. He may not know this, but we're going to talk to him for at least 47 and a half minutes is the over-under.
And we're going roster by roster. I'm getting his opinion on every college player who possibly could be in the draft.
Perfect.
Did you see that email, by the way?
No.
Look. Don't ask about any college player. They won't talk about him. They won't make a gesture. They won't hint. They won't intimate. They won't allege. Look, don't do it.
Okay.
So, of course, I immediately think, so, Bob, what do you think about that kid Timmy in Gonzaga?
So here's the good news for Matt Nahagian and the Golden State Warriors, who I'm sure it sounds like have sent an email saying make sure that they don't ask about specific college players.
So, Steve.
Here's the good news. I haven't heard of any college player. I wouldn't even know what to ask. I've been watching the tournament for a week. I have no idea. I'm like, that's the guy over there in the Texas Tech jersey.
Right.
Yeah, he plays for, he's got the red on. And make the shot. I got you -3.5. I mean, come on. I got a bracket, and it's busted, but I got a bracket. That's what I know about college basketball. No, I want to ask about, James Wiseman and Steph Curry and Draymond Green and GP2 and just whatever. But anyway, Bob Myers.
So Bronny is going to be available. Bronny's a senior in high school. In a couple of years, you think you might get Bronny and Bron?
Bob LaMelo Ball, your thoughts? I'm going to do hard-hitting questions. Very hard-hitting. So anyway, Bob Myers will be on, I guess not for 47 minutes because Mike Dunleavy's going to be on at 10:30. So Bob will be on until Mike Dunleavy's going to be on. And then Brandon Schneider of the Warriors, who is a huge Bay Area sports fan and a UCLA guy. He is going to join us at 11. So we'll be live at Chase Center getting you ready for not only Warriors basketball, but they're going to be on the road. The tournament is coming to town. Duke, Gonzaga. I'll tell you right now, Coach K's final game happens here.
What's your major?
It happens here. they're not getting out of here. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you.
Bob, Paolo Banchero, your thoughts? Any chance you move up to draft him?
Seriously?
Honestly, I'm not going to... Look. Dibs, I think you need to take an emergency sick day. Stay home. Look, Dibs, you don't look good.
Tell Matt I am perfect for this interview. If Bob looks at me and goes, Mark, name a college basketball player, I'll be like, boy.
There's that one guy on UCLA with the wild hair.
Dude with Gonzaga with the mustache? What's his name? What's that guy? What's that guy's name?
They still got that guy with the
I can't believe Adam Morrison's been there for 22
that guy in
years.
Illinois.
What?
Can you pronounce his last name for me?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Hey, Bob, Kofi Coburn, does he have a complete offensive package to thrive in this league? My problem is I know too many college players.
Right. I'm like, Bob, you know what? I've been watching college basketball. None of them can shoot. I don't think you should draft any of them. I think just find some guys from Europe. I mean, we're betting unders over here all day and we're winning. They're all bad. They're terrible at basketball. So anyway, that's
a bold prediction, by the way, on Duke, because I don't know.
They're not getting out of here. I don't think they're going to win on Thursday.
Really? That's hot.
Yeah. I think you're going down.
Well, I want to hear that in Pick Your Battles come Thursday when you put your big boy pants on and you step away from the association for a change.
What's your major? I can't wait to put my big boy pants on.
By the way, I'm officially...
I usually wait for Thursday for that.
I'm officially hot in college hoop.
Oh, you are? How your Vegas trip was...
I bounced back.
Right?
Thursday was a bloodbath.
Well, you're excited because, so just to let people know, in our room here, we've got 3 screens. We've got some spring training on, we've got some NBA highlights on another, and then we've got the in-house monitor, which I don't know why I said that way, but it's
perfect.
Something a little bit mysterious, right? The in-house monitor, anything could be on there. And so what we see when we're in the middle of a segment is us, right? Like, look at that. Look, you look good.
Look at us.
You look great. You don't need a cleanse. You look fantastic. Anyway, when we get to a commercial break, what comes up is a big graphic of Pick Your Battles, which can also be found on social media platforms near you. So right now, you're excited because that thing comes up every 20 minutes, and it just stares at you, and it's just like first place, Dibs, 2-0.
So good. I'm cherishing it.
2-0, 1-800-DIBS.
I've been on the donut bubble so many times. I think we've done this bit now 10 times. Yeah. Spadoni and I accounted for 7 of the 10 donut losses.
Right, he's a 4, you're a 3.
I think Kyle's a 2 and you're a 1.
Okay,
I'm a 1.
The 4th, though, was actually technically Kyle should have paid for him, so I'm not taking that one.
But it was
it was a Devontae donut day, for those of you that didn't know.
That's true. Although it was a tiebreaker, I think all of us, right? Didn't we all end up 5-5? Something like that. But anyway.
Yeah, Kyle took the Pistons, who were favored, and and he took the Pistons again.
Ridiculous.
Let history show that then Kyle has the L, because it's important for posterity.
Yeah, so Kyle.
So now all of us have 3 losses.
And Kyle is 0-2 this week in his wedding week, which
Pick already in, by the way.
Lets you know what life is like as a married person. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. You're going to have to take some L's. So I think that's the message that the universe is giving to Kyle right now. I've got some messages for you as well. Dibs, I know you do too. Anthony Slater is coming up in just a few minutes. And then we'll have some room to get a little bit further into the 49ers, the Warriors, and the Giants, who apparently all of you think are run by idiots. So we'll get to that right around the corner. But Anthony Slater next. James Wiseman's injury, Steph Curry's prognosis, Draymond's technical, all of that coming up next as the Warriors get ready to take on Orlando right here on 95.7 The Game later on this afternoon. Willard and Dibs. On the inside of the organization, based on the conversations you've had, the concern level for James is what?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think there's like some deeper concern that this is just going to like completely derail the next like 6 months. But I mean, as far as this season is concerned, like it was already a very urgent time to try to get him back before the regular season ended. It's a pause at a time where you're basically at the end of the road. So if we're just discussing this season, I mean, I think there's skepticism that he will be able to come back in time to make any type of impact at this point. But if you generally, when you talk to people in the organization about Wiseman, especially at this point, it's always like long-term, patient approach. The summer's more important than the right now. Summer league, training camp. It's really about next season. And at this point, they're kind of trying to figure out how to maximize his summer.
And so, in that vein, is there any sense that there'll be an announcement that he's completely being shut down, or is there still some glimmer that he could return at some point this year in a playoff run?
Everybody I've talked to is just kind of saying they're taking a very day-to-day approach with him, seeing how the knee responds, talking to, all the medical people that are always involved in these conversations, team-wide, doctors. But they are expressing zero urgency that they like have to make some proclamation that, a season is necessarily done. He's not on the road trip, so you can certainly rule him out of these next 5 games. And he's back. I believe Rick Celebrini's back there with him, and they're kind of taking a day-to-day approach. But, I mean, it's pretty obvious to me, like, the team is operating under the assumption that, like, he is not, coming back in the near future to, like, suddenly be in the rotation.
Anthony Slater, our Warrior Insider, with us. Orlando and the Dubs getting at it later today. All right, Anthony, game 1 of the playoffs, whenever that is and wherever that is, the starting lineup includes Steph or no?
I think so. He thinks so, and I sense I don't know if you guys saw or heard his press conference the other day. He seemed to have a genuine optimism that he'd be back in a few weeks. Now he doesn't know for sure because you never know how does the foot feel a week from now? How does it feel 2 weeks from now? But you can tell he's been told that it is realistic to believe. Not only that he could be back by the playoffs, but maybe a game or 2 before the end of the regular season. And then a key here, especially with the play-in now, the last game, I believe, is April 10th, and then you pretty much get like a week off now until game 1. I think they play like a Sunday as the last game of the season, and then they probably won't start the playoffs until Saturday or Sunday of the next week. So my guess is yes, at this point he'll be there, and he seems to think so.
Has there been any report from the NBA, 2-minute report, or any affirmation of what took place from a foul standpoint at the end of the last game? Put aside the Draymond Tutek ejection, because that happens at least a couple times a season, it seems. But the weird, bizarre, quote-unquote, foul sequence at the end, did the 2-minute report show any errors from the officials in that?
Yeah, I didn't look at it. I've always kind of been like anti-2-minute report in general, just because it's like whatever, the calls have been made. But I would, if I had, my guess is they would say there were fine calls, because technically you could say like every rebound, particularly I'm talking about the Looney call, like you could kind of call it over the back on like 90% of rebounds in the NBA. It's just that is such a time that it's almost never called, especially because Looney had pretty much given up. Chasing for the rebound. Pirtle had it. I think both guys were surprised it was called, but the NBA could always just go, hey, look, there was contact. Looney was a little bit over-aggressive on it, whatever. We agree with the call. So it was weird, but I sensed today, I was at shoot-around about an hour ago, nobody is talking about the last game at this point. It does seem like a team that's pretty much over what happened.
Anthony, there have been times this year where the Warriors have looked like the best team in the NBA. There have been times where they've looked like a team that has no chance to even win a playoff series. What would you say to a fan that is clinging to the idea they still could be relatively healthy come mid-April, and that means they should be able to flip a switch and compete with anyone?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would tell them to trust the champions that, still populate this roster. And this is always going to come down to Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Andre Iguodala, who I saw shoot around today. He was really kind of going through, I'd say, a pretty strenuous workout for about an hour post shoot around. So he's not playing tonight, but he seems to be gearing up for that run. And if we do think Steph is going to be back by then, they're not going to have much continuity as a group. I mean, everyone kind of knows the number that Steph, Clay, and Draymond 11 minutes together the last 3 seasons, but also, billions of minutes together in their history. So if they are all just there game 1 of the playoffs and remain there for however long the playoffs go from a health standpoint, I think there's in a NBA that I don't see any Goliaths out there. Obviously, Phoenix is having an unbelievable season, but if they're lined up healthy against Phoenix in a 7-game series, feels a little bit coin flip to me. The only problem is, will they be healthy? Will they all be there at the same time?
Yeah, that seems like the big question for an aging core of players. You talked about continuity, and yes, Steph, Draymond, Clay, and Andre Iguodala have played 1 million minutes together, but Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins haven't. How much does that lack of continuity play into it, and how much of a big-time rotational piece will both of them be?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're both huge. As far as the continuity standpoint, I think we learned a lesson in that when Klay Thompson came back. I think there was the general idea, and I definitely had the naive thought that, Klay Thompson comes back, he's kind of a no-dribble player, he'll be so easy to seamlessly fit in. Well, we learned, that kind of, it threw Jordan Poole's rhythm off and kind of jumbled up his rotation pattern. And Andrew Wiggins kind of sunk into the background, got less shots, became less aggressive as Klay Thompson, came in with a high usage rate. So it is not easy. It is why they really wanted to get a kind of a runway of games to end the season with everybody there. That's impossible at this point without Steph. It's not going to be simple, but I'm pretty confident in Poole at this point. I think Poole is really starting to find himself, and Steve Kerr seems to finally have come to the decision to, no matter who is available, like Jordan Poole is getting 25 to 30 minutes and he's getting a lot of responsibility. Wiggins is the one. He's got to kind of find it at this point. And we'll see. He's going to play tonight, but I saw he had a sleeve on his knee. He's kind of dealt with some bumps and bruises lately. He was sick recently. He's probably the number one player besides Draymond down the stretch. I just want to see what rhythm he can get back to.
Anthony Slater, our Warrior Insider, with us on 95.7 The Game. Dubs and Magic later on today. The seeding that everyone's talking about, Anthony, I know the players have said, and so have the execs, that that's not really center focus for them. The 2 seed's not out of the question, but seems highly unlikely. If we just play the likely game, Dallas or Denver in the first round, does one of those resonate with you in terms of they should be hoping for one over the other?
Yeah, I actually like the Denver matchup for them better than Dallas. Jokic, if Draymond is there, healthy, feeling good, because you can single team Jokic with Draymond. He's going to get his points, but it'll be tougher for him to pick apart a defense if you're not doubling him as much. And Looney is capable against Jokic. I thought he had a pretty good game in Denver, whereas Dallas just plays obviously Luka's unbelievable in the playoffs. He's already shown he kind of elevates his game. And also they play this kind of drive and kick style that gets a lot of corner threes that it kind of hits at a part of the Warriors defense that's a little bit soft. They give up too many corner threes. So I just don't really like that matchup. The other thing is Minnesota's actually hot Denver at this point. Minnesota's really hot. And that to me is the team they should hope to line up against. Like a 3-6 where you're playing the Wolves to me seems like best case.
What about Minnesota do you think could possibly scare them? Because it seemed like in the last matchup, maybe it's because Draymond was out, Minnesota seemed to have their way with the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, it's Towns. And Towns is, Minnesota's version of Jokic essentially. It would come down to Draymond Green being healthy and able to single team Towns as much as possible and, hold his own. But that doesn't scare me. Like, Jokic has proven it in the playoffs, right? Jokic has had big-time series. They got to the West Finals in the bubble. Minnesota is just so new. This to me just seems like the experience year for the young Minnesota core. Like, go into the playoffs, try to win a game or two in the first round, go into the offseason, having had that experience. It would be anything in the West is going to be a difficult series. But to me,
of that group, they just seem like the easiest out.
Orlando, Miami, Atlanta, our nation's capital, and Memphis. Which of the 5 is your Rose City? Which of the 5 is your thorn or your least favorite?
Oh, geez. Well, I mean, Miami, I'll take the Rose City, but the problem here is it's like second night of a back-to-back. I'm going to be there for like 20 hours. I would have rather had the off days in Miami. Thorn, Memphis. You know, I mean, it's still fun. It's just tough to get to Memphis, tough to get out of Memphis. It's a back-to-back with DC's, indirect flights. Not my favorite.
He answers the tough questions. He is Anthony Slater.
Tell you what, that was elite. Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, thanks, fellas.
All right, 82 and sunny in Orlando today.
Not bad.
What do we got for a temperature outside right now? What do
here
we
in
got?
downtown San
downtown San
Francisco,
Francisco.
68, I would say, and sunny. We're going to get up into the low 80s in the inland valleys today, Mark.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It is beautiful.
Traffic and weather on the 5s.
71
apparently.
degrees right now.
Oh,
71.
Really?
Yeah, I got 70. Mine's a more pessimistic weather app, apparently, than yours.
Yeah.
I got 70.
Beautiful yesterday out in Pleasanton. I played golf at Calipe with my 18-year-old son, Keon.
How'd that go? Did you take him behind the woodshed, I hope?
I wouldn't say it was a woodshedding. He banged one in from 60 feet from off the green for par on 1. He parred 2, and I thought, wow, the old man's in some trouble.
This is not good.
But luckily, it was a 5-hour round, and so the youngster lost a little interest. You know, Generation Z.
Oh, that's
and
tough.
so the old man came back. Yeah, we both flamed out on 18. The worst finishing hole in the Bay Area, by the way.
Why?
The 18 at Calipe. It's patently unfair. It's ridiculous. You got to cross.
No, wait a minute. You're not it's unfair guy. You hate it's unfair guy.
This hole is largely unfair.
Just hit the shot.
Which one?
Is it hittable? Is the shot hittable?
Tight fairway. You can't hit it 260 because you're in the Barranca, so you got to lay back, and you can only hit it 230.
Fine.
Now you got about 190 to actually 210 layup, dogleg right, Barranca right, long grass left, bunker in your way, blind shot, and then the third over the creek one more time to a tree-guarded, bunker-guarded, slanted green. It's a par 5.
Sounds hard. Doesn't sound unfair.
You got to play it to believe it.
I haven't played it.
It's patently, and 17's a joke as well.
Wow.
Don't miss Calipe.
How's 16?
No, it's beautiful. It's fun. 16 is actually a legitimate straight tree line par 3. It's a hard course.
But beautiful day for it. Gosh, yesterday,
Gorgeous.
today. And my favorite thing about these weather apps, too, San Francisco today, it says 70, sunny, feels like 70. That's what I love about living in California. It's the only place where the feels like is the exact same number as the actual.
Yeah.
70 in New York feels like 102.
Right, because the humidity.
Right.
That's hilarious.
All right. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570 is the number. That is our Comcast business text line as well. We're wide open the rest of the way as we get you ready for Warriors basketball. Try to figure out what are the 49ers going to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. Giants, too. Let's throw this out there. So the Giants keep coming at you with, we're better than you thought we were going to be. That's kind of their motto. And so some people think that's great. Others think that, now you're hiding behind that, which allows you to be cheap the entire time. Farhan Zaidi last week clapped back at the idea that that the Giants won't spend by saying, no, we put a lot of offers out there. It just didn't work out. But what the Giants have done is they get all the production, they just don't have the name value. And I wonder how much that matters to people. Like when you're thinking about going to a ball game, or you're even thinking about watching a game, or just following along with the season, to what level does it matter to you that there are stars on the team? And in particular, baseball. In basketball, obviously, it matters. You have to have your Steph Currys, your Splash Brothers, what have you. Even in football, I think to a degree, your quarterback's got to be a name. You got to have some position, some skill guys.
I wonder who the last NBA team was to win without a star. You'd have to go back maybe 40 years.
No, well, people will use that label for the Detroit Pistons who beat the Lakers. Gosh, Spadone, what year? 04? I want to say
correct.
And I was covering the Lakers at that time. I went to those games.
Chauncey, Rashid,
Ben
Rip,
Wallace,
Ben.
right? Yeah, Chauncey, Ben Wallace, Rip Hamilton, and then Tayshaun Prince.
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
And they were a collective. So I would agree with that. Like none of those guys were superstars. A lot of good players.
Right.
That's the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah, that might be the one off. But
Yeah.
to your point about do you need stars in baseball? I think it helps the casual fan. And we saw it here with the Giants where it was, big time Timmy. It's a Timmy day. It's Timmy Tuesday.
Well, and let Tim smoke, please. Especially on a Tuesday. It's the worst day of the week. But anyway, go ahead.
It's a Lincecum start. So we'd all get excited, even if they weren't that good, because Timmy was going to pitch, and he was a fun guy to watch because the leg kick, he could walk on his hands and the whole deal. He was a star. He was a draw. Madison Bumgarner, same thing. And if you're looking at this Giants team and the news of, hey, they signed Darren Ruff.
They did.
What?
Yeah.
If you're not a big-time Giants fan, you probably, Darren Ruff,
Right.
2 Fs?
Well, actually,
R-O-U-G-H?
someone actually got on me, jumped in with you to get on me for using breaking news for Darren Ruff, and not only spelled Ruff wrong, spelled Darren wrong too. Which is
right,
that's what
D-A-R-I-N, right?
Yes, that's what caught my eye. I'm like, this guy's such a no-name. You spelled his first and his last name incorrectly.
And that's to the greater point.
Yes.
Now, I think in baseball, it helps, especially the casual fan, to have a star. And I mentioned this in our pre-show call where, you probably don't watch a whole Giants game. Most people don't. But, the Giants are on. You click over, and if they're down 8-1 in the fourth, you're probably like, all right, I'm out. Or if it's 2-1 in the fifth, coming up, Bonds, Kent, and Burks. Okay, don't touch that dial. Coming up, Slater, Dubon, and Ruff. And I don't know if that's going to get you to stay. So,
well, Darren Ruff last year had a 904 OPS. If that had been stretched out for enough at bats to qualify, that would have been good enough for, 16th in all of Major League Baseball.
It wasn't even close to stretching that out.
Well, but none of the Giants are, except for Brandon Crawford, who, by the way, was 19th in all of baseball in OPS. Yet, to your point, local star, not a national star.
Exactly.
But I
and that's
wonder,
the majority, I think, of baseball.
Yeah, isn't that okay? I mean, how many guys, you bring up Bonds. Okay, let's talk Bonds for a second. First of all, there were steroids and a home run chase. That's not happening again. We don't want that to happen again. In fact, I think the Buster Posey Giants were collectively a lot easier to root for than the Bonds-Kent Giants.
You're less conflicted as a fan.
Right, but I get the whole idea of don't go to the bathroom, Bonds is up. How many of those are even in baseball right now? We always talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Murderers Row. What a lineup. Okay, who in that lineup is like, yo, stop what you're doing. He's at the plate. Well, take Ohtani over all of them for that aspect up.
Right.
Mike Trout, I would take over all of that entire lineup. Freddie Freeman, are you like, oh, Dad, I know you want me to clean my room, but Freddie Freeman is at the plate. Yeah.
Well, their whole lineup.
Yeah, they're just good.
They're all really good.
But isn't that what you're going for? Because the Giants were good last year, too. Are you going for good or are you going for star pop?
Well, you're going for both. You're going for stars who are good. Now, if you're a Giants team that wins 107 games, it doesn't matter who you have in your lineup. If you're winning games, if you're a dominant team, that trumps everything. Winning is the ultimate deodorant. So if Farhan and Gabe want to platoon every position, if you win 107 games, it's great. If you go 80 and 82 and you're platooning a bunch of no-names, all of a sudden it's not that good and you'll watch the ratings plummet.
So here's what's interesting. I've got the list of OPS leaders last year, and it almost works perfectly. The top 5 guys, and Acuna was hurt, so maybe I'd make him 6th. But the top 5 guys in OPS last year are kind of the 5 guys you're talking about. Bryce Harper was number 1. Vlad Jr. was number 2. Juan Soto was number 3. You know who number 4 was, right?
Had to be
Tatis, right? So yeah, that was and then number 5 was Shohei Ohtani.
Those are big stars.
Those are guys where you're like, I want to watch that guy hit. Do you want number 6? Give you $1,000 if you could name who number 6 is.
Wow. I could use 1,000.
I mean,
I could use $1,000.
All right, so maybe I should say it quickly so you don't get the $1,000.
Rain dance.
Listen to, the name is so classically, 98% of baseball fans don't even know who this is. And he spent a portion of last year playing here in the Bay Area.
Chris Bryant?
Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you Frank Schwindel, number 6 in Major
Cubs legend. And he's got rid of him after like a week.
Exactly. Frank Schwindel, there's your number 6. Don't go to the bathroom. Frank Schwindel is up. So baseball didn't even have a lot of these guys. Damon did something I thought was really interesting yesterday, okay? Driving around, picking the kids up, listening to Damon and Ray, and Damon goes, okay, let's take Jock Peterson with his career OPS against right-handed pitching, and then take Austin Slater with his career, not just last year, career OPS against left-handed pitching. Blend them together and make one baseball player. It's not an exciting player. It's Jock Slater or Austin Peterson. I like Austin Peterson better for this particular point. Guy's name's Austin. He sounds like a librarian. Okay? Austin Peterson's collective OPS is around 855. Okay? Do you want to know who 855 is if I just made him one player? 855 in Major League Baseball is Mookie Betts. That's who it is.
Good little player.
So if the Giants have Mookie Betts in right field, but his name is Austin Peterson, are you okay with it? You're getting the exact same production.
Again, I'm okay with it, but if you're a casual fan, you're more interested in Mookie Betts because you've heard of Mookie Betts. He's a bigger star. He makes more. He's more popular. So all things created equally, you'd rather have the star. But if you're Farhan and Gabe, would you rather pay $300 million for the one guy?
$7 million for Austin Peterson.
Mookie makes
or
what, 35
$30 for
right.
Mookie.
So you'd rather pay the 7, but if you're talking about, the casual fan, you're more interested in the big name. So the production, absolutely. And if they can do it again, your guy in Farhan we trust.
Yep.
If these guys can do it again, then all of a sudden you've got a sustainable model.
Okay, so back to the phones coming up next. BPA wants to talk to you. Tell BPA, hang right where you are, BPA. 888-957-9. That's just his sign off. He's just
Get better, Dibs.
Yeah, 957-9570. That is our Comcast business text line as well. And we'll get into this. Do you all think that these teams are being run by idiots? We'll get into that as well. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dibs, love you, babe.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL, while the Atlanta Hawks are jockeying for position in the play-in tournament.
We'll see. We'll see. And again, I'm all for the Giants having another 107-win year.
People are tuning in going, did they sign someone named Austin Peterson?
Right. It's the amalgamation sensation of Jock Peterson and Austin Slater. Well, somebody's got to pay. Somebody's got to.
You too. Go ahead.
Well, this is like most segments where I talk and Mark ends up doing something else. So, hey, this is Dan Dibley. Up in less than 10 minutes, we have a bonus What Are You Doing from our fill-in producer who, Charlie, what's the best tuna chicken in the sea? Charlie, he gets a big-time What Are You Doing today for what exactly he was doing last night. That's coming up, in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, did you break something, Charlie? How old are you? What are you doing? Did you break something?
Yeah, 60 seconds left in a basketball game, Volo League. We were up about 20 points. Try to be a hero, come down, nail a big-time three, and instead someone got in my lane. Someone got in the shooter's zone and fell right on his foot.
You got to stay in your lane, man.
And it's not good. I can't walk. I'm on the DL. 29.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's it. That's a career ender.
I mean, Charlie, honestly, up 20 with a minute to go. Dribble it out. What are you doing, Charlie?
It's gotten to the point where I'm walking so funkily on the left side of my foot because I think I tore some ligaments. I don't think I actually broke my foot. I think I tore some ligaments on the left side of my foot.
That's definitely what you did.
So I'm walking goofily on the right side, and because of that, now my oblique or my back is starting to. I'm just in shambles. I shouldn't be here right now, but you guys need a producer to answer the phones.
Yeah,
Gutsy's performance, and thank God you were there to take Brian and Palo Alto's call. That's coming up in mere moments.
Yeah.
I mean, Charlie, what are you doing? Up 20. Go ahead and dribble it out. Last thing you need to be doing is getting yours.
Well,
what are you doing?
I have the yips so bad. I've missed like 30 straight deep ones.
Well,
I'm fine from inside 10 feet. The elbow jumpers are feeling good right now, but I can't hit anything.
The universe is just giving you a break. You need a break.
So I just wanted to fire up one and see it go through the net, and instead, I don't know if I made it or not. I was in so much pain
don't even
on the ground. No, I just kind of crawled off the floor.
Based on track record.
Hit the breaking news. It went in. No, it went in. Now you can finish your career a winner. It went in. It's all over. You're ready to turn 30.
That's about the time when it ended for me, Mark. About, I think, 30 or 31, torn ACL, fractured wrist.
Yeah.
Career over.
The big what are you doing for me as far as basketball on the side? I think I was on the other side of 40. Maybe I was almost 40. But yeah, same thing. Couple nights a week, eat dinner, then go down to the local gym at 7 p.m. Yeah. Have people who have old man strength lean on you. And stuff just started popping until my buddy who's an ortho looked at me and goes, there's a line out my door of people your age trying to play basketball.
Worst part.
That's it.
I have a wedding in 30 days. My own wedding.
Your own wedding?
My own wedding. Dropped all this money on it, and I'm going to be walking around on crutches.
Limp down the aisle?
Oh, it's going to be terrible.
Oh, you're a hot mess, Charlie.
How are you going to do the all the line dancing and all the shuffles and all the other coordinated moves?
I'm just going to have them play Shout on repeat. I'll be sitting in my wheelchair just raising the hands.
Take my head of it. Oh, gosh, that's hilarious.
A little bit broken now. A little bit broken now.
Yeah, the wedding's off. Have you had the conversation with her yet about what you just did?
It doesn't even matter.
I mean, I was with her last night. She just thinks that I, hurt my foot, didn't do much to it, but the x-rays are going to say that something's wrong. Something's wrong. I can't walk.
Yeah, and what is Steiny saying? What is he doing?
Extraneous
what are you
Steinmetz.
doing? We can't get Steiny to come in here at 11:55, but we can get him at 11:09 to come weigh in. Come on, Steiny.
What are you doing?
Respond to a text once in a while. It's all brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Okay. Oh, and also Willard Dibs, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, which is kind of the way Brian in Palo Alto lives his life. No compromises. Hello, BPA. What are you doing?
Just driving around, listening to the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Had a couple thoughts. I had two thoughts. I'm going to try to. I don't know what I haven't been listening to you guys sort of earlier in the day. So
Well, that's your first mistake, but all right, go ahead.
And I think it's a sad day in Bay Area media history, right? In an area where you had Ira Miller and Bruce Jenkins in his prime, and and Lowell Cone, when you have the local media carrying the 49ers water to try to spin the situation as, of course, this was the plan all along.
Well, wait a minute, Brian. Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
Oh, go on The Athletic and find a single critical word of what the 49ers have done, from Barrows or Kawakami or Lombardi. It is all just
okay.
Absolute lipstick.
So Brian, let's keep it right. Let's keep it right here. Let's keep it right here with what we're saying. Number one, and number two. I will challenge you back, because I know what those guys have said. And I'm going to challenge every 49er fan out there, because this is no different than when someone yells, "Fire the coach!" And so who do you want to hire? Okay, there always has to be a follow-up question. The 49ers screwed this up. Okay, how? Go ahead. What was it they were supposed to do?
Improve the roster.
Okay.
Use $18 to $25 million of additional cap room, and now to try to spin this, which you're doing right now.
You've bought into a cloud, Brian. If you think that $1 of what they wanted to do in free agency, Brian, let me finish. If you think $1,
no.
If you think $1, and I'll get NFL agents,
better.
Brian,
Better
stop
than
talking. Stop talking. Brian, we're going to turn you down. Brian, I'll get NFL agents on the phone in 5 minutes right now who will explain to you that there is absolutely not $1 that they wanted to spend that they didn't spend because of Jimmy's contract. That's fake. It's not real. The salary cap is manipulatable at all times. Look at the Rams the last 3 years, and you will see. If the 49ers wanted to do something and someone wanted to take their money, they absolutely can do it, Jimmy or not. That's a fact. It's not an opinion.
So can I make a point now?
Yes, of course. Go right ahead.
Hey, it's this solo free form.
Well, I mean, it is our radio show, Brian. I mean, I'm getting paid here. You're not, but go ahead.
That's Dibs. Let's be honest, right? Well, let's acknowledge where the talent in the room is. Okay?
All right. There you go. All right. Oh, don't choke on the open net, Brian. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Well, then this is the speaking part. Go ahead. Here we go.
Take a joke. Stop being so sensitive. So to say that the default position is the 49ers saying, hey, we didn't want to improve the team anyways, so we can continue to carry Jimmy Garoppolo's $26 million cap number.
Who said that?
Absolute.
Who said that?
That's what you just said.
No, it isn't.
There's nobody on the market. No. You just said there's nobody on the market that they would want to sign anyways.
I did not say that.
I mean, hey, we don't.
I did not say that. And
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. This is somehow what I said was, if they wanted someone and that person wanted their money, Jimmy was not the reason they didn't get him. That's what I said. I never said, oh, we don't want to improve the roster. Who does that? Nobody thinks that way. And Brian, you lead perfectly into the point that I wanted to make. Do we really cruise around in this world and you think that Parag Marathe is a moron? He teaches at Stanford. He has got his hands in about 27 different businesses, is in one of the most brilliant people professionally I've ever met. Do you really think Kyle Shanahan, who apparently takes crappy quarterbacks to the NFC title game every other year, do you really think he's an idiot? Like, this is my only point. This is the way we act. We act like someone needs to yell at the 49ers until they wake up and go, oh, I had no idea that we were supposed to trade this guy. Sorry, I was asleep at the wheel. I was on Odell Beckham's boat. These people are really smart. Do you think that they haven't canvassed the market to know what the right thing to do is?
Do you think they're always right, though?
No, I don't.
And that's what you're coming across as of somebody who is saying that in these guys we trust because he teaches at Stanford. John Lynch went to Stanford. Kyle Shanahan went to 2 NFC championships with a quarterback who's not that good. Those things are all true, but we can cite mistakes that they've made. They're not perfect.
You
and when
can't
you look
cite
at,
this mistake, though.
Yes, you can.
It doesn't exist. You have to have
and again, Mark,
what did they do wrong?
You and I differ. What they did wrong is it's March 22nd, and he's still on the roster. That's what they did wrong.
And you still have not explained what offer it was that they were supposed to take.
You don't know what offer they had.
And you don't know what offer
they
didn't have.
Here's what I know, Mark. You have a quarterback who you basically told us back in February you wanted to get rid of. You have a quarterback who said goodbye to a team. Skip ahead 6 weeks later, that quarterback is still on your roster. Now, whether or not
with an injury,
whether or not they could have gone and gotten other free agents, I don't know if there was a free agent who said, I want to come here, but the Niners, we got this Jimmy G contract. We can't sign you. I don't think the Niners missed out on any free agent that they wanted to bring in. I think that they targeted the secondary. They found one of the best corners available, and they brought in that corner, and they backfilled other roster spots with incremental pieces for a roster that was already pretty much intact. They didn't lose a ton. They didn't gain a ton. The roster's just about as good as it was before without this question about Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, whether or not there was an offer that was out there that they turned down or not, we may never know that. But to just sit here and say, these guys are smarter than us, therefore we give them a pass. That's not right.
Not what I'm saying. So
that's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like, but I'm asking for you to actually hear what I'm saying.
No, I'm listening.
Because
I'm here every day.
What I'm saying is, and I'm not just talking to you, what I'm saying, similar to yesterday when people think that now I want technical fouls to be eliminated from the world or that Draymond has no accountability. Of course not. My point was that day that I would like a different punishment than ejection. And my point today is about the 49ers is that you're all acting like they're stupid. Of course they don't make every move correctly. But we also can logically come to the conclusion today that there hasn't been anything on the table with an injured shoulder, which is allowing people to now go backward into the season and say, you should have traded him then. Well, I thought you enjoyed the playoff run. Did you not have fun with that? Because that doesn't happen without Jimmy Garoppolo, no matter what you all think. It doesn't happen without Jimmy Garoppolo. 20-year-old quarterbacks who have never played don't go to the NFC title game. So this group, in this particular case, give them the credit that they're smart enough to at least be canvassing to know what the right thing to do is now. And don't get so caught up in hanging people for the offseason. We've done this every year. The Giants got hung last offseason.
Don't change the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. The 49ers got hung last offseason, and then they went to the NFC title game. And you're hanging them in the offseason again. Listen.
See, you're using extremism, and no one's saying that they're, quote, stupid, and no one is hanging them
Sounds like
in the offseason. No, you're using the extreme viewpoint to bolster your argument. Let's stay in the realm of the reasonable. And it's reasonable to say that the 49ers were signaling when they got eliminated that they were going to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. It's also reasonable to say Jimmy Garoppolo was injured in some way. We didn't know at that time that he needed surgery. Nobody knew at that time that he needed surgery. They were going to wait. He was going to wait a month to see if his shoulder got better. And according to medical experts, that was a reasonable thing for Jimmy Garoppolo to do. I thought that if you're hurt, you'd have surgery right away. We've had experts on this very program say it's reasonable to take a wait and see approach. Well, during that time, it's also reasonable to think that the 49ers were shopping Jimmy Garoppolo. If they weren't shopping him prior to surgery, then that to me could be characterized as stupid. Now, did they get any offers? Did they get any sniffs? I believe that there was at least one team out there that made some sort of an offer, whether or not it was a lowball offer, a bad offer, whatever it was. If John Lynch and company were doing their job, they contacted all 31 teams, or at least the teams that obviously weren't set on their quarterback.
Sure that they did, yes.
And to think that they went 0 for 31, not a one team offered anything That to me is not very reasonable.
I think that's completely believable. In fact, I think it's exactly what happened, because if you are a quarterback-needy team, why would you offer something right away for a quarterback who just hurt his shoulder without knowing if Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Carson Wentz, etc. would be available? Why would you make that move then?
A number of teams wouldn't have been in the market for those guys, without a doubt. If you are the Houston Texans, you're not getting Russell Wilson. You're not getting any quarterback worth a damn to come to Houston and be your quarterback.
Well, the Texans aren't the team we're talking about. They haven't gotten anybody to come be their quarterback. But if you are Denver, if you are Tampa Bay, we thought Tom Brady came back. There's another one. If you're Pittsburgh, if you're Washington, aren't you going to sit there and say, well, hang on. Why don't we see if the Deshaun Watson thing goes a certain way? Why don't we see if Russell Wilson's available? Let's see if Aaron Rodgers is available. Let's see what Tom Brady's going to do. Let's see what the Colts do about Carson Wentz. Why would you rush to Jimmy Garoppolo, who just got hurt? Why would I think it's completely reasonable to think that there's been no offers.
Well, I think that it's possible. It's possible that there were no offers. It's also possible, I think it's equally possible, that there was an offer of some sort. And maybe that the 49ers thought, Stanford educated geniuses, they know more than we do. Maybe they thought there's going to be more offers. We're going to go ahead and pass on this particular offer. We may never know if there was an offer made prior to Jimmy Garoppolo having surgery and prior to us being where we are now, which is there's no offer. And there's no offer coming until we get past the draft and into a period where it's probably not very likely now that they get any offer at all for Jimmy Garoppolo. And then what?
So here's a text, and this kind of encompasses what I'm getting at and why I sort of said what I said with regard to how smart the 49ers are, and they are. Does that mean that they don't make mistakes? Stop, people. Of course. We're all human beings. People are bringing up D Ford. Yeah, that didn't work out. And people get hurt. So no, nobody's perfect. Look at Bill Belichick's draft record. But look at this from 925. Willard, it doesn't make a difference. If there were no offers, the 49ers miscalculated. I'm sorry? How? How did they miscalculate? They were supposed to predict a shoulder injury? Is that your point? Or are you going based on what you read on social media that you thought the 49ers were going to get that they never said publicly? What the 49ers have stated publicly is, A, we're moving on to Trey Lance, and B, we love Jimmy Garoppolo, and we're going to check every avenue this offseason. That's what they've said. And if you think that they haven't done that, then you can be angry. But outside of that, miscalculation? What miscalculation?
That they would get more for Jimmy G than an offer that potentially came in earlier would have netted them.
We concocted that. They never said that. We have no idea what they thought.
Idea.
And as I added earlier,
what we do know is they're stuck with him on the roster.
But not really, because they can just cut him because of the brilliance of the way that they structured that contract back when they did it. We have no idea what they thought. And by the way, if they get nothing for it, okay, you're all freaking out about a 4th or 5th round pick. Okay, if they get nothing, they get nothing. They got Trey Lance. This is not that stressful. My point is, did it work out? Maybe, maybe not. But we're acting like they're dumb.
No, we're acting
not. No, maybe not you, but a lot of people. We're acting like they haven't done their homework.
I don't think we're acting like they're dumb. We're acting like there's an opportunity and they missed that opportunity. And from the time that they got eliminated from the NFC Championship to now, they've done a grand total in this vein of bupkis. They've done nothing. They have not gotten anything for Jimmy Garoppolo. He's still on your roster. Every other team virtually, except for a couple who are maybes. You're talking about Sam Darnold and Davis Mills. You're looking for those teams to maybe upgrade at this point. You were unable to get Jimmy Garoppolo to have surgery immediately after the NFC Championship game, even though, okay, maybe it gets better in a month, but maybe it doesn't. So by waiting a month, he has surgery in March, and now that really hampers your ability to get anything for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Rich, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me on. I know you guys have probably raked this over several times, but I got to do it again just for emphasis. Look, I love Draymond Green. I think he's, like everybody says, he's the gas that makes the engine of that basketball team flow. But come on, man. Your star guard is out. You're in third place. You're trying to compete so you can stay in this race. And you already know you got 10, 12 years in this league. You know if you talk to these refs the way you do, they're gonna throw you out. That's apparent. We've seen this movie over and over and over again. So what's the question you guys been asking? I'm gonna ask you. What are you doing? It's like, man, dude, come on. You already know. We all know. We're watching it. I mean, come on, man. You to me, you really?
See, Rich, you know what he's doing? He's doing exactly what you're doing, which is being you and not being able to necessarily control every emotion. Sometimes it surprises me that we get surprised by Draymond.
Not
There's
surprised.
never been 1 second of his life where he hasn't acted like that.
Right. You don't have to be
You're gonna
surprised.
get in trouble for that
you don't have to
sometimes.
be surprised to be disappointed. And go back and watch the footage of the first tech where he gets teed up and he follows the ref for another 40 feet. He follows, bark, 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 bark. And so you shouldn't be surprised when he gets the second tech. And you can be disappointed, but not be surprised, because I'm not surprised that happened. I'm actually surprised that he's not among the top 2 or 3 in the league in technical fouls. He's actually had a pretty quiet year. Draymond Green averages about 13 or 14 techs a season based on a full season. He's usually good for a tech every 5 games based on his career average. So he's actually a little bit behind schedule this year.
It's all sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting their art of fresh. There's a few more you want to get in. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up next. Pick your battles looms. Dibs sitting in first place. The logo's about to come up on the TV screen there, Ben. It's just very...
Can't wait.
I mean, big moment.
This is a great question, but this is a stupid question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If I've ever seen a tweet that's going to anger you, this might be it.
Bring it. I'm in a fantastic mood for a guy who's had 7 olives today.
You are holding up well.
Yeah.
I'd be a mess if I were doing what you're doing right now.
It's the Prolon cleanse, and you're just not that hungry. You eat less food, stomach shrinks down.
Man.
Not that hungry,
not
man.
Not that hungry.
Nah. It just changes your approach to food.
That's good. That's good. We could all use a little portion control and all of that. We'll see if this sends you over the top. We'll get back to the phones in a second. Pick your battles. But this tweet comes from your guy, Andre Iguodala.
At Andre.
Correct.
He's one of those elite few who has just your name as your handle.
I want Iguodala.
I wonder what he had to pay to get that. And what happened to all the other Andres? It's not like we don't have a ton of famous Andres in the world, do we not?
A ton.
Right? Andre Dawson, Andre the
Andre
Giant.
3000, Andre the Giant, rest in peace.
May he rest in peace. And yes, you can look for confirmation. It's true. It's a final.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, may he rest in peace. Who else am I forgetting? Other Andres. Did we get them
Andre
all?
Agassi.
Andre
would be
Agassi.
an Andre.
Thank you. Where's he on this one? I think he's like, wait a minute.
And you forgot about Dre.
Anyway,
from at Andre, you just give it to me. And good to see him. Anthony Slater joined us and said, Andre Iguodala going through the paces at shoot-around today.
There you go.
He's going to probably play 12 minutes tonight.
I can't wait. All right, here it is. Steph ain't playing tonight at Orlando Magic. lower them ticket prices. Spoke about this on the Point Forward pod.
I love that.
Okay.
I love that.
Okay. I just thought
You thought
Andre,
that would get me angry?
Well, I thought you would put this together and be like, I know you like his point, but Andre being financially aware has kind of been the thing that's made you mad over the last handful of months.
Self-aware. He's been financially pouting over the fact that he only makes $2.47864.9 million, and I've approximated for radio. That's what makes me mad.
Okay.
Now, Andre, if you really want to curry favor, pun intended, with your local fan base, how about this? Why don't you at Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr in that tweet? Because Steph Curry isn't playing home games, and I'm not sure if they are slashing ticket prices for home games when Steph's not playing, Andre. How about that?
That's a little whoopsie-daisy. I mean, that's fair.
How about that?
I mean, and I don't mean that the Warriors should. No team's going to do this. What I mean is, if you're going to at the Orlando Magic,
yeah, tough guy.
Don't you need to at all the games that they're going to play, including home games?
Miami, Memphis, DC, and Atlanta. At them all. His point, I totally, and Mark, I've actually said this about ticket prices. I believe there should be dynamic ticket prices upon exiting the game. When you leave the game, it's like, you know what? Steph had 52, and you got double overtime.
Celtics didn't show up tonight. Here's $20.
No, it goes both ways.
Well,
tickets are $40. Klay Thompson goes for 63, and it's a double OT game. You owe us $20.
No, because then people are going to be rooting against good stuff.
I'm not saying it's controversial. Steph doesn't play. Draymond gets ejected in the first quarter with 2 Ts.
Well,
you get $20 back.
Andre could turn into basketball Oprah too and stick a $20 bill under every seat in the Orlando arena tonight. He's got the time. He's got the dough to do it. Stick a 20 under the seat and then come out at halftime. Everybody look under your seat. You get a $20 bill. You get a $20.
Pretty much.
Everybody gets a $20 bill. And then everyone will love you. But I don't think that's going to happen either. All right. Pick Your Battles is out there. How about Coach P in Fremont? Hey, Coach P, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. And what I'm doing is I got my spot in the shade, chilling, listening to you guys, my ice water, just finished my salami sandwich, delicious. And real quick, famous Andres. Just shout out the San Francisco's own Andre Nicotina out of Fillmore, a.k.a. Dre Dog. And let's not forget Andre Hicks, a.k.a. Mac Dre.
Thank you. That actually came in on the YouTube, and we got Andre Ward, Andre Drummond on the Twitch feed. We missed a bunch of Andres. We were just touching on the Andres, but thank you, Coach.
Lovely. But real quick, I was calling about the Niners. You guys talk about that. And, I don't think it's even time to grade yet. Let's let the draft play out. Let's kind of wait until June, July when training camps open up. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see if the Niners will still have Jimmy. I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to give him like a failing grade because look at the Colts. They kind of sat back and all of a sudden they get Matt Ryan. What if the Niners do sit back and then something better arises, something like that? I think what the Niners did wrong was openly saying they're pretty much done with Jimmy after the season. They should have played their cards right. They should have kind of did the whole butter him up a little bit, kind of that whole, hey, we don't know. He might be playing again next year. We might go with Trey. I mean, you do have 2 quarterbacks there. What is the problem? That's the way I see it. Love the show, guys. Go Dubs.
Coach, thank you. It's really good. And Coach is asking people to do something, and I guess this is at the base of my entire point. It's my bad for expecting people to wait. Nobody wants to wait. Nobody wants to be patient. Everybody, we got to trade Jimmy right now. Why? There's no game tomorrow. There's no game next month. It's okay. But we all do this, and I get it. Look, I'm a fan too. I want to win the offseason, but I want to win the regular season more. And so I guess that's where my ire comes out. You accuse me of carrying the bag for these teams, blue skying everything. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. The last handful of seasons that we've watched, when the 49er quarterback stays healthy, it's gone pretty well. Not perfect, but pretty darn well. Golden State Warriors, they've given us some good seasons over the last decade. San Francisco Giants, Farhan, he's cheap. 107 wins. So we get to the season, and all of these points have piled up over an offseason that people make. They've all piled up. And then we get to a season, and nobody wants to be like, oh, okay, so maybe they did know a little bit about what they were talking about. I'm not here to tell you they don't make mistakes. Now everybody's texting me about D Ford. Yeah, there's tons of mistakes. But I could fire back at you and talk to you about the 49ers' 5th round, which has been elite for the last 5 years running. Yeah. George Kittle, Dre Greenlaw, Eli Mitchell, we could keep going. So you can point to the good, you can point to the bad. There's always plenty of that. But these groups are smart, and they're spinning out really good playoff contention seasons consistently right now.
Sure.
And I don't feel like in the offseason they get credit for that, and they should. That's the base of my point.
They get some credit, and I'll just take this lone example of what we're talking about, because we can beat Bob Myers over the head with James Wiseman. He's a bust. Well, you're still in the top 4 in the West, and you've got 3 championships. So I'm of the mind to give these guys passes because they've done incredibly well. We've had parades. So James Wiseman, I'm willing to wait 3 or 4 or 5 years because Jordan Poole and Kuminga, I mean, these are all things on a balance sheet where, yes, you're going to have mistakes. Turning to the 49ers, this is a big one. And I don't just look at when they've had a healthy QB, because that's part of the story. I look at the totality of the era, and the totality is 2 NFC Championship appearances, 1 Super Bowl appearance. That's really good. Compare that to any other team in the NFL, and that's in the top 10 as far as how long Shanahan and Lynch have been here. This is not to say they're idiots. This is not to say they should be fired. None of that. I'm a reasonable person. However, I look at this situation, and I look at Jimmy Garoppolo, and you want to trade him, and you haven't been able to trade him, and now you may be stuck with him. All of these things, this is a big deal. Again, this is not make or break on if they don't get something for Jimmy, I'm out on this regime. No, but you have to look at it, I think, reasonably and say, this one is not going their way.
And I actually disagree, because at this point, what they've given up for Jimmy was a 2nd-round draft pick, and what they got out of it was a Super Bowl appearance and an NFC Championship game. And if it turns into nothing on the back end of that, I'm okay. Like, you don't need to recoup it. Yeah, I would have liked Jimmy's shoulder to not be hurt, but it is. It is, and it has a huge presence in terms of where we are right now. Plus, ... it's not over yet. It's not over yet. The whole summer is still coming. And our show's not over yet either. Pick Your Battles is next. Willard and Dibs.
Today, the Warriors have an early tip-off against the Orlando Magic.
Thompson dribbles, shoots, and hits. Okay, I'm back. Klay Thompson, the great white shark of shooters, continues to just...
Nature Valley, for every adventure.
You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Guru are on deck, starting at 12 p.m. Who's on Deck is brought to you by On Deck, America's largest online small business lender. Apply today at ondeck.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, people. The clock is on Steiny and Goo right now. Bonte and Joe, I think, accurately pointing out there is inequity, if you will.
Three-quarters of this is inaccurate.
In the crossover, we're getting some juice on the front end that we're not having to give up on the back end, but that's because they don't come in here. So if Steiny and Go are listening in the other room, you're welcome to come in here anytime.
They don't usually want to come in until Pick Your Battles is over, because they're in here and we make our picks, and that's coming up in mere moments. And so each crossover has a flow to it. And like I told the boys this morning, when you do your flex moment of the day, when the flex hits, that's when we come in. If you flex at 51, we're coming in early. If you flex at 58, we're coming in late. When we do Pick Your Battles, they come in at the tail end of it. That's the flow of it. It's not about the clock. It's about the flow.
Speaking of flexing, we are going to do that tomorrow because we are going to Chase Center. And two things are going to happen tomorrow. One of them I haven't even mentioned yet. So Chase Center tomorrow. Very excited about this as we get ready for the tournament coming to town. Coach K is coming to town. Thursday will be his last game as a college coach. That's a prediction, not a fact. But Coach K is coming to town. Mark Few and Gonzaga coming to town. And so we're going to get out there to Chase Center, and it'll be great to have Mike Dunleavy Jr. on. He's going to jump on. We'll talk Warriors and Duke and college basketball and tournament. Bob Myers is going to come on. President and COO Brandon Schneider is going to come on. So we're going to have the whole thing all set and right at our fingertips tomorrow. And then also to celebrate our time at Chase Center, maybe a little overtime tomorrow. We're going to start doing something on Wednesdays. Every Wednesday after the show, and I want to credit you for this name, not Kyle. Were you first to the party, or was it Kyle?
Kyle said it 3 times, and it was I who was listening, though, and took it and ran with it.
Okay, and so I know you both said it, and because Kyle's not here, I'm going to give you the credit.
I'll take it.
So anyway, you get the credit, but we're going to have it be an after party, if you will. We're going to go live, IG Live, social media platforms, 95.7 The Game, and take some things that maybe aren't able to or couldn't make it on the air, some stories, some other things that'll spill over into the after party. And because we love to contribute to charity, and because we love Tim Roy, the show is going to be called
A Continuation Sensation.
There it is. That's right. And I'll let you have that one for free.
No, I'm paying for that one.
Okay, you're paying for it. But the Continuation Sensation.
That's also a buck.
It's also a buck.
Comes be a lot of bucks flying.
Starting tomorrow, every time we promote this, starting tomorrow, right after the show, we'll just kick it around. We'll kick it around for about 15 minutes after the show on Wednesdays. It spills right over to IG Live and additional platforms that we'll tell you about. But that comes up starting tomorrow, and we do it live from Chase Center.
In other good news, I have received a confirmation sensation.
Oh, my gosh. This is very expensive.
It's going to be a $3 segment for me. We will be live tomorrow on YouTube and Twitch for all of the great YouTubers and the Twitch audience. And by the way, our audience has grown dramatically. We're knocking on the Morning Roast door. They still have a little bit bigger audience than we do, but you and I, Mark, especially hashtag Mark Gets Mad was trending today on Twitch.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
I did get a little. For me, that was hot.
And hashtag Wild Willard on YouTube.
Very
There was
exciting.
Mark Gets Mad and Wild Willard. That was good for the numbers.
I need to be able to see that. Where can I see that? I'm not. People, you may or may not know this about me. I think it's obvious when you talk to me. I'm the guy that was still walking around with an iPhone X that didn't ring for about a year and a half, and I wasn't even bothered. I'm not a tech guy. If you show me how to do stuff, I know how to do it. I'm not like, oh gosh, I can't figure out how to turn my TV on guy. I'm not that. But I'm not a gadget guy. I'm not somebody who understands how these things work. It's part of why I get amazed by things. Sometimes you think I'm overly positive. It's partially just because, thank you, oh gosh, that was a wobbly shot.
Yeah,
that did not go well.
bad.
I'm amazed by things. You know that old Louis C.K. bit about everything is amazing? Like people are on planes and they're all complaining about, oh, the Wi-Fi doesn't work. This is crap. And it's like, you're in a tube in the air and you're going to New York in 5 hours. It's a great bit. But anyway, I'm like that. I'm amazed by stuff. the iPhone X didn't ring, but I'm like, but my email's on here. And people can text me and their social media. It's all in this little thing that's in my pocket. I'm amazed by that.
Twitch.tv/957thegame, YouTube.com/957thegame. And just a brief, what are you doing? You're talking about flying. On the way to Vegas, this guy in front of me, because they got cocktails now back on flights. He's like,
That's breaking news.
Let me get a vodka soda with 3 limes. And the lady's like, first of all, we don't have limes. Second of all, you're getting a little plastic bottle. You're not getting soda. And I'm sitting behind this guy thinking, all I want is an IPA or 2. Would you hurry up? Dude, in 15C, what are you doing? You're not getting a vodka soda with 3 limes,
I love
dude.
your IPA. It's Bob Barker's IPA 1 or 2.
So I order 2. I give her
and?
my credit card. Credit card doesn't work.
Ooh.
She says, I'm just going to give it to you for free. I go, cool. So she goes to the back, comes back with 1 IPA. And I'm thinking, do I tell her that I wanted 2? I just got 1 for free.
I think you just go with your 1.
I just took the 1.
Yeah, just take the freebie.
As she was walking away, I put up the index finger and I was like, put your hand down.
Nope.
What are you doing, Dibs?
Nope.
What do? You got a $7 freebie. Ma'am, I ordered 2 free beers, not 1.
3 limes. What do you think this is, a bar?
Thank you.
I mean,
what are you doing, dude?
Get out of here.
He's watching Friends, too, on his laptop.
Speaking of what are you doing, 408 just got us, and it was me. It was my comment. He goes, oh, overtime? You guys are doing overtime? You work 3 hours a day.
Uh-oh.
Okay, fine. No, I'm not asking for a better rate when we do IG Live for 15 minutes after the show. I tell you what we will do right now, though. We'll pick our battles. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Dibley is over here sitting in the 1-seed chair.
Let's go.
Dibs, I want you to just wait. Wait. Do what Jimmy G fans can't
Like
do.
in a crosswalk.
Wait. I want you to wait. I'm going to give you your own referee hand. Coach, wait. Wait.
That's terrible.
Okay, wait. I do it to Penny every night. Wait. Okay, so you're over here. You're going to go last. Kyle Madsen, 0-2. Last place. Not here. Let's make fun of him. Bring it on, Spadone. What's Kyle got today?
He's got the ice, gentlemen. He's
Of course he
going
does.
Penguins puck line -1.5 versus the Columbus Blue Jackets. Because when you're struggling, you go with
exciting.
Sid the Kid, gentlemen.
Yeah. I love that you guys all jumped into my NBA bucket for one night, and now you're going to leave after one. Like, it didn't go well for you, did it?
It never goes well with NBA. I
Yeah,
wanted
it
soccer. We got some World Cup qualifying going on Thursday, thankfully, with tournament action as well. So
All
we
right.
locked into that.
So Kyle's going ice. Spadone, you and I are both 1-1. I'll let you take the baton first.
I'm going NIT action, gentlemen. We
Yeah,
got
boy.
Xavier against Vandy today, and I'm going Xavier money line at -143 against Vanderbilt.
What's the spread? 2.5?
Exciting.
Certainly is.
Oh, my God. They win by, he's hoping for a 2-point win on the money line.
Wow. I mean,
Great.
he's clearly, you're scarred. You're scarred from all the donut runs. Last week, you didn't even have to make it. I do want to give Spadone a big compliment, though, because this stuff matters to me. I did the donut run on his and Kyle's behalf. That Zelle hit my wallet before my butt even hit the chair.
That's big.
To host this show that day last Friday.
Helps that it was a payday Friday.
That was, yes, I know. You're like, Spadone's like, I better pay him now. By Sunday, I'm broke. But anyway, I appreciate that. That Zelle came in faster than I could even get into this room. Such a good job by Spadone. I'll tell you what I'm not afraid of. I'm not afraid of the NBA. I'll stick right here, and you give it, and you take it away. Last night, the Chicago Bulls, they were the giveth. They came on in. They rewarded my -4 pick. But tonight, that means they're tired, and they're on the road in Milwaukee against the Bucks, and they're getting 7.5. And I'm not taking it. Milwaukee Bucks are going to run away from the Bulls in this one. A tired squad, and the Bucks coming off a loss. This is a double-digit win for Milwaukee tonight. Take the Bucks -7.5.
An Ottoman special. You're looking to lay back and just chill.
Yeah, it's a 15-point win tonight.
I love it. Well, let's change the tune, Spadone, because it's not the NCAA tournament, but you know it's a tournament. And, man, the CBI was good to me yesterday with Abilene Christian. We're going to the other semifinal tonight, and we're getting loco betting against NoCo.
What?
Northern Colorado is 2-point underdog, but I'll tell you what, UNC Wilmington, they had a great year in the Colonial. They finished second in the regular year. They fell to the Blue Hens in the tournament. UNC Wilmington is the real deal. Take UNC Wilmington and lay the 2 against NoCo.
Did everybody just take favorites? Or we just? Did we all just? Well, what did you do, Spadone? You went on a money liner though.
Money line favorite.
A money liner
Xavier.
favorite, right? And then Kyle's laying a 1.5. I'm laying 7.5. What are you laying?
I'm just laying the 2.
Okay.
UNC Wilmington -2.
We need more dogs.
I could go money line, but it's -140. But I'm not playing the hen house move on this one.
All right. Okay. Yeah, here we are. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. And Bonte, I'm sure, is listening right now. He's furious because we just did the legal, and Steiny and Goo haven't said a word yet. Why do you guys can come in earlier. You can come in whenever you want. You know that, right?
We were talking outside.
I see. That's what I'm trying to tell Bonte. I'm like, they're welcome to come in. They just don't.
I feel like that door is open.
That's the definition of mixed messages right there.
No, not at all. Bonte got on us this morning.
Got on?
Because he's like,
I missed it this morning.
He goes, you guys come in here at 8:53, kind of jump our show. He goes, I listen in the afternoon. Steiny and Goo don't come in until noon.
What time do you guys get into their show? 8:53?
Well,
depending on when the flex moment of the day, brought to you by Xfinity.
Well, we come in when the bat signal goes up. Their producer comes and gets us. They're like, okay, guys. It's like they're coming out of the green room and we're going in on Jimmy Fallon or something.
I'll run it back.
They're like, get on in here. So we go in.
Abilene Christian. First form letter that Mary Page has received.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Wow, that's big.
And?
As far as for playing soccer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, a Scotland?
Well, wait,
No.
What is
No. This is just.
What does that mean? Form
She's
letter.
on the radar.
But it used to. It says, "Dear student,"
All right.
and they send out thousands of them. Dear student athlete.
Meaning you did.
Let me introduce you to Abilene Christian University.
Oh, so they're poking around. Okay.
It's a
that's
cheap
great.
trick letter. I want you to want me.
Well, it's kind of like the 17. It's like the 17.
Nothing back there.
It's like all the loan offers you get in your mail every day,
Pretty
right?
much.
Like, yeah, you have been pre-qualified for $100,000. Yeah, try to go ahead and call them. They'll be like, denied. Like that's a no.
You should be Jewish.
No, she's not going to be like. She's not going to jump up like Kramer and take the deal with the lawyer. I'll take it because they might be like, "Wait, who are you again? Send me a form letter." Anyway,
where the hell is Abilene Christian?
It's Texas.
Yeah, Texas.
In Abilene.
there is an Abilene.
Oh, is that's
Abilene,
the actual?
Texas,
all
yeah.
right,
And Grace's first letter was from Concordia College.
Wow.
In Minnesota.
Wow.
Oh.
Division II school.
Quest signed
She
up.
didn't go.
Quest signed up for this thing called Raise.me. I heard about it on NPR where you put your name in there and your qualifications and you get a ton of stuff from colleges, and it's, they look at your grades, and private schools are like, hey, we'll give you $20,000 a year, and then you do the tuition Googling and it's $88,500, and it's like, oh, thanks, and they want to offer you this and offer you that, but it's a good way to at least get information
Yeah, sure.
and let the brochures come rolling in. Your daughter's a junior, right?
Sophomore.
She's sophomore.
Oh.
Finished her
Oh, so
sophomore.
she got a little time.
Is
Yeah.
that not fancy? That's a little fancy to get it as a sophomore. No,
I don't think so anymore.
Okay,
I really don't.
I don't
like,
know anything about how this works.
It's
Well, you will soon.
yeah, it's pretty.
And
like,
she goes
she's-
to Bishop O'Dowd, which is an
she's-
athletic
the Dragons-
powerhouse. So.
But like seriously,
Shout out
she's-
Lawrence Moreau.
She's a nice
Yeah.
little player. She's a nice little. She's not. It's not
But
like,
she's
wow,
still-
there's a phenom coming up in 10th grade. It's not like that.
But you can't say that to her or the missus because
No, I can tell
University
her
of Hawaii sent one to Lil Daryl.
Yeah.
And it was a standard chain letter. We're watching you. She's on the phone to the sister. the Rainbow, the recruiting D. And then here I am, his biggest fan, not trying to be a hater.
Right.
No, they're not. Every 100. There you go. You're just negative.
That's a
There
gray
you go.
area.
Right.
That's a gray area you can take advantage of, I
Right.
believe.
Oh my
Like,
gosh, I related to that in so many different ways.
I'm not trying to be that guy. Don't make it something it's not. That's all.
Little D's going to Hawaii.
Right, exactly.
Oh, she was doing making the bacon, talking on the phone. I'm like, oh my goodness.
That's funny.
She's
I'm
looking
the
for
hater now.
long-term rental properties
Right.
in Honolulu.
How did
Whole
we
deal.
get out of here? I know what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. How did you do gambling out there?
Thursday bloodbath. They almost stopped the fight.
honesty.
Thursday night, I go down and I go to sleep. I go to bed about 10. Steiny knows.
How?
I go to bed early. I shut it down. Thursday, I'm lying there in the bed thinking, I'm just going to change my flight. It was a change your flight moment.
Whoa.
I'm just going to put it behind me. I was sick of it.
You were going to leave. You were going to leave after one day.
I was down 85% of my bankroll. There was bad decisions. There was bad beats. There was bad bets. I was mad.
It's like a little piece of you died.
Thank you, JD. Woke up Friday, my boy Kenny Flamer and I. And Thursday, I was talking to my girlfriend, Adrian.
Yeah?
And I was pacing around
What's up,
outside a venue.
Yeah.
And I looked on the
Pacing.
ground and I saw a poker chip from the Flamingo, which was about a half mile from where we were staying. I thought it was a novelty chip. It didn't look like a real chip. Picked it up, put it in my pocket. So my best friend Kenny Flamer says, before you make any rash decisions, let's go to the Flamingo this morning. I'm up at 6 a.m., because
Love
that's
it.
what we do, Steiny. Hashtag old guy. We go to the Flamingo. I'm waiting in the cashier line, and this lady in front of me is just taking forever. And I'm thinking,
That's how it
I don't want to
happens.
wait here anymore for this cashier to look at me and go, idiot. This is from the gift shop. So I finally get to the front of the line, and I'm thinking, if this doesn't go my way, I'm going home.
Wow.
F this. I put my chip down. She grabs it, looks at it, and gives me the crispy hundy. Slides
And
me
we
the
were
hundy.
back in action.
We're back. We're back.
Found $100, Steiny.
Look at it. He's
I
smiling
found
now.
$100 on the strip, and from then on, I didn't make it all the way back, but I chipped away. I chippy.
But that
chippy,
helped a
chippy.
whole lot, though.
Please tell me your girlfriend was saying, Dibs, don't come home. Don't do that.
No, I didn't even tell her.
Oh, okay.
that I
Okay.
was- yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Willard, the first
Yeah.
night he was ready to dip.
I mean-
we call that a dip.
That's
Well, because my flight Saturday wasn't until 10:30 at night. I had the last thing out of Vegas, so I had all day Friday, and then the Saturday is normally like, oh, what a grind on Saturday.
Wow.
We go to Caesars on Saturday, and to say we get after it would be an understatement.
I love it.
Because there's only a couple games on Saturday now.
Yeah, thank God you didn't go because then I just looked at the timestamp of it. I got my favorite phone call ever from Dan Dibley. Yeah, Friday night. It came in at
Look at Willard, he got
8:54.
receipts.
Well, when you said you're like, I go to bed at 10, I'm like, I feel like it was 10:30 when you called me, but no.
It was only 8:54.
8:54? I'm like, ooh, Dib's
Dibs,
staying
you
out
can
late
close your
tonight.
eyes at 10?
8:54.
Well, not that night.
Oh, okay. Got you. Right.
Yeah. I looked at my, I got an app that tells me when I go to sleep, and I think I stayed up till 2 that night, which is like 5 for the rest of you.
Yeah.
My 2 is their 5, Steiny. You know what that's like.
Absolutely.
I laid this on Steiny. I'm going to lay it on YouTube briefly. So I'm driving in thinking about the Warriors, and I'm being positive, but tell me if I'm being pessimistic. And I'm thinking to myself, I said, Goo, I think Jordan Poole is having the best Warriors season of any of the Warriors, the biggest growth. And it took me to, how do we know he's going to be content next year coming off the bench or when that day comes? Guys like, I feel like I know him, but I don't know him. Willard and Dibs, I feel like, and I told Steiny, who's to say that's sufficient for him? And he do a James Harden in OKC. I'll play the 6 man, but I can go like that scares me.
Hey, how
Throw
did
some
you
water
guys
on me,
like?
Willard.
I think you're asking a really good question. And how did we all take it in Denver? He hits the 3. He hits the 3, and he's doing a slow shimmy. and he's yelling, "Money time! Money!"
How did he put that together?
Did you take that at face value or not? Money time meaning.
I got to tell you,
money.
I didn't even realize he had done that.
Money, like I nailed the 3, or like
pay me.
I
never. That's Johnny Manziel.
Time.
How
money
that worked
time.
out.
Hey, listen. We've watched this a lot. Do you remember who was it that was together with the Raptors? Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter. And Tracy got to free agency, and we were all thinking, man, the Raptors are like these two.
Yeah, right.
This is going to be a thing. And Tracy's mom did an interview, and she was like, it's Tracy's time now.
That's
because
amazing.
he had gotten to a certain point where it was like, nope, he needs his own team and his own space, and off he went to Orlando, and both of their careers went, nicely.
So there's no bad guy. That's just natural, right, Dibs?
Yes, it's natural. And when you think about what he's making about $500,000 less than Andre Iguodala this year. And Jordan Poole's in line
Mr. Street Clothes. We love
Poole's
you,
in line
Iggy.
for 5 years and 184 as a rookie extension.
Wow.
And if they don't extend him, he goes into next year, he makes 3.9. And to your point, how happy would he be to not be getting that chicken? So it's one to watch for sure.
Yeah.
I got a little bone to pick with Iguodala, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-oh. Yeah. Did you see his tweet?
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved
He was
it.
asking for some dynamic pricing in Orlando.
Stay tuned for the hypocrisy of it.
I'm not going to keep talking now.
For your Steiny.
This is- started picking up his stuff. Look at him. All right, Steiny, go next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I feel like that was a party, man. I got you as a partner, but I can do 4-man show, I think. You don't seem too excited. Oh. Now, as I was in my deathbed last week, I did hear this kind of intro where Willard had to help you with your headphones. But it's all good, Steiny. I got your back, baby.
Now, this is strange.
It looks like you're looking for your checkbook, though.
Turn on your mic. There you go.
Help him out, Spadoni.
I came in with 2 of those today.
Put them on your taxes, Will.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right. So,
There he is.
I didn't hear the last 10 minutes of these guys' show. Well, I heard the last 10 minutes, but not the previous 10 before that. Yeah, Andre. Where was that tweet Sunday?
Wow.
When the Warriors played without Steph Curry at the Chase Center against the Spurs.
Well, they had
Come on.
They had
what?
There was no option. He was injured, so that's different.
Well, Curry's injured today. What's the difference? They knew he wasn't playing Sunday.
You got me there.
They knew damn well they weren't. Come on, Andre.
I miss him. I just and his outfits are just so fresh and clean. Shout out Outcast, but
aren't they all?
So he's just gonna press that button, huh? And detonate into the guy that he was in 16?
I don't know.
Do guys get rusty? Older guys?
Yeah,
I love Dre.
you would
think he
think.
knows my
You
boy
would
Land
think.
Grayton.
Maybe we get him on the show too.
I'm on it.
Well, are you?
Yeah, I am on it.
What about Brownie?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what?
We'll bring him up later in the show. I reached out to him.
You know what? Draymond doesn't want to come on today.
Right.
I was going to tease. I got an unbelievable stat on Draymond Green. Somebody hit me with some music.
Oh, we're going to do it now. Because
why not?
We told you to save this.
I know, but
Bruce
why not?
Sutter, save it, Steiny.
Why not?
Go ahead. I want to hear it.
Give me something, Spadoni.
Ooh, look at Spadoni. Yay!
I'll tell you what I'm going to do to 888-957-9570. We're going to talk about this all day unless you want to. But I'm giving you the number because you guys got to react to this. Is unbelievable. What does this say about your guy, Draymond Green? Everybody that's saying he's the man.
The heart and soul.
Draymond Green,
Yeah.
heart and soul leader.
That he is.
The last 5 times that Draymond Green has been ejected from an NBA game, Steph Curry didn't play. You got to be kidding me.
Wow.
The last 5 times that Draymond Green has been ejected, it's come on a game where Steph Curry isn't playing. I got to tell you, Goo, I got a little problem with that.
But
what is that all about?
He told you what it was all about. He said he's not mentally invested when the chef is not out there.
Yeah, that's not what he said. He said he wasn't mentally invested the year they knew they were going to stink.
Well, that was when Steph was gone.
Right, but these are not like Steph was gone last game. And he's out.
Again, we talked about it yesterday. It comes down to leaders. I don't like it, but it ain't like
it ain't what
they need him.
That's right. So on the days they need him most, the games they need him most,
man. I got you.
He gets ejected. Come on, that's a really bad look. And listen,
I didn't even know we were coming there.
I didn't either.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't either. I saw that stat and it just struck me.
So let me ask you this: if Jordan Poole or Looney or GP the second got thrown out, or Clay, you think Dre would have had something to say to them after the game, or like, how'd you leave us to hanging out to dry like that? Who checks Draymond?
Nobody. They don't really have anybody that can check Draymond Green. I think that's been proven over the years since. Honestly, probably started before this, but ever since the locker room incident with Kerr in Oklahoma City, when nothing happened,
Steiny.
When Draymond Green went ballistic and threatened Kerr, and the security guards were called and all that
legendary.
Stuff, they did nothing. So what can you do after you do nothing there?
We're both parents, and I've learned it's not about, when I was growing up, physicality to check somebody. What happens now is you can use your words. Words count. But who is above reproach? How can there not be that individual just to say, you know what? And Bielitsa, I thought he was going there after last game. He just talked about the start, and I appreciated that they got to come out faster. But Steiny, isn't that the coach? Like Chuck Daly, I'm not going in on Kerr because I love him, but Chuck Daly would have checked Dre. Phil Jackson would have said something like Edgar Allan Poe that would have hit home like.
I don't know. You might be right. But for anybody to think that there's not some connection there.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay,
he wasn't feeling good.
This is kind of the what I said to you. He's like, well, I hope Orlando today. Well, he's going to play today. I mean, Orlando's one of the worst teams in the league. Is the game important enough for Draymond tonight to try it?
It's about them getting their groove back.
Who?
The Warriors.
Well,
it ain't about who
Orlando
you're playing. You got 11 left.
You want Draymond Green to try as hard as he can tonight in Orlando.
Dude, he's coming off injury.
So you don't want him to?
Yes, I want him to. A brother got to work it out. Get that back. Dude, my neck and my back. Dude, okay. He couldn't even get lift. I'm nervous. I'm watching that. So how can you just bypass an opportunity? Guess what, Steiny? To exercise. Because that's what this is about.
You know what this tells me? You know what this is to me a little bit? I've done this once.
I'm trying to guess. I have
I've done
nothing
this
game.
once. I've done this once or twice. I had a buddy, a little older. Went to Reading High.
Reading, PA.
Really good player.
Yeah, what's his name? Yeah. You sound like a hater. Give your boy some love. If you're saying he's really good.
All right, it's a guy named Dennis Wesley. Went to the same school. So we used to roll up to pickup games together. Because you know what? He was good. And we'd finagle if we had to. But let me tell you something. Whenever we got split up, I didn't say, yeah, I'm out today. I'm out. I got to, there is something where Draymond is like, I don't know.
If he were right next to us, what do you think he would say to that?
You know what I really think he'd say?
Because he's a friend of the show. We had him on.
Well, that doesn't mean we're a friend of his. There's a guy who listens all day in Marin, and he said, don't call me buddy. So anybody can do it. Let me tell you something. If Draymond were here, and I said that to him, I think he would say, I can't lie. There's a little
that's
something
what
to
he
that.
did last time he was on our show. When I say, hey, Dre, I got to keep it. There we go. I got to keep it real. I criticized you for this and that, and he didn't flip. He kind of understood and appreciated the realness.
Well, that's why Draymond Green, like he's not all bad. Like there's so much I like about Draymond Green.
Did you like him saying they're going to win the chip and then get thrown out 2 games later?
Well,
I don't like that.
Well, I like him saying we can win the chip. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. That's
but then
unique.
when we need you, where you at? In the showers.
Well, he could say, you know what he would say? MF, it's the Spurs. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'll be Draymond Green.
Yeah.
What's your problem?
That you've missed 38 games. The chef is out, the best player. You are supposed to be the leader, the mentor to these young guys as you guys try to get your groove back like Stella before the playoffs. You couldn't check yourself and just save a few words from getting ejected, Draymond? Is that leadership?
Playoffs don't start for 3 weeks, Chief.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I just heard you a week ago say you still think you're DPOY.
Yeah, I got
to get thrown to the showers in a game at home against the lowly Spurs.
What's your major?
Dre. Psychology. Yeah. But anyways, Donnie, I just
look.
Man.
I'm not standing up. I'm kind of kidding, but like this is what he acknowledged in the past that year they went 15-50. He had no interest in playing, and I like on a night like last Sunday. What other explanation can you have except, you know what, he didn't feel like playing Sunday.
I hadn't heard that stat either. I want to ask you where you got it.
Dickinson.
Wow.
But he got it.
I talked to him last night.
But he got it. What about?
What that's my dog. We've broken bread together.
See, don't do this. He was my friend first.
Right. See, I don't like people. What sign are you?
Libra.
Oh, see, I'm a Taurus. We don't even think like that. You should be like, oh, my boy's talking without me. But anyway, we just,
what?
I was about to shoot.
What is going on here?
I don't know, Fitz. But shout out to JD for that stat. But Steiny, I just forget that stat for a minute. I just thought it was a bad look at the junction the Warriors are at. I won't say hemorrhaging, but they got a lot of things that need to go right for them to get this chip and an opportunity to do so. And right now, if you tell me whoever they're playing in the first round of the offs, I'm worried. Your boy Kerr, he can't play the piano because every time he tries to press a key's not working. And the piano man, the repair man, is nowhere to be found.
You know, the other thing that kind of came together for me when I saw that Draymond Green stat is, it was only about a week ago that he kind of went on this diatribe about, if you're going to say that I was out and hungover, you better be right. You better be right. I'm about integrity.
Yeah.
Well, Draymond, were you right on Sunday? Like, are you coming out of Sunday night saying I was right? Because you weren't right.
So we'll get that. We'll get that answer tonight after the game. Because he hasn't talked since, right? So tonight after tonight's game, Slater.
What are you going to ask him
about Sunday?
What? Okay.
Hey, Dre, any regrets over Sunday getting ran?
No.
Now that would hurt me if I were a teammate if he really said no.
But you know what? I think his teammates know who he is. That's who he is. That's why he's their heart and soul, because he'll never give in. Like that's what makes Draymond Green Draymond Green.
That's selfish at the detriment of the team. I'm not saying he's not the heart and soul. But if I got a friend doing something and you know it's coming and it's going to hamper me, that's not.
You answer the question. Yeah. Do you think Draymond Green's got any regret for Sunday?
I do, and I think we're going to hear it after the game. And he did it last year in Orlando. Remember, he turned the ball over?
He does it 4 times a year.
Okay.
All right, 4 times a year.
You got me there.
But you know what? In fairness, he does say I got to be better once in a while. What was the game last year? Was it San Antonio?
Orlando.
No, there was one. I'm thinking of the one where he took a 3 where he thought he was going to get fouled. San Antonio.
Oh.
By the way, come on, Iguodala. Why should Orlando lower ticket prices tonight? Because Steph Curry's not going to play. Yeah. Why wouldn't you send that tweet out Sunday?
I want Iguodala.
Spurs stink. The Spurs stink.
I wonder how he would respond to that. That is so fair.
They don't sign my paycheck, son.
No.
It's an easy answer. Yeah. It's an easy answer.
Got an early game tonight.
Yeah, 4 o'clock. So 2:30 Warriors Live.
We're off. At
We're
2:30.
getting out early. It's early dismiss. We're not off.
Right.
Ain't off.
Right, but you know what I mean.
Let me tell you something. I ain't here.
Yeah.
All right? It's 75 outside.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to try to make use of that half hour. But I need a little more than that most of the time. So anyway, we'll get into some Warriors. They play. Let's get Carlito in here. Carlito in Alameda. What's going on, man?
Yeah, hello, gentlemen. Listen, about Draymond, this is a man that is known for being very intelligent, and I think these are calculated moves, and I kind of respect his cleverness. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess he's clever to get out of a game he doesn't want to play in.
I love that.
To me sounds easy.
Yeah, and that means you don't want to battle. You know, like I said it 10 times yesterday. You didn't give me any love, but my Roberto Duran, no mas when he quit against Leonard. That was like what Dre did when he got thrown out, because you know when you're getting thrown out. You know what I mean? You keep talking. So what's clever about that is...
How hard is it to get thrown out of a game?
I wouldn't know.
It's easy.
Well, as a fan, I would.
Did you ever get ejected as a player?
No.
As a fan?
I was
as a father?
As a father.
Once?
Yeah.
Just once. That's all right.
I got some LeVar Ball in me.
No.
Undefeated. I can't even do it.
One ejection... And you learned from it.
Okay. Yeah.
That's good. That is good.
Welcome to Big Baller Zone.
Where is he?
I don't know.
And where's his son?
I'm undefeated.
Not running anymore in Chicago.
Shout out Lonzo Ball, man.
Both our guys.
Yeah. Ben, they need to fix that trade. Or
he's
what
got
do they do
herniated
it?
disc.
Yeah, but what do they call it when the trade, somebody's not healthy?
Renege?
Void it.
Yeah, but you know what? The Nets went out
told me
hard.
this.
So bad.
Right.
Plus, the Nets are sitting nice.
How? They may play Toronto. He can't play there. Talking about Kyrie.
They got Seth
and
Curry.
They can't play at home.
You know
Who
what?
has a sprained ankle.
You know what? They might have traded Harden for Seth Curry straight. They wouldn't have. But my point is he fits better than Harden.
Yeah, but he's hurt right now. Sprained
Yeah,
ankle.
he's fine. So Steph Curry, he's going to play in the playoffs.
That's a sprained
You know what?
ligament.
You're right. Seth Curry is.
I like him.
Yeah, he's hurt right now. You see Durant get ejected? No, Durant doesn't get ejected when a Curry doesn't play.
I see what
Come on, Dre. What's going on? Hey, when we come back, we got to get into this Jimmy Garoppolo situation because there's a point. There's a point I think that people are missing. Jimmy.
I want it over.
There's a point that I think you're missing, and I'll tell you what it is. Coming up on 95.7.
Stanford Blood Center presents The Executive Show with Zaza Pachulia.
I wish Draymond never got kicked out. And
53-32 with 6 minutes and 15 seconds left here in the fourth. The SAP Center beginning to come alive. Solano in the shotgun, staring at the 3-man front, 4 in the secondary for the Panthers. 2 men move in motion. Chest high snap, fires over the middle. It's intercepted. Marcellus Pippins at the 20-yard line comes streaking into San Diego territory, all the way down to the 10 on the near side. When they need a big play, Pippins steps up, turns it over. It's Bay Area Panthers football.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, a star is born.
Evan, that was great, man.
Pippin.
That's our producer, Evan Giddings.
For now.
Yeah,
our producer for now.
So that was your first football game that you called?
First IFL game, yeah. I hadn't called a football game in like 3 years.
Wow.
Man.
I tell you what, kids.
Look at him.
You think it's easy to break into the business.
Baby,
you got to do some work.
Baby Al Michaels back there.
That was really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Thanks, guys.
And I pictured it too, the pass, like the interception.
That was good, man. Well done. Yeah. Well done, Evan. That's awesome.
Appreciate it, fellas.
How was Grandy?
Oh, he was fantastic.
Yeah,
he's
like
picking up where I was putting down.
All right.
All right. You asked him, not me.
38-33, the Panthers won.
1-0.
Over the San Diego Strike Force. Bay Area Panthers.
And Marshawn was in the house. Sources say he had a light blue bomber coat with a beanie that matched.
Now, how does that matter?
He has swag, and just for the people that didn't see him, he's still swagging.
Everybody close your eyes and think of Marshawn Lynch.
Because I'm looking at your T-shirt, and you, Bonte, JD,
Careful.
Basketball Reference. You guys use that. And I never told you. I like that about you.
Why don't you support
But you got
the
a
site?
T-shirt.
I bought it.
Oh, I thought they would send it to you.
No, they sell them on the site.
All right.
Yeah, you know how I feel about it. You know I've got a whole list of T-shirt rules.
Do you still are you in the jacket club? Because you had to, remember the ones that you say that every now and then they'll send you something?
No, they send something to me every month, yeah.
You hadn't worn anything
Earth tones, right, though, Steiny? Big on the earth tones still, right? But you're wearing yellow, so.
This is a little different for me today.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little
different. It's a bright and sunny
Warrior
day.
yellow
There you go.
Spadoni. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, Warriors play the Orlando Magic today, 2:30 on Warriors. I don't know if you know this is where their flagship.
No, I'm playing.
Yeah, where their flagship.
They got to work it out. They got issues.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the Warriors. Can they get it? They've got a lot to put together, not a lot of time to put it together in.
Man.
If you're a Golden State Warrior fan, what's your confidence level in the Warriors right now? Because I'm starting to think like near Christmas into January, we were thinking this team can win a title. Is it as realistic now? Or are they're more of a long shot, right? They're more of a long shot now than they've ever been to win it, simply because the goal was to get healthy at this time of year, and they're not really getting healthy at this time.
And you know what, Steiny? They got an old saying, health is wealth. And that's what it's not about basketball. And that's what's got to be frustrating to Bob, Joe, and Steve is now that your star, it's like a number 2, in and out, animal style. It's just every time we think we get traction, now the chef is in a walking boot. And I'm no doctor, but for you to tell me he's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks, what's he going to be when he gets back? And tell me, am I being a captain? Prisoner of the moment. Draymond, Steiny, the lift was not there.
Yeah, you know what? You've been saying that.
And the more he's been playing, it takes its toll. So tonight, I'm looking at him through binoculars, the deer hunting binoculars, like, okay, is this going to be an issue? You had a couple days off? Because, again, we said it. If he's not 100%, Houston, we got got problems. The Warriors, the Spurs had a layup line with him out there. Now you got Mo Bamba, and the rest of the Magic. I don't know. I'm really concerned.
The Magic are essentially irrelevant.
Well, the Spurs were irrelevant, and look what they did to the Warriors.
Spurs are a little better.
No, they are.
Orlando stinks. They don't even have subs.
They got Anthony.
Anthony who?
What's his name?
I don't know.
Greg
Cole
Anthony's son. Yeah,
they're talking about Cole Anthony.
Yeah, with the dreads. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh man, injuries are a part of basketball. Stop being so scared, Goo. That's from the 510. Right in your face.
Are they going Phoenix
right in
Suns
your
on me?
face.
Because Phoenix seems to have, well, they haven't had as many injuries, and it was Chris Paul, but they've kind of righted the ship. But I'm just letting you know. And you know what? Last thing. I put Klay Thompson still under the injury. Is that fair?
What do you mean?
He's not himself because of how long he's
Well, then he's going to be
out.
Then he's probably going to be under there for another 9 months. Because he ain't getting healthy by the end of this year. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that shot's been, like I said, 22,
it's been what?
What was it? 22 shots to get 24 points last game.
It's not great.
I know it's not. It's Allen Iverson-like volume, but the old Westbrook style. But still, he has to start hitting. And so does Steph when he comes back.
I asked a question before the show to you guys. Because we have the phrase, put the rat on the table.
Right. Well, she could get a sponsor.
What's the Warriors' rat on the table? Do the Warriors have a rat on the table?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Injuries.
Be more specific.
Yeah.
You don't want to. Because you probably.
No,
yeah, I know.
What are you saying? I'm not that guy. I've never been.
What's the Warriors' rat on the table? They're not playing well.
You're smiling, but I don't know. I can't wait to hear it.
What's it? I don't have a definitive answer like this is it. I have my own opinion.
Well, share it with us.
Klay Thompson. Right now is the rat on the table.
I'm not an expert, but I do have a strong opinion.
What about him? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because before...
Well, he's shooting too much.
Right.
He's not passing enough. He's not making enough shots. And clearly, him coming back has negatively affected Wiggins.
And Poole. Well,
not Poole. You can't say Poole now.
I said he's MVP.
So,
I got Poole-itis.
And listen, I'm not saying rat on the table can't change, but I think Klay's a big issue right now. We're gonna have Monty on at 1:30.
Why
are you hemming and hawing?
No,
he's shooting too much.
I'm not.
He doesn't pass enough, and clearly Wiggins, with Klay Thompson, the future Hall of Famer, coming back, with that legendary Warrior coming back, and that legendary Warrior is having no adjustment period. He's just going back in and taking 20 shots per game. Wiggins is lost.
Okay.
He doesn't know what to do. And you know what? Here's the part that does kind of get me a little bit. Why are we, you know what? You watch. We're going to blame Wiggins. We're not going to blame Klay. What are we blaming right now? We're talking about Wiggins now not being aggressive. And I asked you this question before. How can he be aggressive when he's playing with Curry, Poole, and Klay Thompson? He can't be aggressive. Okay.
He was at the end of Sunday night. At the end of the game, he took 3 shots, Steiny.
Okay.
I'm just saying he tried to capture the moment. I'm not heeing and hawing that you're wrong. I'm heeing and hawing like, okay, you just told me Dre has nobody to answer to about leadership and being out there, accountability. If what you say about Klay is what I see, and Steiny, you are right. You think the coaches are talking to him like, hey, Klay, mixing a pass or two, or is he getting a pass? Because I'm going to say this before you answer. I think they got this built in. I'm hoping they got this built in to the portfolio. And then when game 1 of the playoffs start, they have rolled the dice on trying to get Klay to get as comfortable and back to himself before the offs. So there's going to be a sacrifice. And I believe that's why we haven't seen a change.
Oh, but he's going to change in the postseason?
All it takes
That's
is
a joke. The one thing we know about Klay is he doesn't change. He came into the league under Mark Jackson with a green light. Right. And he has had a green light his entire career. He's not going to all of a sudden become a judicious shooter. He shoots. And, we laugh about it, but he was the guy that said, I ain't sacrificing S.
And he didn't.
And the other thing is, he's acknowledged it hurt him that people have forgotten about him the last 2 years. He wasn't on the 75 greatest players list. So you don't think he's trying to almost overprove himself? Yes. But once the playoff starts, he's going to cool down? Come on.
But don't you think he should have the mechanism, and I don't know if he has,
Does Westbrook?
No, but that's different.
No, it's not.
Westbrook never had the injury and was out 2 years. He was who he was, and it just kept going. My point to you about Clay is, don't you think if he says, maybe if I dial it back some and work on the things that you just talked about, then it'll all come, and then when I'm all the way back, I can go back to being spray Clay.
I do not believe Clay would say what? How did you put it first? It was really good.
No,
seriously.
Work on the other things about his game. Well, around those things that that he's not known for, passing, playmaking.
He's going to work at those 12 years into his career.
I'm going to say this. Have you seen him when he has a bad game? Don't you feel bad for him? He's wearing it on
That's neither here nor there.
But he's wearing it.
Okay, but that's neither. Okay, well, if you're wearing it like you think he's wearing it, do something different.
That's what
I'm saying. He doesn't. He doesn't change his game. Clay's the kind of guy, and listen, we love him when he's knocking shots
Hall
down.
of Famer.
But let me ask you this. Warriors up 2 with, I mean, he's liable. He's the guy most likely to take a shot early in the shot clock to give the team the other possession.
And he hit a 3 Sunday night, too. But he ain't scared, though. You got to give him that.
No.
He ain't changed that.
Guru, see, that's where you lose me. You can't be like, oh, man, he ain't scared. You got to love that he ain't scared. But now you want him to defer? Well, he can't be both. He can't be both.
Well, it's a Clay.
How's Clay helping you when he's not making shots?
Right. And how's Wiggins?
Right now.
How's Wiggins?
Well, Wiggins is a better defensive player right now than Klay Thompson.
How about Jordan Poole when he's not making shots?
Well, he's not a better defensive player, but Poole right now is more dynamic than Klay Thompson.
No, there's no doubt about it. And he may be the most dynamic on the team right now.
We're going to blame Wiggins. Anybody have a doubt about that?
Well, he missed a free throw.
Well, he's a terrible free throw shooter.
Back to Wiggins.
Yeah.
And Clay's a bad rebounder for a 2. Yeah. For a guy 6'7". I mean, you can pick apart anybody's game.
I just don't know. Like, people think nobody's ever seen the Tooth Fairy, but, plug your kids' ears if they're in the car listening, but we know that's fictitious. And we just, in Dub Nation, I feel like game 1 of the playoffs, Steph's going to get rid of the boot like it's a Stacey Adam and have no, issues at all. Steiny, this is getting scary, man.
Hey, by the way, you did something today that was really good. Love more of it. You came in and said, I was thinking about the Warriors in my car.
Well, you asked. Oh, good. Yeah.
No, so what did you told me your point, and I said, yeah, that's fair. Like, your thing is, why you're right. Is Jordan Poole just gonna wait till my contract?
No. And you think he's happy coming off the bench. The guy that I think he is, the guts of a cat burglar that's went to the lab, all those hours, blood, sweat, tears, I just don't think we should assume he's going to be okay with the role. And we've seen this in sports. Willard and Dibs just cited McGrady, Vince Carter. Mm-hmm. It happens. And I'm going to tell you this. When's your boy going to start here in Golden State if we look past this season? It ain't going to be next season, Steiny. It ain't going to be the season. He's got to wait. And I just don't know if a young player that's as talented as he's shown ready to do that.
Steiny, how would you like Clay to change? Who else is going to take shots with Curry out? First of all, he's taking him with Curry in. But I'll move on. Instead of being critical of Clay's inefficiencies, tell us fans what you think he can do to help win games and what he's doing. And please don't say make more shots. How about this to start? Take fewer shots. Take fewer shots.
And that would mean passing.
He's right. And how about this?
Give me some assists.
Players do this every once in a while. They'll actually throw a pass without thinking of shooting first, just to move the ball. So that's one thing he can do.
I'm taking this on that. That's a great point. But this may be the other rat, Steiny. Their lack of size is the rat on the table.
I can't argue with that.
Is for the people that called yesterday. It was just a few of them questioning Bob, and they thought Wiseman was on track to come back, Steiny. And that's 7'1", 242 pounds. A guy that looks like he may be more than that. I'm sick to my stomach. And would you call me naive? That's been my word here lately, to think that he is coming back this season. I'd be a fool, right?
At this point, I don't want to be a jerk.
But I would be no.
What does it matter if he comes back this season or not?
He's got size.
He's not. It's too late.
Okay.
You ever Carole King? It's too late, baby. Now it's too late.
But you hit that
though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died.
Carole King.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of her. I was 90, feeling frisky.
I am today.
Went a little too long, but no, it's pretty good.
Let's go to Kevin in Richmond. Let's do this. Come on now. Let's figure some things out today.
Help us.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, fellas, it's too late, baby.
Now, yeah, there you go. Little tapestry.
Oh, yeah, too late. But we're talking about the Warriors this year. My goodness, did Steph Curry look like an MVP early?
Yes.
And Clay just wouldn't stop saying, you forgot about Clay. You forgot about me. It's like, let Steph Curry have 5 minutes of this. He was looking so good. LeBron he looked so de-energized, so deflated. Now all of a sudden, Draymond says, we're going to win a chip. Steph's back, I'm back, Clay's back, we back. All of a sudden, Boston Celtics, boom, super energy. Steph gets hurt. LeBron goes for 50. Kevin Durant's energized now. And guess what? We got no mojo. Just like you guys are saying, Clay is taking too many shots. When he does that, guess what? We can't run. Our defense is running on its heels now because now we're backpedaling all the time. Now he's missing. So guess what that means? We can't get on the break no more because guess what? We're tired. And when we playing defense all the time, and guess what? When we go on offense, all the other guys don't get to get in the flow. They can't get their shots going because Clay's taking everything. So we got to play defense all day while Clay gets warm, but we can't get warm. I can't get one shot on.
I can't get warm.
My offensive flow.
I hear you, Kevin. Thank you.
Wow.
Just let the game come to you a little bit more. Just a little.
You think anybody said that to him?
I gotta tell.
Are they having
listen,
that conversation?
I got to tell you something.
I think that's a fair question.
When it comes to Clay, I think he's got a sliver of Westbrook in him. Where
Dre, you don't even approach it. You don't even ask him about it.
I'm talking about there's a little bit of an inability to change. Like, people are saying, Westbrook needs to become more of a point guard. That ain't never happening.
Okay. All right.
So it's like, I'm not saying, Clay, go out there and get 6 assists a game. Like, that's never going to work. Or Clay, stop being aggressive offensively. Like, that's who he is, and that's why he's a champion. But Jim Barnett,
the great Jim Barnett,
and it's the greatest thing ever. Your greatest strength's your greatest weakness. And right now, his greatest strength, which is his aggressiveness, is his biggest weakness because he's not on the right side of it. He's not walking the fine line. He's over that line of aggression. KC and Marin. What's up, buddy? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm having a great time, but I would appreciate you guys both laying off the demigod Clay. Let's give him a little bit of space. And here's the best comparison that I could come up with. Steiny, your game, it reminds me of a lot of Clay's, which reminds me a lot of mine. And I remember going through some injuries, and you're coming back, and you're just trying to get your touch to where it used to be and get back to those days in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Ready.
You're coming off an ankle tweak. It's been a few months.
It's kind of an Iron Man.
You're looking at the court saying, I need to be in, and it's going to take you a couple weeks to get your shotty back, Matty, isn't it? It's going to take you a few days.
Yeah, but
now, what happens if... please go.
All right, I hear KC. You know what? I appreciate that. And one thing you know about me is while I was every bit a star as Clay was, I don't know. I just come in and I wouldn't stomp all over what's going on. I'd tiptoe a little bit coming back. Let's be honest.
Well,
the biggest reason that it's hard for people to criticize Clay is because he's Clay and he's so cool.
A fan favorite.
Yes. Right.
But now things have changed.
That's right.
No, it's not.
He's not playing well.
And
is that blasphemy to say that?
No. And I take offense to people think that we're going in on him. We're not. I love Clay. But I just had you love this, another theory or thought. Your boy's going to be hampered when he comes back, talking about the chef. We may see more of this Clay. Because if Steph is hampered in his ability to create or whatnot, he may be more inclined to pass it, and Clay becomes more of a gunner. Now, if Clay goes for 40, we're gonna look like fools because the light will have come on.
Okay, he's had games like that. Yeah. He's going to get 40 this year again, probably. He's going to have some great games.
It's not.
Probably.
I hear what you're saying,
but the NBA is about being consistent, and I'm not going to listen. I'm not saying he's done by any stretch. He's got but he's got to get better. He's got to make more shots and play smarter. What is that? What, should I get fired for the slander?
No, not at
Klay
all.
Thompson needs to make more shots, all right? Be less aggressive, throw a pass or two, and be a little more discerning. And I love Klay Thompson.
And he was on the bench.
But how hard is that?
And he knows Warrior basketball's ball movement. You saw it. So, but Steiny, as soon as he gets it, I'm like, it's going up. And for the most part, my Klay meter may be a second off, but it's going up. And even Sunday, crunch time, he won from the top of the key. I'm like, this dude has the gut. He ain't taking back seat to anybody.
Nope.
But 0 assists. 22, 24 shots.
Von's in Vallejo. What's up, Von? How you doing, man?
Oh. What's cracking, y'all? This is my first time calling the show. I've been having some thoughts about the Warriors for a few months now, and I just want to lay it on y'all. Y'all got some time for me?
Yeah. I mean, not all day.
We love you, baby.
Sure. Do you want to co-host with us?
All day. All right.
Yeah, come on, buddy.
Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and lay this on. Let me go ahead and lay this on y'all. Right. So, I just feel like, as far as like systems go, you feel me? Like, systems are living organisms. You know, I feel like the philosophy of Warriors basketball should always be intact, you know, of course. But also that, like, when new personnel comes in, as it did this year with Wiggins and Poole arriving as they have, you know, like, I feel like Klay should have earned his time on the court a little bit more discerningly on Steve Kerr's end. You know, I feel like they just integrated him way too clumsily. Like, so tell me what y'all think about that. Thank you.
Well, you know, it's funny, and thanks for the call, Von. And we got about a minute or two here, not even. But
So Jordan Poole would have been starting, that you would have kept it as is. Well, but what if Klay said, Steiny, who the hell, you know who I am and what I've done? You're going to relegate me to the bench?
Well, I remember saying, like, is there any chance that Klay could come off the bench? And everyone's like, no
we
chance.
Talked about it.
No chance. And I was like, oh, okay, but all right. Like, it was preposterous.
No doubt.
And I was just asking to wonder if anybody thought he would. And, of course, he's not gonna.
But I get that. A guy of his
caliber. I know one guy who thought he should come off the bench.
Right. Who is that?
Jordan Poole.
Yeah, JP.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are the Warriors done? No, they're not done. But they're running out of time. And guys have to start playing better. And to me, Klay's the number one guy who's got to start playing better. And if he can't, it's understandable because he's coming off a serious injury, which we knew. We knew this was going to be the Klay, or we should have known. At Safeway, they partner with trusted, top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables, harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh. It's too late, baby, now. It's too late.
But you hit that,
though we really did try to make it.
Tomorrow, it's Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something inside
has died and
I like this.
And I just can't take it on. There you go. I'm done.
I said Cheryl King. It's Carol King.
You're thinking of Sheryl Crow, probably.
No.
She's more contemporary than Carol King.
It was just a blunder. But somebody on Twitch told me, Chinaski79 said, I called her Cheryl when it's Carol. Yeah, that was a nice, I like that.
Yeah, she's a great voice. Yeah. Unbelievable voice. Yeah, Carol King.
She's still with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
Awesome.
Yeah, she's dynamite. You know what? Start out with Oscar in Stockton. He says, why lose faith in the Warriors? Oscar is in Stockton. What's going on, buddy?
All right, what's going on with you guys today? Out here enjoying the sunshine.
There you go.
Yeah.
I got to get out.
I just want to get to,
I got to get out there, buddy.
It's about 80 degrees today. In Stockton. Yeah. Yeah, I want to get back to the Warriors. You know, I've been watching the Warriors too, and I'll say the same thing. But we got to realize the Warriors have a system. We got a lot of players out, and we play. He is hunting shots, but you got to understand. Draymond just got back. Draymond got kicked out the game. Before he got kicked out the game, Clay came off a couple of screens. When he gets back and keep his head straight, Clay is not going to be dribbling all over the court. And another thing I want to say, the key is Andrew Wiggins has to start back playing like he first started playing. Andrew has to get back and start playing. You cannot let Clay come back and make you lose confidence. The same thing with Jordan Poole. He has to go. Just go. You can't worry about Clay. We want Clay to keep on shooting shots, but not that many. But he needs to shoot his shots because shooter's going to shoot to get his rhythm back. So we got to realize that we have a system, and when everybody get back healthy, especially when GP2 get back on the court, don't panic yet. But the NBA, if you look at all the rest of the teams, everybody is going through a little bit of something. The Warriors will be ready. And just to look at when Steph went down with the ankle injury, I realized it wasn't going to be as bad. But one thing is going to help us is that if you notice, Steph has been wearing down. He needs some rest. His percentages and his shot selection, because he has to run the whole team, he needs a little rest. And this is going to help us. I'm going to say this.
I got you.
Straight, man.
Thanks, Oscar. I appreciate it. I'm going to be honest with you. I think if you're a Warrior fan, I don't. If you're a fan, there's no reason to lose faith. No reason to lose faith. I mean, it could still happen, but I'm not a fan. I'm just kind of looking at it, and I'm just looking at it and saying it's just getting tougher and tougher. And what we're all saying is they just need to get healthy for the play.
We've been saying that since the start of the year.
Remember last year when we didn't know when Clay was coming back, but we were hoping around Christmas. And I ask this question every 3 weeks. Yeah. How many games do you think Clay, Draymond, and Steph are going to play together next year? And we were all saying, hopefully maybe 40.
Yeah, 52.
40. Yeah. Clay might miss 30. 30 or 40. What's it been, like one game? Yeah. Something like that. So
that's tragic.
Like that, and that's what I mean. I mean, to me, it's getting to be a long shot to think that once the playoffs start, or right before the playoffs, they're going to get healthy and gel immediately. Now, the one thing they have going for them is that you can never strip them from their championship pedigree. So maybe something will click, but I think that's asking a lot. That's all I'm saying.
And I am on the other side of that, and I appreciate you saying that. I am a fan, but I have the ability to look and call a spade. And I'll say this last thing about Clay. The origin of this conversation started about Goo. Steiny, what are you worried about? So I do see some good, but the good happened early on in the season. And you said this to me, my partner, last year ad nauseum, and you didn't want to be right. You didn't want to be right, but you said, Goo, as you get older, you get more inclined to get hurt. And now when you look at the big three, with Clay coming back, Steiny, trying to work his way back from injury, Dre goes down. Didn't miss 10 games, didn't miss 15, didn't miss 20. He missed 30-umpteen games. Then he comes back and Steph's out, maybe for the rest of the season. So to think you can just roll the ball out, this is my fandom, and saying we can capture and get synchronized and get that synergy back from the last time we were together against the Raptors, I would say that's highly unlikely, but I'm going to go Terrell Owens. I got my popcorn ready. I'm nervous.
So
it ended it. I got my popcorn ready. You licked that through the popcorn.
Well, I was trying to figure out a stat here.
You're on Basketball Reference.
I am, but I thought you were. I did think
cut the song short.
Yeah, you stopped a touch prematurely. 510. Do you guys ever have any good aspects to talk about for the Warriors, or are you always trying to find a negative to talk about?
Who played the notes?
You realize we're fans, right? Okay, you guys are 6-11 in the last 17. I'm all ears.
And you're injured.
I guess
you're 6-11.
Jordan Poole, bright spot.
The brightest this season to me. But yet, okay, I guess me asking about his future can be deemed, negative, but I'm just keeping it real. Steiny, I'm saying this. When Clay my last thing about Clay, when he got hot the other night and everybody was feeding him the balls a couple weeks ago, you remember that? It was obvious to everybody in the gym. But when somebody else has it going, I don't feel like he gives that person the ball like they give it to him. You can't say it's not reciprocated. I really believe that.
That's a great point.
No, seriously.
I know.
That's going to Curry when he was going for the
great
he
point.
was 50. You just jack it up. Give your boy his last shot to try to get 5-0. And you shot it. But when you got it going, they're looking for you. That to me that's not great team. That's not a great team dynamic.
I think that's a fair point. I really do.
And I'm just and I love
listen,
Clay, man.
You can criticize a player or a team and still like those guys. Still like them. Still think they have a shot to win it. Not like this though. They've got to get an upgrade. They got a lot of guys who have to start playing better. And
running out of time.
That includes Draymond, Clay, and Steph, and Wiggins. Like, they've got to start playing better. That's not... nobody's ruling them out, but don't ask me to sit here and say, they're fine.
Oh, this is...
They're fine.
No doubt.
Come on.
San Antonio just came in here 3-8 in their last 11 and acted like they were a playoff team. Well, they may, but still, it was... just the red carpet to the basket.
David's in San Francisco. Oh, by the way, coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to replay the play-by-play of last night's Bay Area Panthers San Diego Strike Force game. Our young producer, Evan Giddings, along with the Grandy man, did play-by-play in color. And I listen, man.
They did great, man.
You guys got to hear this. We'll do it at 1:20. This guy's 20-something years old, and you tell me what the difference is between what you hear in 10 minutes and what you hear on the Big Boy broadcast, because it's pretty damn good.
Tim Roy's got to watch out, Steiny.
He got
I think it's sports football.
Look at it. You had her baseball.
That's true.
But never heard his golf either. Masters coming up.
I've never heard him in a whisper. He's got to be able to whisper into the game. Anyway, Evan Giddings play-by-play coming up in 8 minutes from last night. And
408 asked, great question, what the hell happened to GP2? If my reports or intel's correct, he'll be back tonight, right?
My fault. I think he's coming back.
What did you drink, a Truly?
I want to say you're right there.
A Truly?
I want to say you're right there.
A Truly.
There's another beer.
There's a guy that's been interesting to not have. There's something there that we're underestimating, I think, with Gary Payton II. I will say that.
Let me add, before you move on, there's no doubt in my Union City mind he wouldn't have finished that game Sunday for just the defensive purposes.
He would have or wouldn't have?
He would have. He would have been in there.
For?
It could have been Looney. He would have been in there. That Kerr would have had to make it happen.
Like he was in there against the Pacers?
Well, yeah. I hate when you just sort out what they, but point goes to you, but still.
Do we go? Did we get David in San Francisco? What's up, David in San Francisco? How you doing? What you got, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I think, every woman in the Bay Area would have left their man for Klay Thompson 6 months ago. But I want to get a quick poll for the females in the Bay Area who turned on Klay Thompson.
Careful.
But let's be real. The problem with this game, I just watched the Pacers' 60-point barrage and then the 37-point quarter against the Kings. He's a catch-and shooter.
That's right.
At most one dribble to get around the screen.
Wow.
It's not the amount of shots; it's the quality of the shots. I mean, it is very frustrating to watch him try to back down a bigger player and just get swatted or hit the side of the backboard. He's got to figure out how to get back to his game. And then there's moments in these games in which he's just shooting the balls that hit him in the pocket, and he's starting to make the shots. He hits a few in a row, and then he starts hunting again. So you can tell he's still favoring his leg. He's got this weird side fade away off one leg, 17 feet at the top of the key. What the heck is that?
Hey, David, man,
wow. Really frustrating season. 6-11, but we won 10 games before that. So 16-11 over the last 27 games. We're still, fighting for the 2-3 seed. Are we going to win the championship? Let's be real, no. But is this, season been lost for not? Let's give our boys a chance, see what happens come playoff time.
Hey, David, that's a great point about, and
I'm not ready to say they can't win it.
I was trying to figure out, because there've been some Klay's averaging 2.7 assists per game this year. That's in line or a little above the past. And I know this is going to say, what's the word, incongruous? Because I'm saying throw a pass every once in a while, but yet he's averaging 2.7. But the reason he's averaging 2.7 is because he's putting the ball on the floor too much. He's dribbling way too much. So he dribbles, and yes, can he find a guy a hair more than he has over the course of his career? Yes. But what scenario do you want Klay Thompson dribbling the ball unless he is driving to the basket?
None. And my question to you is,
great point, Dave.
Do you think this is 1,000 days off to where he said, I'm going to expand my game? Or is he he can't be overcompensating for something body-wise to where the dribble helps him do something. I don't get this is new.
Well, it's also, but it's also whatever all this is, it's to be expected. And maybe Klay's not going to get back to where the Warriors need him in time to be at their best to win a championship. That's possible. That may be the case.
You got 11 games left, 44 quarters if no OT. We like that. 11 times 4. He wanted it. Hey, Spatoni. He wanted the number to be wrong, but that 44 quarters.
It just took me a minute to interpret. Zet's in Oakland. What's up, Zet? How you doing?
Oh, hi. Actually, it's Suzette.
Hey, Suzette.
Long-time listener. Hi, how are you?
But you know what?
I
we're familiar now, so it can be Zet. We like Zet.
We love Suzette.
Suzette, how you doing?
Yeah, thank you. With Klay's game, too, I was thinking that thing, he was just dribbling too much. But you know what? He's been out for 2.5 years, and the game is basically, the league has changed. And it's gotten longer and stronger for the Warriors, and, I think they're having a hard time catching up. I mean, I love my Warriors, and I'm hoping for the best for them right now. But it's been the rat on the table's been the inconsistency of everybody being in and out and hurt and trying to get a rhythm, So I'm hoping for the best that they can get into the playoffs without more injuries. But, I'm looking at the Suns and the Celtics, and, they've been playing together for a while, and they've got that chemistry going. We just haven't been able to get there this year, so that's how I feel right now.
You know what? And thank you, Suzette. That's kind of where I'm at on the Warriors. Phoenix has just been terrific, start to finish. They've been the best team in basketball all year long.
Yes, they have.
Now, they lost to the Warriors on Christmas. Okay, that happened. But they've been the best team in the NBA. And to me, they've kept things solid without Chris Paul. And I just think you're asking a lot for the Warriors to come together late and be able to beat a team that's been rock solid all year long.
I agree.
That's where I'm at on the Warriors.
But Phoenix hasn't won a damn thing yet for being steady Freddie.
But hold on a second. That's where I want to challenge you just a little bit. Does Steph Curry do you give Steph Curry an advantage over Chris Paul in the postseason based on experience? Like, to me, Chris Paul's been in the postseason 12 years. He's got it.
Oh,
has he ever won a title? No.
Right.
They went to the finals, though,
and
last
had their
year.
the Warriors' ass down 3-2 in Houston until his hammy blew out. So to answer your question, I do give him that pedigree. My thing that's bothering me, Steiny, it really is I think we've seen, I won't call it a solution, but it's starting to irritate me when I think of the Warriors in this new length, even if it's one or two guys running at Curry. So you make Curry, you basically take him away. And then now, who do you guys shooting the shots? This new version of Klay Thompson? It's not Draymond Green, Otto Porter Jr., Wiggins trying to find his new identity, or Klay Thompson. So that's what scares me now when I think teams find out they're playing the Warriors. They ain't scared of the outside shot like before. And Jordan Poole has been Houdini now of getting to the rim when they're running him off of the three-point line. It's like, who's helping Jordan, Steiny? It's no, I know. I'm just seeing the other teams catching up to a degree, and it's more than just injury. And that this can all change, but Kerr's got to get in the lab, man.
Kerr has to get in the lab? And do what?
You can't.
The hell does Kerr have to do?
Solutions. You can't
there are no
just
solutions.
say,
If
hey,
it's a big three,
Philly ran two guys at Curry and took them out.
Hey, man. If the big three ain't the big three, you ain't coming down Steve Kerr's road.
But you know,
Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry are not the same players this year that they were 3 years ago. If they're not the same players they were 3 years ago, and you don't have Durant, and you don't have the supporting cast, they're not going to win it. And that's not Steve Kerr's fault.
I'm going to say this before you get to the calls in. I would be a fool to think Curry and Dre in 11 days or whenever the playoffs start are going to be the guys that they're hampered.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Let's see. Will we really?
Yes, I think we will, and I'll tell you why. It's because Draymond Green...
Will they be at 100%?
Okay, if they're not...
That's what's frightening.
But you look at it, what if they're not? I'm saying, no, Goo. They're setting it up to be as healthy as they can. So if they're setting it up,
I feel better.
You think Draymond Green is not going to be ready as much as possible? No, he might not have it because he's doesn't have it. But
and I want somebody to ask him after the game that I know you're about to read. Hey, how you feeling? That's
Steiny.
How you feeling?
You've been smoking crack. Curry owns Chris Paul. Listen, just follow me for a second.
They put it in all caps.
Here's what I don't believe. When you say, well, the Warriors have the experience and the Suns don't, you're wrong. I disagree with that. The Suns went to the finals last year and lost in the finals. The Warriors haven't been to the finals in a while. Not only that, you look at a guy like Mikal Bridges, he's ahead of a guy like Jordan Poole because he played in the finals last year. The Warriors have about 7 guys who've never even been to the postseason, and one of them, Andrew Wiggins, played a 5-game series
against the Rockets.
So it's not Chris Paul versus Steph Curry. It's you can't sell me on the moment might be too big for the Suns.
Not at all.
That's where they
just were in the pit. They were, like you said,
that's what I'm saying.
Just there.
All right, I want to play this for you guys because I think it's great. Our producer, Evan Giddings, young fella, is doing play-by-play in the IFL, the Independent Football League. The Bay Area team. They played San Diego yesterday down at SAP Center, and our guy was doing play-by-play, and I think he was great. Take a listen.
So a big play here on 4th down. The area Panthers trailing by 1. 33-32 with 6 minutes and 15 seconds left here in the 4th. The SAP Center beginning to come alive. Solano in the shotgun. Sarin get the 3-man front, 4 in the secondary for the Panthers. 2 men move in motion. Chest high snap. Fires over the middle. It's intercepted. Marcellus Pippins at the 20-yard line comes streaking into San Diego territory all the way down to the 10 on the near side. When they need a big play, Pippins steps up, turns it over. It's Bay Area Panthers football.
You tell me how that's any different. If you closed your eyes, that could be an NFL game.
That could be
with an NFL announcer.
I just thought of the Dolphins game.
I mean,
he could be the wow. Him and Grandy did that.
I think you're right. We got to start
This
looking.
guy's pretty good. Yeah.
We got to start looking for a new producer.
Yeah, the one ads, no doubt.
Anyway, once again, hats off to Evan.
The Fox broadcast. They don't have Aikman and Buck anymore. Evan.
Yeah, get that resume.
Speaking of that, Spadoni, that hurts me.
Man, that was good, Evan, for last time, but that was good.
2 men in motion, 4 in the secondary, intercepted. Hey, that was great.
Roy's in Emeryville. Hey,
I
Roy.
love Roy.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thank you guys for having me.
Sure.
I want to talk about Clay, and I really don't blame the players in this situation because I feel like we have a lot of players who are all supposed to do the same thing. And Clay would be fine if we didn't have 4 or 5 other shooters who did that. Like if Clay was the only secondary shooter, we wouldn't care that he's taking up his shots because we felt that he needs it. But now that we have all these players who all play wingmen and all do the same thing, I question whether we're going to have enough identity to be able to see who's supposed to be in their position. Because at the end of the day, anybody could take that last shot. It's not just Clay. So we're mad at Clay for doing what he's been told to do his whole career with us. But at the same time, we want him to change because we went and got 3 more Clays.
Hey, Roy.
Not fair to him.
Roy, tell me if this is kind of what you were thinking, because this is kind of, I think you and I are thinking the same thing. Sometimes when I think, okay, they got Curry, they got Clay, they got Poole, they got Wiggins, it's like they all can't get 24 points a night. Like somebody's going to only get 9 shots on a given night. But it feels like that's the guy we're going to criticize then for not being aggressive enough. But 3 other guys are taking 20 shots a night.
Wiggins is at an all-star season. We're number 2 or 3 in the league, and we're saying he's not doing enough. It's like, what more can he do? And now he has to take away his aggressiveness to help somebody come off of 2 years of injury. Personally, I think Clay should have came off the bench. He could have shot away against bench players, and he could have made better moves. Now we put him in a position to where next year, which is more scarier to me than this year, we're going to have to decide who's going to be our starter and why they're going to be our starters. So for me, I wonder what Kerr's going to do as far as positioning and identity.
Thanks for the call, Roy. Good stuff.
I'm just going to say this. It has impacted Wiggins, but damn it, Steiny, I'm going back to Dibs' K-Wig. 33 minutes, 13 shots. You were out there in crunch time. And again, I'm not saying he blew the game. I'm tired of giving Wiggins that crutch since Clay's out there. You were part of it. Curry was out, and I'm giving Wiggins love, Steiny. He tried to win the game. He took 3 or 4 shots. I was like, oh, okay. But that is not Klay Thompson's fault, to the caller's point about him being ineffective Sunday. 5 of 13. You had 2 free throws. You made 1. That's on you. You got to go out there and ball.
Would you rather be 6 for 9 from the line or 0 for 0?
6 or 9.
Okay.
But don't just put it all, his ailment since the All-Star. No,
I'm
just
not putting it all on him.
On Clay.
I'm not putting it all on him.
I understand
but he's got
it's an adjustment.
He's got to bear some respect. Look, how about this? Don't you realize it's going to be hard for those 4 guys to all play well?
Hello?
Like it might be impossible, quite frankly.
No doubt.
Because they're 4 scorers / shooters.
You are right.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, tomorrow we're going to be live at the Chase Center.
Yeah.
Chase Center tomorrow. Let me roll down these guests we're going to have. Sleepy Floyd, Jason Richardson, Antoine Jameson, Luke Walton, Chris Mullen. All tomorrow. And you know what? Let me tell you, your boy Steiny, I'm going to get somebody. I'm going to get some more people.
Well, they're on the road.
But the college guys are practicing.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm on a mission for
you.
Krzyzewski.
Well, special ed.
I want Krzyzewski.
Coach K.
I want Iguodala.
What's your major?
I get a haircut today. Shout out Marky D.
I make a bet with you right now. If we ever get Krzyzewski, that's the first question I'll ask him.
What's your major?
I will. Mike, what was your major, by the way?
But you got to start today.
What do you mean?
To get them for tomorrow.
What? You got a cell phone?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, can't get enough of the tourney? Go deeper with the ultimate college basketball tournament preview from the Locked On Podcast Network. Relive the biggest moments from around the tourney, plus preview the next set of games, unlock sports betting tips, and learn more about the tourney's budding stars. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Monty Pool, NBC Sports Bay Area on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Today, the Warriors have an early tip-off against the Orlando Magic. to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Let's head right out. Talk to Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Golden State Warriors. Monty, how you doing? Appreciate you joining us, man.
Doing okay. How y'all doing?
We're not doing bad.
Panicking a little bit, Monty. I am.
Guru. Well, you know what, Guru? Why don't you start? Because you are the worrier of the group.
All right, Monty. I'll put the rat on the table, as we say on this show. I personally was disappointed in Draymond Sunday getting ran because who they're without and what they're trying to reestablish. When you saw him get the second tech and get ejected, can you just share with us what you thought?
My first thought was that you really can't you can't have that happen in a game that's so close like that when you're facing a team you know you should beat, you're behind, and I just thought it might hurt. But oddly enough, the Warriors outscored the Spurs after Draymond left. I didn't see that coming, but I just think that Draymond, being his position as the team leader, the director of the offense and the defense, I thought, oh, my God, this is probably going to not end well for him, which it did not end well. But, it happens. And the referee, Murat Kogut, is a longtime, quote-unquote, friend of the Warriors. So he's not a guy who really suffers complaints very much. And he heard too much. Steve Kerr says that Draymond didn't use any profanity, but I think, the lip readers say otherwise. So it happens. It happens. And I just thought they played a pretty good game after the first quarter.
Yeah. Monty Poole joining us, NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, what do you think about Klay Thompson? What does he have to do between now and the postseason to raise the level of his game?
He's inconsistent. And I don't think that's a surprise. I mean, I think it was 3 or 4 games ago where he was really, really good at 38 points. And in the game since then, he's shooting below 40%. And, Klay goes through stretches like that almost every year, and then he snaps out of it. I know the first time he went through one of those stretches, there were people, they should bench Klay and start Jordan. And I'm like, you going to bench Klay Thompson? It's like, no. You don't do that. But what the coaching staff has been trying to impress upon Klay is that don't force the game. Let your shots come. They will come, especially now that Steph is out. They will come. You will get your shots. Don't feel like you got to, shoot it every time you get the ball. So I think Klay is frustrated. I know he's frustrated with the fact that his game isn't coming together as well as he had liked. But I'm not sure it's realistic to think that it would. I don't think Klay's going to be back to anything close to his prime until next season when you see what he has. He'll be 32, and he is 32. He'll be 32 going into next season. So I think at that point you say, okay, what do we have with Klay? But right now, I mean, if somebody asked me the other day, what do you think he is? I said, I think he's about 85%. And I think offensively he's close to 90. Defensively, he's probably 75. And that's not the Klay Thompson people are used to seeing. So I just think that, he needs to slow down a little bit and just let the game come to him. He's a really good passer when he decides to pass. But there have been times when he's a little too eager to shoot, and when Klay rushes his shot, it's usually not good unless he's in that crazy Klay zone. And that's not what he's been the last few games.
Monty, when I found out where we're having you on, I was excited to ask you this question because I've been arguing with Steinmetz for the last 3 months about James Wiseman, and I know he's coming along slowly, but I am so sick, Monty, of watching the Warriors be undersized and guys like Pirtle come in and look like Bill Russell because they're taller. I mean, how big of a blow and we can't call him bust, and I'm not going there, but how big of a setback was it that now he has fluid in the knee, and I don't know when we'll see him, if we'll see him, and they needed his services?
Yeah, you don't know what – it's so hard to predict where this is going to go. The fear is that it could go horrible like Greg Oden or something, where, he just never pulled it together, and next thing you know, he's 30 years old and it's too late. Or whether, Joel Embiid didn't play the first 2 years. I'm not saying that James Wiseman is Joel Embiid, but I'm saying he was drafted, and then for 2 full years, he did not play. And now he's an MVP candidate. So there's a lot of space in between Greg Oden and Joel Embiid, And James Wiseman is somewhere in there, but we don't know just where yet. You know, I mean, you look at the Pelicans and Zion Williamson. They don't quite know what they have with him yet, you know, and are they going to give up on him? There's no sign of that, even though, you know, there are some concerns about how much he wants to be there and whether he wants to get out. But what's his value right now? You know? So with James, I think they got to ride it out because he is their hope. And I just think that you can't decide today or tomorrow or next week the way, you know what, he's just not going to have an NBA career. It's too soon. He'll be 30. He'll be 21. I'm sorry. He'll be 21 next week. So right. I don't think you give up at this stage. You ride it out. But this season, I think it's unrealistic to think that he can give them anything this season based on where he is right now.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to follow up on, Monty. If the Warriors believe that they're not going to get anything out of him, is it still possible that they sniff around the buyout market?
Yeah, I guess, but who's out there?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know.
You know. I mean, I've honestly heard the name Willie Cauley-Stein, and I'm like, they had him, and they thought Marquise Chris was better, and he was. And Dallas thought the exact same thing. Dallas had Willie Cauley-Stein. Guess what they have now? Marquise Chris. So, I mean, Willie Cauley-Stein is not going to come and save you. Right. He's just not. You know, if Marc Gasol wanted to play, and there's been no inclination so far, if he wanted to play, he could probably give you 10, 15 good minutes on occasion. Remember 3 years ago, they reached out to Andrew Bogut and brought him back. And just as an insurance policy, that's what the next guy would be, as an insurance policy. And I just don't look around and, you know, like Steve said the other day, if somebody was out there that good, they'd probably be on a roster somewhere. You know, right. If you got a guy out there that's hanging around at 7 feet long, 7 feet tall, and really a good basketball player, and has a lot to offer a contending team, why isn't he in the league? And so I get that. And so I get that argument, and I understand it. But who's out there? And there's just nobody out there that makes you go, okay, here's a guy you have to have. You got to have this guy just because he's tall. You know, I remember going back, well, a little over a week now, I guess, when they beat the Bucks. They out-rebounded the Bucks, and the Bucks are huge. You know? Yeah. So the rebounding issue is there, and you're right. You know, there's been times when, you know, average NBA big men look gigantic, but when the Warriors are locked in, and they were in that Bucks game, when they're locked in, their size becomes less of an issue. And they're able to rebound, they're able to run, and Draymond's a crucial element of that because he's the big, quote-unquote, big who can really force tempo. So, yeah, they can sniff around all they want, but I don't see the answer out there.
Monty, I hear you, and we'll get you out of here on this one because I came in this morning like a preacher. I told Steiny this, and I want to run it by you, and you tell me what you think. I want to give, and tell me if I need to slow down, Jordan Poole his flowers. I'm watching this dude not just be a marksman from outside, but, Monty, his ability to get to the rim and finish. Tell me if I need to slow down here. I think stardom awaits him, and what I'm nervous about is his future and coming off the bench. And I'm not trying to be messy, but you're around the team. You know him. Does he strike you as the type of guy that, you know, greener pastures or a starting role could be something that attracts him? Because to me, he is in the fast lane to becoming a factor in this league. What do you think of that?
No, he has star potential. I don't think there's any question about it. I mean, his first step is lightning. You know, he's got a really good touch in the paint. His three-point shot is good. You know, he had a dip earlier this season, but the numbers he's had over the last 3 weeks or so are not sustainable. He's not going to shoot damn near 60% from overall and over 50% from three for the rest of his career. That's not going to happen. Those numbers are going to fall. But he can be a 50% shooter and a 40+% shooter from three. He's a 90+% shooter from the free throw line. So the one thing that I heard about Jordan from everybody that I talked to when Warriors drafted him was he's going to be able to score. Now, and a lot of people said, I don't know what else he's going to be able to do, but he's going to be able to score in this league. Wow. And you're seeing it now. You're seeing it now. Early on, it was ugly. But I think he has star potential. Steve Kerr's already told him, look, you know, Sixth Man of the Year is great if you get that, but you can be an all-star. And I totally agree with that. And I think Jordan, you know, he's in a little bit of a rush. He wants to get there. I mean, he has to be reminded that he's behind he's behind 2 Hall of Famers. The Warriors have to play this very carefully to make sure that he stays focused on the job as 6th man. I mean, he enjoys starting, obviously, but he knows right now that with this team, he's not going to start. But yet they're invested in him for the future. They don't want to let him get away. They like what they got in him. And so they'll find a way. You know, I think the guy that might be in trouble going forward is the guy who was the all-star starter this year, small forward. Yeah. So Jordan is more of a part of the future than probably anybody on the roster other than Kuminga.
Wow. Monty, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it as always.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Golden State Warriors. Hey, tune in at 2 o'clock today. 2 o'clock for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Roger Waters on September 24th at Chase Center, courtesy of Golden Voice. When you hear this sounder, that's when we'll be giving away those tickets to go see Roger Waters at Chase Center. You're going to need to be the 5th caller. That's what I'll deem. But when you hear that sounder, call in. I'll give you the number, and the 5th caller gets to see Roger Waters. It's so funny, like how stuff comes up. I walked out of the studio before the last break, and I said to Spano, I said, I'll tell you what, one thing that's going to be tough is I don't know if Wiggins and Poole are going to be on this. I don't know if. I think you may have to make a decision between those two at this point.
And it's not even a decision for me. I would take Poole's upside and what's left for Wiggins. And I'm not, scoffing at what Wiggins has done and contributed, but it sounded like Monty was doing the same. Steiny, would there even be a question?
Well, it depends what Poole wants. See, look, I look at a one-dimensional player.
And
he's a scorer.
Okay.
Wow, he is a scorer.
Right.
Like Spinone even said he's Lou Williams, right? And I was like...
Or Clarkson, Utah.
Right, those are 6th men.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Those are 6th men.
And Wiggins, to his credit, he made the All-Star game. My God. I know things were different, but, man, I'll tell you what... If we were in a club, somebody's gonna ask Wiggins to dance. Because they'll
makes
look
a lot
at
of
him.
money still.
Yeah, made the All-Star team.
But
I hear you, Steiny.
Are people going to get mad if I say it? He's the same player he was in Minnesota. Same player. He had a real good first half, and he benefited because they needed to lean on him more offensively. And he's really you know what? He's not the same player. He's better defensively. Okay. My bad. That's my
Has
fault.
he been an enigma for the Warriors? Like he was for Minnesota, where you think you cracked the puzzle, you the code.
Well, here's where. Who the hell thought he cracked the puzzle?
He made the All-Star game.
Well, do something in the playoffs. He's played 5 playoff games.
He still has that going for him. I mean, he tried to win the game Sunday. I like that. He didn't run. Hey, Paul, you shoot it because you're high because Steiny and Guru are going to be on me if I miss it. He tried to turn around. He didn't make him.
So now you get credit just for taking a shot.
See, I told you the creation of a shot to your boy. I know what goes into creating a shot.
It's not, look, creating a shot is one thing. Creating an open shot is another. Yeah, Wiggins can create his own shot. He still has a hand in his face when he's creating his own shot.
Right.
So, the thing about Poole, yeah, he can score. But what do you do with him in the meantime when you have Clay and Steph?
No doubt.
See, I think there's a chance.
He's at the back of the bus, man.
I actually think there's a chance. Like, let's say the Warriors don't get it done this year. And maybe it ends earlier than people thought. Yeah. Well, then then I could almost see him trading Poole to try to get a veteran in here to give it one, probably
a good big. Wow.
To give it one final shot with this core.
Okay.
I think that's very. I don't want to say likely, but I think it's reasonable if the Warriors kind of fade out this year. And because that's the thing. At that point, Curry and Draymond are going to be like, hey. Poole, Kuminga, these guys are going to be good, but we need somebody right now.
And speaking of right now, I just had the vision of Jokic just scoring on the Warriors like he did when Dre wasn't there. And this back situation with Dre, like if they get Denver, before I'd be like, Steiny, they'll figure a way. Looney will go 12 rounds with him, or Dre will go 12 and then switch off with Looney. But right now, with what I think I saw Dre dealing with back-wise, I don't know what Warrior team health-wise is going to show up, and they've been getting plastered.
Well, let me ask you this.
In the paint.
Let's assume they're healthy. They're going to be healthy.
Well, then bring on Dallas and Denver.
They're not going to start at 100%. They can get into the playoffs at 90.
Bring on Dallas and Denver then.
Okay. And then what?
But I'm scared of Minnesota. And now
I'm more scared. I'd be more scared of Denver and
Dallas. They
had
a good game last night.
Who?
Denver and Dallas. Excuse me, Minnie and Dallas.
I know. Yeah. Minnesota could have won that game.
You're so right, your boy.
See, that's the other thing. You're doing just what Dickinson does sometimes.
Speaking of which,
my team's 42-31, and when they lose, your boy didn't get it done last night.
I never knew he did
like
that.
A little piece of you.
Nah, he gets mad when I say stop doing that.
Well, I got to say this to you.
Like he says stuff like, the Hawks are dead to me, Steiny, because he knows.
Right. But just a fun fact about JD, you claim him. I kind of met him before you did. 2010 Sacramento with Oshima Sushi.
That doesn't count. It doesn't count if you're in Cowtown. Come on.
Well, I never thought about it.
Only if you're in the Bay, baby.
But I met him. We broke bread. Yeah. It was me, him, and Jody from Sacramento.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Chris in Albany. What's up, Chris? How you doing, buddy? We'll talk about Jordan Poole. I love Sac. I shouldn't have called him. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Jordan Poole is limited. He doesn't pass all that much, and he's usually only effective on the break when you kick him the ball, let him shoot it. He has a hard time, facilitating the ball to other people and dribbling.
Correct.
Guru, it's not Cheryl King. It's too late, baby, now.
I'll give you a 3.
Come on, Guru.
Nice, Chris.
Right.
Appreciate it. I'll tell you one thing Poole can do. Poole can go one-on-one.
That's what
I know, and that's the number one thing you want in a player.
See, that bothers me.
But it's true.
But he leads.
Kobe Guru's list of what's most important for a player.
Oh my God!
I don't even know how to spell it, but number one on the list is
H-A-H-A.
H-A-A, H-A-A.
Steiny, his footwork. And
oh, yeah.
Well, I'll say this. If he has the tool to be this good offensively, just to touch on what Monty said.
30.
Now,
that's the thing. We're coronating a guy.
But I'm going to break that down.
36 from three-point range, which means 2 weeks ago he was shooting 32%.
I got something for you on that.
So let's calm down.
I'm going to go
on Jordan Poole.
It's situational when he hits them because you're looking at the 5 out there and the other 4 like, where are they going to score? And he saves the day. But I'll say this to you about defensively. Okay, why isn't he a good defender? Is it want to,
skinny.
will?
He's weak physically. He's got to get stronger. And maybe he won't because he's kind of got that slithery type body.
See, and that's what makes it, and you're going to laugh.
But hold on. I mean, Curry was scrawny when he came into the league. So, yeah, Jordan Poole can get bigger and stronger.
No diss to him. He's been an average defender. But it didn't stop Curry from getting to the – Curry.
Curry was not Curry's become an average defender over the course of his career as he's gotten smarter,
and I'm not saying Poole
stronger,
is Curry.
Bigger, and more experienced.
But what you're saying to me right now is making me give I got a bouquet. Jordan, Kobe, and you're gonna laugh. Paul George,
okay, Kobe's
guys that can do it on both, exactly.
and strong,
right, no doubt.
and a 2 guard
Paul George
with the ability to play well. Like Jordan Poole, how can he guard a 2 guard who's got size?
Well, I was thinking more of a 1.
Right, so he can only guard point guards.
Okay.
But you just said Kobe Bryant. He could have guarded 3 positions, or he did
Paul
guard
George
3
too.
positions.
No doubt.
So I'm just.
But it makes me marvel at those guys. But you're right; they got the gifts to be able to do. Pippen, remember he guarded Magic and shut him down.
6'8".
God,
Jordan Poole not 6'8".
Yeah.
Jordan Poole not as strong as Pippen. I don't know that Jordan Poole wants to play defense like Pippen. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. He's going to we could get excited. Excited. What's up, A?
Oh, yeah, I'm going with Jordan swimming pool. That's why I'll go with over Wiggins. No offense to Wiggins. He's a bit inconsistent. And, it's almost like picking, who'd you rather have, Garoppolo or Brandon Ayuk? I'm going with Brandon Ayuk, the guy with the higher upside. And this might have to be like a Denver Nuggets situation with how they had to make a decision. Do you want Jokic or Nurkic? And they made the right decision picking Jokic. So Jordan Poole's going to be our Jokic from that point of view, right?
Well,
I would do, y'all. So.
Well, but let's just be honest. Let's say you got to move one of them. Antonio, you're going to get more for Poole than Wiggins, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to have to be taken into consideration. Thanks, A. I appreciate it. No, I'm not saying he's wrong, but I'm saying
I get it.
It's easy to say I don't want to move Poole. I'd rather move Wiggins. Well,
yeah.
When you see what you get for Wiggins and what you might get for Poole, I think they're two different stories. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
Our guy.
Well, your guy. What's up, Rob? How you doing, buddy? My man.
Yeah, look at you. You hear Rob?
What's going on? See, Guru, I'm with you, man. I like that.
Right, there you go.
And win a champ. You can't win no championship and think you can't have one of them guys and not be able to do it. Like, stop it. That's why we went. That's why we went out and got Kevin Durant. See, Matt, I've been listening to you for years. You hate on the guys who can get buckets, man. I realize that about you.
What do you mean? Give me another example. What are you talking about?
The guys
I love Terrence Ross.
Man, we ain't talking. It's different levels to ISO basketball. You know this, man. Stop that nonsense. You know what I mean? It's different levels to this, man. Poole, I think the Warriors. I think, me personally, I'm keeping Wiseman. But this year, if the Warriors want to go somewhere, I think Poole need more. You know, he can need the ball more because he's the only guy on the team that can legitimately create a shot. And for the people saying, "Oh, he needs to facilitate the offense," no, he don't. Steph Curry is the point guard of this team. Draymond Green is. Those guys need to facilitate the offense. I think, in my opinion, Curry needs to back off the ball a little bit.
Oh boy,
work on passing the ball because you have three legit guys who can get you 20 a night. Wiggins get you 18. Poole can get you 20, and Clay can get you at least 18 and 20. So why do Curry just go out there and score 30 a night?
Tell you what, Rob. Let's end it there. We got to go to commercial because that's kind of we can end on that agreement a little bit. That somebody's got to pass more among Steph, Jordan Poole, Clay, and Wiggins. Somebody's got to pass a little bit more.
And out of that group, who would, personality-wise, I believe Steph would be the one.
And ain't that a B?
Wow.
The guy who's by far the best shooter of the four. Now, because he's the only one that can really, because he's the one who does it best.
But he plays that position.
Well, okay.
The quarterback.
Okay.
That's my quarterback.
Okay. You really want Steph creating for those three guys?
I didn't say that.
All righty. All right. On the other side, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm playing Evan Giddings' call from last night's Bay Area Panthers IFL game one more time. I'm going to make that at about 2:05. This is our producer, Evan Giddings. He did play-by-play last night in the Independent Football League. And I got to tell you, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal, and I dare anyone to tell me they can tell the difference between the call that I'm going to play and a broadcast call on national TV.
This guy's pretty good.
That's right. He's better than pretty good.
My dog.
I got stock in Evan early.
I don't like any
we gotta
of it,
be looking.
I don't know who's got. I think I'm the first one with stock on Evan. That's all I'm saying.
Do you believe in miracles, Steiny?
Who knows?
I heard that call yesterday. I said, well, that's it. We got to look for somebody to. He's going. He's gone.
All right. On the other side, we'll get more into the Golden State Warriors. We got Warriors Live coming up at 2:30. They're at Orlando today. And also, Jimmy Garoppolo. Let me tell you one thing that I'm not liking about the Jimmy Garoppolo situation. It's got nothing to do with him not being here or still being here. On the other side, I love Sack.
privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru here. Warriors, Orlando Magic, tip-off in 2 hours, 4 o'clock, so that means 2:30. Damon and Ratto. Oh, there it is. There it is. I wish you would have let me finish the sentence, but there it is. All right, time to give away 2 tickets to see Roger Waters September 24th at the Chase Center, courtesy of Golden Voice. We're going to give away 2 tickets to caller number 5. Caller number 5. The number, 415-951-2386. One more time, 415-951-2386. That's the number to call to win tickets to see Roger Waters at the Chase Center September 24th, courtesy of Golden Voice. One more time, 415-951-2386. All right.
Our boy,
what?
I was going to say our boy Sheed checked in from Warriors World.
Who?
Sheed, I can't.
I know. I can't believe you're talking about Klay Thompson.
He agreed
like
with one
that.
of the callers. And
Of course.
yeah, of course. He did a little drive-by on you. But
I don't know if you know, the name of his site is Warriors World.
That's what I just said.
Right. So that has a tendency to be a pro-warrior
We love
site. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, man. We're rolling.
Fun day. Fun day today. All right, I promised it. I'm going to set it up again. I don't care.
Please do.
All right, we got a young producer, Evan Giddings, and he did play-by-play last night of the Independent Football League. You can hear those games right here. Bay Area Panthers. This is a league. What did I say?
Said independent. It's indoor football league.
God damn it. Doesn't make the call any less good. All right, that's the indoor football league. It's what Marshawn Lynch is all into. They played the Strike Force last night. Yeah, and you know what? It might be an independent football league, but you tell me right now, what big-time announcer is better than this? Take a listen.
So a big play here on 4th down. The area Panthers trailing by 1. 33-32 with 6 minutes and 15 seconds left here in the 4th. The SAP Center beginning to come alive. Solano in the shotgun. Staring at the 3-man front, 4 in the secondary for the Panthers. 2 men move in motion. Chest high snap. Fires over the middle. It's intercepted. Marcellus Pippins at the 20-yard line comes streaking into San Diego territory all the way down to the 10 on the near side. When they need a big play, Pippins steps up, turns it over. It's Bay Area Panthers football.
I mean,
he got hyped for the voice inflection,
but nothing cracked. Nothing was.
No,
you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of thought it was gonna sound like a.
You're being real.
What's the word? Kind of a little amateurish.
Yeah.
You know, like.
And it wasn't nothing personal.
Maybe like more like me on the radio, for example. No, that was terrific.
He's on his way, man.
Yeah, I know.
Him and Grandy.
I know.
So they're gonna switch it up next game. Grandy.
I have nothing against Grandy, but he ain't my guy. Evan's my guy.
We love you. Good loves you, Grandy.
If Grandy was good, that's up to Ratto, and that's up to Damon Bruce to promote him.
Tripping for real. Yeah, he's
great call once again.
That was good.
A couple things.
I watched it.
About do not say that if you're lying, please.
It was on UP Channel 44. You guys can do the check. Why would I lie to you?
Because you didn't
We're having
watch
a good
it.
show.
What's it? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. What's the name of that Panthers running back?
Marshawn, the other team is related to Marshawn.
No,
I didn't say I remember names.
Give me one player. One player
Jordan
on either team.
Cronkite.
You don't even know.
Walter
Cronkite.
Today, Junior.
I got to believe he's easy to tackle.
Yeah. I was watching
Thank God I'm not
UConn
doing
hoop,
play-by-play.
too. Ladies.
What's that?
I watched UConn hoop. Gino, come to the NBA.
You know what's funny? I like Gino Ariano.
I do too, but come on, bud. You've made your mark.
First of all, he couldn't
he wouldn't be able to tell Dre to.
Well, I don't think he'd get hired just because there's a little stigma attached.
Wow, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but people will be like, "You coach women. That's not the same."
That stinks.
Yeah, I used to see him every here and there at the Jersey Shore back in the day.
That's somewhere I haven't been. I want to go.
Well,
man.
let me tell you something, Guru. Let me tell you what the Jersey Shore is nothing like. It's nothing like the show Jersey Shore. It's not even close.
It's just like it, actually.
You know what, Spinelli? How the hell do you know?
Conflicting
My
information.
mom's from Jersey. That's how I know.
What part of Jersey?
Kearney, which is a suburb of Newark, near Harrison.
I'm talking about South Jersey. It's nice. It's quiet.
South Jersey.
I'm talking about the shore.
Yeah.
Talking about
Point Pleasant. I know that.
You
Couple
tell me
weeks
Point
there.
Pleasant. You tell me Point
Asbury
Pleasant.
Park. Come on,
is
try
Point
me, Steiny.
Pleasant like the Jersey Shore show? Point Pleasant. That's one of the most affluent beach communities in all of New Jersey.
Wow.
It's nothing close to the Jersey Shore.
Seaside Heights.
and those
is where, yeah.
ñaños.
Seaside Heights, though. I think that's where the show takes place. I went there.
That's a one grade.
You don't like Seaside? You don't like Seaside Heights?
No, that one was a one.
Snooki?
Really annoys me.
Well, none of them are actually
Can't
from
stand
Jersey.
Snooki.
They're all from like New York or none of them are actually from Jersey. Two of them are from Staten Island.
What's your stat of the day?
Out of here, Snooki.
Yeah, you got to give us your stat.
What do you mean?
The thing you came in and I said, save it for the show.
It was Draymond's ejections.
Well, you did give it.
I like the first 10 minutes.
I'll repeat. Hey, let me
you
reset
threw me
for
off.
you. 2 hours ago at this time. Draymond Green, the last 5 times Draymond Green has been ejected.
Right.
They've
Shout out
all
JD.
come
Yeah, right.
with Steph Curry not playing.
No ejection tonight.
5 straight ejections for Draymond Green. Every game Steph Curry wasn't playing in.
Yeah.
That's a bad optic.
Yeah.
It's a bad
But he
optic.
told you he's not invested when the chef's not.
Oh, that's okay then. If that because it's Draymond. Hey, Draymond, you don't have to try every game.
510 said producer E had perfect cadence.
He did.
He did.
He did. No doubt about it. Hey, here's one thing real quick. We didn't really talk a lot about Garoppolo today. A day after Matt Ryan goes to the Colts.
For a third.
And I'm gonna play off one of the conversations today from Dibs and Willard. Because Willard was like,
are they going to be okay with this?
Yeah, no. Willard has a good point about why are people so kind of angry and anxious that he's still here. And it's not that anybody's, like for me, I don't care that Jimmy Garoppolo's not, or that Jimmy Garoppolo's still here.
Okay.
Or I'm not saying the 49, I don't know what's happening, so maybe they overplayed their hand, but what I do have a problem with is not knowing what's going on and then maintaining everything's fine. Like saying there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, right.
We don't know that either.
But okay, no, I'll let
so
you go.
that's kind of that's my only thing. It's like if we all acknowledge nobody really knows what's going on, then how can we say they're not messing up?
Because this was supposed to be about Trey Lance, and it's his time, and he wasn't going to have to look over his shoulder and see the guy that technically he lost the job to last year. So from that vantage point, I think that's why Jimmy signals to the fan base something went wrong. In reality, Steiny, I honestly believe the car you were about to sell got totaled. It got in a serious collision, and now you can't get off of it. And that's why he remains here. But I believe, before I give it back to you, if he remains here, start a training camp, a position of strength will be the quarterback room for the Niners. If somehow they get Jimmy to take less, he looks around like, you know what? I crapped out because I got hurt. I want to play. There's nowhere for me to go be a starter. I'll take my chances with this kid, and maybe somehow, not hoping and hating on the kid, I get back on the field.
I don't think that's viable. I can't say that. You're wrong. But I will. And you know what?
Because they didn't botch anything.
Well, we don't know that.
Oh, because you said
we don't know that either. See, that's the thing. What if 3 weeks ago they had a second-round pick?
Please explain.
For Jimmy Garoppolo,
Roxy.
and they thought, you know what? We can get a little more, maybe.
Don't you think that would have came out?
No.
The Glazers or the
Well, first of all, Mike Florio had a report.
2, yeah.
And I'm not, you know what? And I
go ahead. He was on the
What
road.
if I tell you, I tend to believe it or not. And what Florio reported is that John Lynch has told teams that he's got a deal, or he had a deal, for 2 second-round picks. and that one of the teams that he told that to, when he said it, they said, well, you should take that deal because it's too much for us.
Right.
Now, does anybody out there believe that John Lynch had 2 second-rounders for Garoppolo and said not enough?
No. Hell no, because of the shoulder and the surgery and the knife.
Okay.
And do you believe, because it's a game
Do
poker,
you also believe
that your boy
they
would
have
be that
no
loose-lipped?
offers?
I believe they have
believe
zero. I believe zero, Steiny.
Okay,
The uncertainty.
Well then, didn't they misplay something? They thought there'd be a market, and there isn't.
The play ended when they announced he was going under the knife. And my question to you about Lynch, and he could have said, you think he would be that loose-lipped to
no,
say...
it's not. He wouldn't say that. It's not coming out from Lynch.
Yeah, but in trust, to tell another team and that
to drive the bargain out? Of course.
But
absolutely, he would lie to another team.
But you're playing yourself thinking you're going to get something more than two.
What if somebody said
with the dude that's having surgery and can't throw to August?
This wouldn't be the first team that overvalued their own players.
Yeah. I really think he's coming back, man. And let me tell you why I think he's coming back.
First of all, we got to be clear about this. When we say he's coming back, like when they go to training camp, obviously, like at that point, I probably am going to lose a bet. But no, I'm talking about week 1 of the season opener, regular season. They ain't going to have both these guys.
See, wow.
That one I would bet on.
It's I almost want to take you up on it because it's trying up left and right.
Okay, but somebody's going to get hurt the first 3 exhibition games, or something will change and all that kind of thing. But
well, what about pride?
There's
If you're
no
Jimmy,
chance.
do you want to be here in a reduced role when you were Captain Kirk?
Look, he doesn't have to do anything.
Because Jimmy could be like, you got this young kid. When I took you to the Super Bowl, not saying it, but thinking it, I ain't staying around for this to go to the back of the bus.
He has no leverage. It's not Jimmy's decision. Though he's under contract.
And what if they ask him to take
he's going to tell him to pound sand.
Wow.
Rightfully so.
And be on the couch week 1 until somebody gets hurt?
Or on the roster. But I don't believe that's going to happen.
I can't wait to see this play out, man. I thought he was going to be in Indiana.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one thing, I remember, and I'm not saying I'm right about everything, because I think, 3 or 4 weeks before the season ended, I'm like, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL next year. Now, I might be wrong. That's not I would bet against that right now rather than on it. So I'm surprised. That he's still on the roster. Kind of understand why he is still on the roster, but still believe in my heart there's no chance that Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance are both on the roster whenever the season opener is next year for the San Francisco 49ers.
If that were the case, my friend, I like to use this word. Would you consider that a circus?
I might, dude. I might.
Because that's what this thing is leading to.
That I might.
People are like, we want this show to end.
Here's the other thing.
Get rid of them. Cut them.
Here's a rat on the table that we should all know is a rat on the table. Jimmy Garoppolo does not want to come back here to be the quarterback. Come on. Why would he?
No, there's no doubt. No, he's got too much pride for that.
Exactly.
And the kid may not be better than Jimmy. If they go 7-10, I don't want to be watching this. But I'll say this. There's nobody to blame for the man and his shoulder and how it had to get repaired.
No.
That's what's really the rat on the table. That's why we all got questions.
But listen,
that's what really hampered
It's up to a front office to consider things that may happen. For example, if the NFC Championship game is over and you're looking at all the quarterback possible openings and you're saying, I tell you what, I think we can get something for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
I think we can get action for Jimmy Garoppolo. It's up to you as an organization to say, well, let's start thinking about the things that could happen where maybe we're not, we're being too optimistic. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay, hey, we're going to get this for him, bottom line. And I think it's fair to say, that the league doesn't value Garoppolo like we thought, right?
And you're buoying it, right. He went for a third. who in their right mind, I'm asking you, would say Jimmy's better than Matt Ryan at throwing the football or playing the quarterback position? Now, I won't put all the elements that the Falcons are going through on Matt Ryan, but I still know he's still got something left in the tank, and i.e. that's why he's in Indianapolis. What if he gets back to a Super Bowl? I think that, AFC West too, but still.
This one stuck out to me. Your boy.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if he's your boy.
Shasky?
You're with LeBron. No.
Oh, when you say my boy, it's either Bonte or Shasky. Your boy. Go ahead.
You hear what LeBron James said last night? Let me make it clear. I like LeBron James. I do.
I love him.
But he knows how to troll. He is a fantastic troll artist.
You're right.
Who did they beat last night? I can't remember. Washington?
Cleveland.
Yeah. Cleveland's not terrible.
Well,
but anyway, after the game, I haven't looked at the Lakers' record yet, but I know they ain't 500. After the game, LeBron James says, I'm literally having the time of my life right now. At 7 games under 500, on the verge.
10 games under 500.
See, I did him a favor.
Yeah, right.
One and a half games ahead of the 11th pick in the draft, or the 11th seed. Why did, that's one where it's like, no, you're not, LeBron.
I'm going to put a spin on it.
Come on, LeBron.
But what about the fact? Oh, he looked Dark Knight last night. He had.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, when he's athleticism on 100, he was doing the one.
Everybody looks like the Dark Knight going up against Kevin Love.
Dark Knight is Batman, by the way.
Help me out.
Listen, the original Batman was just Batman, not the Dark Knight. We can get into that later.
But forget the dunk.
Okay.
He was bouncy. That's what my son said. He was bouncy last night, LeBron. Spring in his step. My point is, I wonder if it's because personally he's averaging 29 points.
Okay.
I'm wondering if he's really telling us y'all know it ain't me. I'm playing my ass off at age 40. I know he's not 40. So I'm wondering, hey, Goo, he might have meant what he said. Because when AD comes back and you tell me the Lakers got to play the Warriors, I would seriously drive over the Bay Bridge. Ooh, their size. And they beat him Saturday without AD a couple Saturdays ago. So maybe Bron is looking at it from a personal standpoint.
He's selfish. And why wouldn't anybody just call himself? Great. That's great, LeBron. You're having the most fun you've ever had in your career. You're the leading scorer on a terrible team.
And he would say, hey, what am I supposed to do?
Nothing.
You want me to be in fetal position in the locker room?
Okay, so then winning isn't everything. So winning isn't all it's about.
But I think he's earned that winning is everything.
That's what about the fact that he's playing worse defense now than he's ever played?
Well, he's older.
Okay.
I found it out.
He's older, but boy, he's still scoring 30 a game.
Man, that boy
so his
was
oldness,
bad last night.
Oldness has not affected how many points he scores.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, watch out for them when they.
No.
And your boy,
no, I'm not going to. Don't tell me to watch out for him.
I'm telling you, Steiny.
Who's coming back?
Rerun. He ain't coming back.
Rerun.
Zion for what's happening.
Oh,
dude, I thought he was.
What's the status with Anthony Davis?
He was doing some on the court work, I believe. No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude, he has a nice.
Did that come over the radio?
But this time he was working out before. Who did they play before?
Somebody lousy.
Yeah. They lost to Porzingis and the Wizards.
Yeah.
He got some Porzingis scored 15 in the fourth.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Yeah, I'm gonna give you a 2.
I am starting to think
all they need is AD. I'm just telling you.
You even watch the game.
I watched. That's what I want more credit for the way I watched the game.
When the Anthony Davis was healthy.
They're relying on a guy that hasn't been able to stay injury.
Okay.
Come on.
But they got.
Put your money. You know what?
Okay, go
when
here.
They
where
get
we
in
going
there,
here?
The 9th or 8th seed.
Go. Where we going here?
Put your money where your mouth is.
Gets me flustered.
Go bet the Lakers when they play the Golden State Warriors.
I got a new favorite player.
I dare you to bet on the Lakers if they play the Warriors.
Gabriel gave them an infusion of youth, athleticism. He can shoot, averaging 4,
no,
3,
he can't.
and 0 assists, but. He has been a find for them the last few games.
You know he was in the league.
Yeah.
You know the Portland Trailblazers had him and said, this guy stinks. You know that there's players who play 3 good games in the league.
I know where you're going.
So what you're telling me right now is, hey, Warriors, be careful. You bet
Hey, Warriors.
You got it.
Hey,
you
Warriors.
Can't find it. You can't find it.
Watch yourself and know who you talking about.
You better be careful. There you go.
You better be careful because
I'm gonna take that.
we
bet.
got Wenyon.
Yeah, Wenyon.
We got Wenyon Gabriel.
I'm just no.
Oh God.
You don't know what I'm saying when
You
he
gotta
means
know
to this
Wenyon
team.
to quit?
AD
Nah,
is
that
coming
didn't
back.
work.
Just watch out for the Lakers. And I heard Fillmore Mike. He said we were his second favorite show. Called Damon and Ratto yesterday as I was driving home. He said they were his favorite. But
how's this relevant?
I'm about to
You
tell
better make it relevant in a hurry.
Fillmore Mike, I love you. His 3 teams that he's worried about for the Warriors, I kind of gave him Memphis, Lakers.
Okay.
In Phoenix. I said,
Watch
Fillmore
yourself.
Mike, you own it.
Know who you talking about.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Who was the third team that
the Lakers,
Okay.
Memphis, and Phoenix.
Okay. Well,
That laugh.
oh my gosh.
One is not like the others.
What I get? He said the Lakers.
Let me tell you what's preposterous. Let me tell you what I give a chance
Okay,
for.
go ahead. I'm listening.
We
we got to go.
right now?
Yeah.
Like a hard
No,
out?
I was getting into your ear because you're about to go on a whole diet.
No,
I
no,
was
I got
definitely
a
going to take a
2:30,
couple
yeah.
minutes.
Well, now I forgot, so good
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Damon
All
Ratto
right.
coming up next.
Yeah.
Warriors Live. There
All
you
right,
go.
I'm leaving.
Okay, bye.
Save on your go-to ingredients at Whole Foods Market. Get Animal Welfare Certified 80% lean ground beef for $4.49 a pound through March 22nd, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
If there's one thing we know about the
wiggle room.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know about the Warriors too, they're not rushing anybody back anytime soon. They haven't done that with any injuries, and it'd feel odd for them to start with a player as important as Steph Curry.
And truthfully, their place in the standings might decide that as well. If they have a real sense that they don't want to end up finishing in fourth and have to play Phoenix in the second round if they win their first series, he might get green lighted sooner. But you're right; they tend to err on the side of safety, and they tend to err on the side of conservatism. So I don't think it's a terribly good idea for Warrior fans to expect to see him before the playoffs start, and maybe once the playoffs start. He might miss, the front end of that first series, whether it's Dallas, Denver, Utah, or Minnesota.
Well, let's not get there yet. Hopefully that doesn't happen, because if you were to ask me, how could the Warriors get upset in the first round, it would sound an awful lot like, well, Steph Curry wasn't able to play, would be the setup for all that. So let's not worry about that right now. There's something else to worry about right now if you're the Golden State Warriors. Maybe it's not a huge concern because you can't miss something you haven't had. And the Warriors haven't had James Wiseman all year. And they've been very cautious about not setting up any expectation for his return. But there had been indications that that return was going to be happening. He caught a couple of G League assignments. It looked like a return to action was almost promised on this road trip based on the recovery that he was doing and the rehab that he was getting with the G League. And it looked like he was going to join the Golden State Warriors soon. Well, a joint effort by Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson has revealed that the final stage of James Wiseman's return to the Warriors has hit another snag, Ray. He's got some swelling in his right knee. He's been temporarily shut down. He's not going to be playing with the Warriors. Clearly, he's not going to be playing with the G League Santa Cruz Warriors either at this time. And look, no one knows what to really make of that other than it's impossible to see this being almost anything other than a lost year for last year's second overall pick, who hardly got to play at all last year.
Oh, I think you can make that assessment, no question. I mean, if he's had a setback here, it will mean that if they're going to play him in the playoffs, it will be with no run-up at all. And I don't know how much they plan to use him anyway, but I would say at this point, you ought to be surprised if you see him in any role, let alone how many minutes you think he'll play, because he hasn't. I mean, this injury means he doesn't get to work more on the things that he needs to work on. It basically he's back up on blocks and on the front lawn of your apartment building. So, yeah, I think this year is done for him. And I'm not trying to play doctor. I just think that a guy who's played 0 minutes is not relied upon if the most you were going to play him in the best case scenario was about 8 to 10 minutes a game.
It's disappointing still, though. I mean, it really is. This is
no question.
Yeah, a career that we would like to see get underway. It's not about 1 or 2 years of James Wiseman when you're the second overall pick of a draft. It's about what could the next decade look like, and we just have still no idea. Almost 2 full regular season into this young man's career for a number of reasons, and that's unfortunate. We're going to be joined by Kalena Azubuike here in just a little bit. You, of course, gotten you get your Kalena on the TV side of the broadcast. He's partners with Bob Fitzgerald. He'll be joining us here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost with no strings attached, and Damon and Ratto, normally brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. You talk about this 2-game losing streak. Well, the Celtics are right now the best team in the NBA. So you lose to the Celtics. All right. It's also the same game that you lost Steph Curry, Marcus Smart, dirty play, whatever you want to say. I actually thought the kick to Klay Thompson's chest, Ray, was dirtier than the dive at the ball. Players have the right to go down for a ball. You'd like everyone to be careful around Steph Curry, but that's just not a request that gets, made by every team and met by every team.
Or any team, really. And yes, you're right. The kick to Thompson was a dirty play. It's why it got called a flagrant foul. And it's why the collision with Curry wasn't called any kind of foul, because it wasn't a foul. It just sometimes bad luck just tips up on you. And that's all there is to it. And the notion that Marcus Smart must be held accountable for prior bad acts is nonsense. If you want to yell at him about kicking Klay Thompson, knock yourself out. But the Curry play was just a basketball play.
And the Celtics are a very good basketball team. The Warriors probably lose.
Good.
The Warriors probably lose that game if Steph Curry plays the entire way. I mean, that's kind of how the Celtics are cooking right now. So without Steph Curry, there is a, upping the ante cause to beat the San Antonio Spurs. Unfortunately, when Steph Curry needed Draymond Green the most, Draymond could not answer that bell by remaining in a game. He gets ejected and today fined by the NBA for abusive language towards officials, Ray, which means you really hurt somebody's feelings. But that is a fine that the NBA has given to Draymond Green. Hopefully he can, grow up between now and tip-off and not have that happen with Steph Curry missing basketball games. I mean, you can't be a leader and get thrown out of that situation. A man with a brilliant basketball IQ has to be smarter than that. Steve Kerr talked about Draymond Green's ejection from the San Antonio game afterwards on 95.7 The Game.
Unfortunate. Obviously, we need Draymond desperately. So I was surprised by that. He wasn't swearing. He wasn't getting personal. He just, I guess, Murad felt like Draymond didn't stop complaining, but Draymond has never stopped complaining his whole career. We know that. I mean, what he's done in this league, Draymond knows how to walk that line. Once he gets that first one, he understands what it takes to get a second one. And he did not think he deserved it, but he can't get kicked out of that game. He knows that we're shorthanded already.
I mean, call it a reputation ejection if you want. Draymond, I've seen him worse, but man, the situation doesn't get worse for the Warriors to have him ejected with Steph Curry not there. Now, that San Antonio game also ended with a couple of fouls at the end of regulation that just didn't make an awful lot of sense on their own. They certainly didn't make an awful lot of sense when you tried to mirror them against each other. And it was a decisive moment in the game, and that's why there's a 2-game losing streak heading to Amway Center tonight. And to talk about how the Warriors can get right starting tonight, we're very happy to welcome in Kelena Azubuike, your color broadcaster on the TV side of things. Kelena, thank you very much for joining us on Warriors Live. Damon and Ratto, we don't get to talk to you very often, so it's always a pleasure to have you on, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. It's been a minute. How you guys doing?
It's good. It's good to have you on here. We won't bring up anything. Wasn't a good NCAA tournament for you or me, so we'll just leave all of that in the past, and we'll start looking forward here at the Golden State Warriors, who just dumped a funny one against San Antonio, man. That was a weird foul sequence at the end of the game. We'll get to Draymond in a minute, but what'd you think of those calls and the way it washed out?
It almost felt like there was a makeup call there with the Looney over the back on Pirtle. It felt like the Andrew Wiggins foul wasn't really a foul, probably, and I was questioning why the Spurs didn't challenge that one. They had a challenge left, and 3 seconds left in the game. I'm like, okay, there's no other time to really challenge other than this. It's a questionable call. I think they would have gotten it overturned. But as it went, Wiggins stepped up and missed the last one. But I mean, so then you go to the Looney over the back call, and you just have to let them play in that scenario. The players have to decide it. The officials can't inject themselves into the game like that critical of a call. It's kind of a 50-50 ball. It wasn't egregious. He didn't really even go over the back. They're just both going after the ball, and they both have a right to do that. It was so inconsequential. Proto got the rebound. So there was no point in making that call there. And then, obviously, you saw what happened on the other side. Make the first one, miss the second one. They get a crazy rebound and put back up and in, and that's all she wrote. So it's just a tough way to lose. The Warriors are so competitive. You lose Draymond, obviously no Steph, and they kept fighting. Actually, after Draymond left, I was like, let's see if they can channel this and kind of go on a run here, and they kind of did. And it really helped them get back in the game, and the game was hanging in the balance there. And because of those weird calls, you're leaving with a sour taste in your mouth. But forget all that now. It's just about starting right on the road. You got Orlando, and they're right in front of you, and the Warriors have really put a lot of importance on this game.
Given the fact that the Warriors are not going to catch Phoenix, and the debate here is, where do they finish between 2 and 5? Do you put more energy in tonight's game because it's more winnable, or do you put more energy in tomorrow night's game because you'd like to beat a team as good as Miami?
Probably more into tonight. If you have to rest people, I'd say probably rest them tomorrow night. But I think it's the winnable part. they're both winnable games. I'd never like to say any game is not winnable, but the Miami Heat are really good. They just lost to the Sixers not too long ago without James Harden, without Joel Embiid, so they're mad. They're upset. And they're looking to take that out on their next two opponents here, obviously. And they're a really good team. They're at the top of the East. So they're going to be a much tougher out or a much tougher win. The Warriors are trying to win that one. But this Orlando team, obviously, they're at the bottom of the East. It's kind of a rebuild year for them. You got Cole Anthony, who's probably their best scorer right now. Franz Wagner, who I've always loved. And he's having a really nice rookie season. But I think it's all hands on deck tonight. GP2, I think, is going to try to go. Otto Porter played well. We got Moses Moody, who I think is going to try to go as well. So all hands are on deck. They've watched film. I think they've had 2 film sessions before this one. And they're really trying to focus on the details. And it's not just about receiving the information. Now it's about retaining it. Can you retain that information while the game is going on, while the fans are yelling? You're out here on the road, and you don't want to let them get any kind of rhythm, any kind of momentum, and have them feeling good about their chances. I'm talking about Orlando Magic here, because they're one of those teams that's still kind of dangerous. It is the NBA, and it doesn't matter what the record is. A lot of teams kind of focus when they are playing the Warriors and really put their best foot forward and give their best effort. So a lot of times you just kind of throw out the stats. But if the Warriors play well tonight and do pay attention to those details and do the stuff they talked about in film session and shoot around all those things, they should come away with the win.
Kalena Azubuike joining us here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. You know, there's nothing good about the Steph Curry injury. It does present opportunity for Jordan Poole to continue to be kind of the lead dog in the scoring category. And he seems able to bark that bark. He really does. He's looking for his 10th straight game north of 20 points now. He's a wildly skilled player, and I think one of the coolest things I know that I like about sports is watching when it all kinds of start to come together for a player, and the lights have really gone on for him. But to get back to this Curry injury, Kalena, what stinks about it is it means we can't get more mileage out of this 3-guard lineup that they were really starting to explore and have some success with Curry, Clay, and Poole all out there together. That, to me, is just another reason why it stinks to not have Steph Curry out there, because I like the way those 3 guys were starting to play together.
Yeah, that's a lot of stinky stuff you just talked about there. But my thing is, listen, you did get some time where you were able to look at that lineup and see how much firepower you had and see how effective it was. And so you kind of have that in your back pocket. I think with Steph, his injury, he's pretty optimistic he can come back in time for the playoffs. And my thing is, if this team is healthy, you got your big 4, really, with Jordan Poole added in there. And, sorry, I'm not here. Yeah, you got those guys. And if you could just be healthy at any point, like before the playoffs start, or even right before the playoffs start, this team is so confident, they still feel like it's going to be tough to beat them. And I think Clay, Steph, and Draymond still have that championship mentality, that edge where they're saying, hey, when we've been healthy all the way through a playoff series, no one's been able to beat it. And then you just talked about Jordan Poole, who I feel like he's really embraced his role as the offensive generator, not just the guy that could score for himself, but his playmaking ability is really affecting a lot of other guys in positive ways. And he's drawn a lot of attention. And obviously you can't really compare him to Steph as far as the gravity of the defense, but he is going to draw a lot of attention, especially when he gets hot. And so he's making the right pocket passes. 2 defenders are staying with him. And one thing that's been the most impressive for me with Jordan Poole is even when he starts slow, he can kind of adjust in game and figure out how to be more effective, how to get himself going. If he starts maybe and he's just looking to get other people involved, he figures out how to be more effective in game. And I think that's really a quality that people usually get in their 5th, 6th, 7th year in the league. And this early in his career, he's already seemed to have that quality. in that part of his game, and I think that's really something that Coach Kerr can rely on now. And if he starts bad, Coach Kerr is not panicking because he's seen him do it so many times where he starts slow and he's had a big game. So this guy can go off at any time, and he seems to go off and get hot at the right times, and he's one of the reasons the Warriors even had a great chance to pull off this last Spurs game. But again, they're going to try to hold down the fort without the brother Steph. Clay is going to try to continue to get in rhythm here and be more consistent, and I think he will. And Draymond is going to try not to get ejected. And you'll see what
sure about
focus up. Yeah, well, he's going to try, man. He's going to do what he can. Listen, this dude, that's part of the reason he is who he is and why he's so good, and he's an emotional leader and wears his emotions on his sleeves, and sometimes they get the best of him. But listen, I think the more positive comes out of that, of wearing your emotions on your sleeves than negative. So they can try to focus up and make this last push and see where they end up, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is, and go from there.
Do you have a preference on where you think they match up best? Is there a team in your mind they would be better off avoiding and a team they would, in your mind, be better off facing in the first round?
Whew. It's tough to say because Denver, I'm not really feeling Denver as a first-round matchup with Jokic. Who knows how much more healthy they are than we even saw them last. Minnesota, Towns kills us. Honestly, it's tough to really pick and choose who you would like to see. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks, if you end up at 4, it's tough to say. I mean, maybe the Clippers, if they don't have, obviously, if they're not all the way healthy and they're missing Paul George. But I think for the players' mentality, their thing is just, hey, if we can just be healthy. Let's just be healthy. We'll match up better with anybody else. A lot of these teams you've been playing throughout the regular season, you've had guys out here and there. So the Warriors maybe haven't shown all their cards with all these teams, so it's tough to really pick a matchup based on what we've seen during the regular season. That's probably the players' mentality. Like, we're going to be at our best during the playoffs. Once we're healthy, all bets are off.
On a 5-game road trip, how many tabs can you really expect Bob Fitzgerald to pick up?
I expect him to pick up all the tabs. That's how it goes. I always forget my wallet on accident, quote unquote.
Smart.
And I'm like, man, I'm reaching in there. I'm like, I totally forgot again. You gotta get this one. But man, the team, the Warriors have amazing spreads out here, so we just stuff our faces with that usually, and that pretty much covers anything else. Or else we'd be fighting if we had to figure out who had to pick up the tab.
Nothing says your transition to the media is fully complete like muscling Bob to get into that media and team meal. Kalena, thank you very much, man. Great to talk to you. Have a good call and have a safe trip, man.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Kalena Zabuki here on 95.7 The Game, joining us on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings are attached. It's the start of the 5-gamer. They're coming into it having lost 2 in a row, and when you see who's waiting for you tomorrow night, Ray, we talk an awful lot about the Sixers, the Nets, and to an extent the Milwaukee Bucks get muscled into who's the best in the East conversation. Nobody talks about the Miami Heat. They got the best record in the conference.
They have the best record in the conference, and they are probably the most difficult team other than Boston to play anywhere, let alone, at home, on the road. So, yeah, that's going to be the toughest game of this road trip. It won't be the most important game they have left. They have 2 that are probably vital to where they end up, and that's Memphis and Utah. But Miami, I think, will be the most difficult game, regardless of playoff implications that they have the rest of the way.
Look, we're going to talk about what's on tap and who's cooking. We got more news and some sound to share to you, with you about James Wiseman, who looks like is going to be out of the picture for the remainder of this 2021-22 NBA season for the Golden State Warriors, who find themselves in Orlando tonight. The Magic haven't even won 20 games. They're 19-53. Don't get caught losing this one tonight. Golden State Warriors, even though Steph Curry obviously isn't in the mix. Much more still around the corner. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. Damon and Ratto, it's Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Fisher and Paykel products. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Warriors Live. Presented by Xfinity on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I bet you, Ray, a whole bunch of people just got in their cars, like they do every day, 3 o'clock. They put it on 95.7 The Game, expecting the beginning of the Damon and Ratto show. But, joke's on you. It's not the beginning of that show. It's the middle of Warriors Live. We've got the Warriors being served up at a happy hour tip time of 4 o'clock this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. They're in Orlando taking on a bad Magic team that is basically got Cole Anthony dropping 17 for him a night, Ray, and your guy, Franz Wagner. He's really having a very good rookie campaign, and it is a full-on demonstration of, your rookie year. And the stats that you put up are going to depend an awful lot on the situation you get plopped into. I would think that on the Orlando Magic, you would see Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody putting up similar to, Franz Wagner numbers. He's getting 15, 5, and 3 a night on some decent rookie shooting splits of 50% from his twos, 36% from his threes. He's 85% from the line, Ray, and he started 72 times in 72 games. He won't be your rookie of the year, but he's become about as dependable of a rookie you see in the NBA this season.
He owes it all to his brother,
who's also on the team. He managed to get his brother a roster spot.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know how anybody else would be on this team because it hasn't been a very healthy team this year, above and beyond being very good. So whatever Franz Wagner is getting, I wonder if it's not at the expense of becoming a more well-rounded player. Because the one advantage that Kuminga and Moody have is that they not only can play, they can also go to school. And school being, of course, playing with Green, playing with Curry, playing with Thompson, playing on the rare occasions when he plays with Iguodala. There's learning to be had. And I don't know how much learning there is to be had in Orlando, which is not only a young team, but a team that, frankly, is working at dual purposes. It's, on the one hand, they'd all like to establish themselves as competent NBA pros. On the other, the people who pay their salary want them to lose games. So right. I think there's a level of regression that's probably happening to Wagner, even though he's either is unaware of it or trying to fight it. Because when you're not trying to win, you end up learning bad habits, and it takes a long time to unlearn.
You're totally right about the bad habits and unlearning bad habits and not being the horse that is trained to be the horse that gets beaten in the prep race or anything like that. I get it. And there is, and we've talked about it so often that there's no one's going to use it as a demerit, the apprenticeship that both Kuminga and Moody get being a Golden State Warrior. You get to learn from future Hall of Famers, from consummate professionals, from a little bit of a basketball madman in Draymond Green, from a man who's seen every angle of professional basketball like Andre Iguodala, and to not tap into those fountains of knowledge would be crazy. And you keep on hearing about how Moody and Kuminga are doing that, and that is a wonderful education for them. It's also a really good place to get minutes or to get education in basketball, minutes on the court. And that is something that Franz Wagner has way over the two Golden State Warriors, who clearly have a good apprenticeship. Right now, Franz Wagner leads the Orlando Magic in minutes, field goals attempted. He's third on the team in rebounds. He's second in assists. He's second in steals. He's fourth in blocks. I'm really not worried about his well-rounded development. Mr. Rookie having the kitchen sink thrown at him is throwing it back at the NBA on a bad team at on a nightly basis. He's been pretty good. Wendell Carter Jr. is getting 15 a night. Again, Cole Anthony, he's your leading scorer with 17, but Jalen Suggs, Jonathan Isaacs, Bol, none of these guys have really had a season to start spinning their feet underneath them. Somebody's getting hurt or re-injured at all times. And having said that, Orlando's still won 4 of their last 6. Are 4-6 in their last 10. And have, a decent stretch of success as they've enjoyed all year. Meanwhile, for the Warriors, the one thing we know about their season, Ray, is that their losses come in bunches all season long, and they're taking 2 into a 5-game road trip. Do not let this one slip away from you tonight, Golden State Warriors. You need this one, because a loss tonight could absolutely turn into a 4-game losing streak tomorrow in Miami. Then you're going to Atlanta, which, laugh all you want. Atlanta's still competing at that 10 seed right now in the East. They've got something to play for. Then you're going to take on the would rather be fishing Washington Wizards before you go and meet a real big opponent in the Memphis Grizzlies to wrap up this 5-gamer. So it's actually the perfect time to tell you what's on tap is what it really is.
It's time to find out what's on tap. Tap Plastics. Presented by Tap Plastics.
Yeah, what's on tap is the road trip, Ray, and I just put it in terms of Orlando, Miami, Atlanta, Washington, Memphis. Let me put it another way. What you got here is last place in the East before you take on first place in the East. Then you got a team that's still fighting for a play-in shot. Then you got the finished, tired of it already Wizards before you take on Memphis, who just took the Warriors 2 seed from them in the Western Conference. So that's what's on tap, presented by Tap Plastics, the ultimate destination for do-it-yourself enthusiasts. A win tonight is big. I mean, it really is. A win tonight means there's almost zero chance of coming back from this thing 3-2. A loss tonight.
There's one other thing that makes this important. It's that while we've been talking about finishing second instead of third, we haven't discussed much about trying to avoid finishing fourth. Because if you finish fourth, your second round matchup is against Phoenix, which is the one team in this conference that I think everybody can agree is better than Golden State. So Utah goes into Boston tomorrow night on the same night that Golden State goes to Miami. So if the Warriors can steal a win here, they go up 3 on Utah with only 9 left to play, or only 10 for them to play, 9 for Utah. And to me, that's sort of the hidden sort of landmine to avoid is I think you want to put off facing Phoenix for as long as humanly possible, even if you don't want to get into the minutiae of, well, do you want to avoid Memphis in the second round or do you want to avoid Dallas? Avoiding Phoenix in the second round is something that I think all Warrior fans can agree on is something they would want to do.
I agree. When you play a team does matter, but at the same time, the fear of the 1 seed is a bad thing to have in any round because you got to expect to go through them at some point. So, you wouldn't want to have to go through Phoenix until the end because it could gas them enough to, even if they survived it, be on the wrong side of the decision in the Western Conference Finals should they get past Phoenix. But that would be a taxing second round series, to say the least. You do want to avoid the 4 if at all possible. It's amazing how much a week changes things, man. It really is. It just shows you what a delicate balance the entire sport of basketball really hangs on. Maybe even more than any other sport, Ray, unless you're talking about like a starting quarterback or a starting goalie on a playoff hockey team or something like that. No one injury can change the temperature in the room quite like an injury to a starting point guard who's going to the Hall of Fame one day like Steph Curry had. It has just changed the tone and tenor of the way this season is going to now end compared to what it was just last week. Ray, just last week, we're doing segments about how the suddenly healthy Warriors are enjoying themselves and having fun and accumulating the positive data points that you actually want to see from a team before it goes to the playoffs. And poof, things change so quickly with a Steph Curry injury. It's staggering what that man's importance is to this team.
Well, I think it was Anthony Slater who pointed this out, but in the last 3 seasons, Curry, Thompson, and Green have played 11 minutes total together. And Curry alone, yes, it's a huge loss, but you take away all 3 of those guys, I mean, that's essentially the core of your basketball team. And to have them not being able to interact more than essentially 1/4 of one game, divided by 246 it's almost amazing when you think about it. It's the center of this team is almost complete strangers to each other over the last 3 years. And it's going to be like that for the remainder of the regular season.
And not to keep harping on Draymond's ejection, but that's just another reason why there's no excuse for it right now, because Draymond, like you're saying, not only hopes to reassimilate himself among a couple of teammates who he will probably share more court time with than any 3 teammates really in basketball history, the way that these guys have played together, as long as they played together. But he's got to get teammates used to playing with him. Draymond missed so much time this year with the back injury that Jordan Poole still needs to figure it out. And how do he and Kuminga coexist together on a court? And Moody's got to figure it out. And Gary Payton II needs to figure it out. And look, Draymond was plus 24 in 20 bench minutes in his return game. And his impact on Steph Curry was on full display that night. When Curry then needed him the most, he's ejected from a massively winnable game against an inferior opponent. And how does it end? It ends with a player missing a box out and a player screwing up a rebound. 2 things that Draymond's actually very, very good at. And it just stinks that he got ejected from a game over nothing. Just, 2 more sequences of 1,000 straight foul calls that he thought were wrong. That cannot happen again this season. It just can't. If he does let it happen again, shame on him and shame on the Warriors for nurturing an environment that he feels like he's got justification and, I'm not just me being me, room enough to do it. Professionalism has to take the place of a lack of Steph Curry's athleticism from here on out.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that the Warriors nurture it as much as it seems. They don't call him out in public on it, but I think Kerr and he have talked plenty about it. And I think Draymond Green's problem in this area is that he doesn't process the situation quickly enough when he's agitated. It's more important for him to get the last word against an official who has just teed him up once and is looking for the second opportunity to do so. I mean, not eagerly, but he just goes, if the technical won't keep him quiet, then I'm going to have to throw him out. It's not a choice anymore. And I think that's the problem. It's just that as many times as I think they have told him, he's still a guy with a hair trigger when it comes to this. And I don't know that no matter how many lectures he gets, that it can be unlearned at this point.
It is part of who he is. And there is something that you can't, teach an old dog new tricks. And Draymond's an old basketball dog at this point. And an expectation of different behavior is probably a foolish place to put expectations. But the Warriors need a better brand of Draymond Green than he's given them at any point in time this year. They need it from him right now. And anything that is nonsense that gets in the way of them winning basketball games is officially bad for business, and Draymond needs to stop being bad for the business of winning basketball games, because that is the opposite of his brand. Draymond really is a supreme defender, and everywhere else, the ultimate garbage man. That's what he is. He cleans up the messes, and the guy who cleans up the mess can't be creating messes by his absence. And we all know that. I mean, like we're blue in the face talking about it. And I'm sure, to an extent, the Warriors are too. It's time now for tonight's injury report, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For the Warriors tonight, obviously no Curry. Andre Iguodala is out. Gary Payton II does return. That is good news for the Magic. It's no Jalen Suggs, no Jonathan Isaac, no Bol tonight. One more injury note is concerning a player we haven't seen all year. James Wiseman has been shut down due to swelling in his surgically repaired knee. This was a story broken in The Athletic, and earlier today on Willard and Dibs, Anthony Slater stopped on by to talk about James Wiseman and what this season has become and what it means to his future.
It's a pause at a time where you're basically at the end of the road. So if we're just discussing this season, I mean, I think there's skepticism that he will be able to come back in time to make any type of impact at this point. But if you generally, when you talk to people in the organization about Wiseman, especially at this point, it's always like long-term, patient approach. The summer's more important than the right now. Summer league, training camp. It's really about next season. And at this point, they're kind of trying to figure out how to maximize his summer.
And that is what you need to know about this young man's career. He could still be a spectacular basketball player someday, but right now, it's been an awkward start out of the gate. There's an injury that has not healed itself. He is an abnormally large human being, so you want to be extra careful. But yeah, I mean, eventually the future has to become the present, and it's killing the Warriors that he can't join them at any point in time, because he is exactly what they need a little bit more of, not named Steph Curry.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a knee that's now sort of on the verge of becoming chronic, it might end up, and this is a bleak view, but when you've missed this much time this early on, you start to wonder if this isn't going to be part and parcel of who he is. Not everybody can have the romantic Kevon Looney 900 operations and he's still useful. I mean, they took him with an idea toward being able to play him 30-plus minutes a night in a number of positions because he has that skill set, and yet he can't get any of it to work because he can't run. And I think I think this is more worrisome than they want to let on, but this is the kind of injury that very often defines what a guy's future is and how you can use him in that future.
I hope it doesn't. I mean, I just hope this is a wildly awkward start to what turns into a very good career, reminiscent almost of Blake Griffin. Remember, Blake Griffin has a big injury the minute he gets into, was it his first or second Clippers practice or whatever it was, and it looked like, man, that's just a bad way for an explosive athlete to begin a career. And then Blake Griffin had a pretty damn good career. It's not over, technically. But, man, I wish James Wiseman the best. I mean, all reports are that he's a super kid. Everything about him is something to like. It's just really hard to imagine a career when you haven't even seen it. I mean, that's the thing. Availability is officially the greatest ability for any athlete to have. And so the single most important attribute is one that this young man hasn't been able to display yet. And that has to become a red flag, or you're just in full-on denial. And we're not that. Text line. Text line offers one, ray of hope. Joel Embiid, I mean, maybe that's it. You better hope that that's it at this point in time. Someone also says, Carlos and Concord, it's Greg Oden vibes. I'm not here to tell you it's not.
No, I mean, and the most troubling thing about this setback is that it came essentially a month after a surgery. And so either the surgery didn't get all of the problem solved, or there's a new problem. And if there's a new problem, without me pretending to be doctor of the year, you have to wonder if that knee is simply not sound to do the things
right. That's where the word
he
chronic,
asks him to do.
The word chronic becomes the right way to describe it if there's a problem there. So let's hope. James Wiseman is able to get it right, and if we see him or not this year, again, you can't miss something that you haven't had. So the Warriors don't miss James Wiseman, but they're certainly missing James Wiseman, and if there should be any reason why he's not ready to jump tip-off night one next year, then you have a full-on house burning down level disaster in a player. There's no doubt. It's really quickly time to tell you who's cooking. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, and I'm happy to report that it's still Jordan Poole. It feels like Jordan Poole's name comes up in this segment maybe more than any other Golden State Warrior this year, and he has continued to cook. He scored 28 points on 11 of 21 shooting from the field and 4 of 9 from deep in a loss to San Antonio. He scored 20 or more points in each of his last 9 games. 5 of those have been starts. His averages in those 9 games, 25 points on 57% shooting from the field, 53% from downtown. I mean, he's really been striping it from distance. 3.3 rebounds, 4.3 assists in just under 33 minutes of court time per game. It is by far the best he has played in any stretch of his career, and hopefully he can now keep it up without Steph Curry as his run-in buddy, because, Ray, again, I don't think we are going to see Steph Curry for the remainder of this regular season. Hopefully he's there night one of the postseason.
Yeah, I don't think, it's obviously the safe way to bet. In fact, I think if they're talking about reevaluating him in 2 weeks, that leaves them with 5 days of wiggle room before the playoffs start. And I would project probably that this means he might miss the first 2 or 3 games at minimum of the first round, because when they're being this careful now, they're not likely to stop being careful just because it's game 83.
Speaking of the right way to bet, Warriors minus 7.5 tonight, over under 215.
If the Warriors can't beat this team, they're in more trouble than we know. And if they're going to beat them, it's going to be an over.
Lay it and play it. Take the over, says Deshwami. Ray, go have yourself a nice day. That's an order. We got sundress conditions. I can't wait to see what you're wearing. Go have fun outside.
I'll be just on the roof yelling at the children walking by.
Thank you so much to Kalena Azubuike for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow for another hour of Warriors Live before we get you to an early game in Miami. Thank you for tuning in today, and please do remember that sports do not build character. No. Tim Roy coming up next. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. This has been Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook.
Hey, it's Ken Barkley filling in for Nick Costos. College basketball picks up again Thursday night. Michigan takes on Villanova. Currently Villanova favored by 5, and I like them here. With Michigan's point guard less than 100%, maybe sitting out of the game, Villanova's guard should have a field day and take advantage of a porous Michigan defense.
That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.net offers all of your favorite casino games and sportsbook free. Visit BetRivers.net and create your account today. It's 100% free to sign up and play. BetRivers.net offers a variety of games like slots, table games with live dealers, and so much more. You can share the excitement with other players online anywhere, anytime from your desktop or mobile device. Don't miss out on the fun. Create your free account at BetRivers.net today. BetRivers.net is a play for fun site for entertainment only. Must be 21 or older.